Yeah, drums crackle pop. Mmm, yummy. Yeah. Of course, it's a different size. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah. Well, of course, that one isn't the right size. Sweet. Love dropping stuff. Yeah. Okay, what did I do with the freaking? What did I do with the? No, there. Put them there. They're here. Why do you put them there? I don't know. Okay. There we go.
Oh, that could be arranged. Yeah. Cleaning the displays right now. Of course, this one is still needing cleaned. Also going to at some point get the all the boards off the back box here. and clean those up because there's like, on this board down here, there's some dirt and or some kind of nasty stuff going on. So I'm gonna clean it up, see if there's any burnage or anything. And yeah, I hate these interconnect boards. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get to take this all off at once and not mess with taking the interconnect board off, because yeah. And I gotta love this gigantic cap here. And why did they mount it this way? Why didn't they mount it on the bottom of the head? It's like that's just cruising for a tool to smack into it and then short the thing. Especially when there's a couple of those bridge rectifiers in the back there that you have to take that stupid thing off first. Oh yeah, and some floodlights help a lot too with looking in the back box, so you don't have to have somebody with a flashlight. Yes, I probably will pee on it. Although the shock might come back to me like peeing on a fence. So I have a question. Why is the display board smaller than this one in the Laser Cube, which is from 1984, and my 1986 high speed has a huge display board? It's like, doesn't make any sense. Mine is a newer pin, but it's like, what the hell? They used a gigantic board for that, for the displays. Oh yeah, and I should show you show the viewers what I have gotten done on the underside of the play field. I got one of the flipper assembly plates done. I am going to, since this isn't my pin, I'm suggesting a full flipper rebuild kit for this laser cue. So this one on the right, yeah, right, is the one that I did, and I have when I take out the flipper bats, I'm leaving the flipper off. I haven't gotten to these other two here, which I hate lower play fields that have two or more flippers on one side, because the top one always gets in the way. And I'm not surprised that this thing has all of the coils on this thing are different. And of course the one up here on the mid to top play field is also different. I think that actually might be the original Williams coil, because it is an orange coil. But yeah, and somebody did a hack on this, because it has a cap for some reason, and the rest of these don't. So I don't know why somebody put that there, but I don't think it's supposed to be there. And I'm not looking forward to the drop targets either, although it is a nicer layout, because it's the switches are on the bottom here instead of that annoying circuit board that never really worked very well. But yeah, well, and fun thing is the GI it lights up, but the play field to tell you what to hit, it doesn't work. It's not lighting up. So my thoughts is maybe it's either bulbs are all burned out, which I doubt, or it's some kind of wiring problem, which is probably, or it's a board problem. Can I stab this thing multiple times? Kill it? You guys suck. How's that? Oh yeah, and the other thing is when I press the left flipper button, I hear a pop when I in the speakers, which is not very good to hear. Oh, and also the only rubber grommet that's in any of these uh, flipper whatevers, yeah, doesn't have a rubber grommet, so it's starting to gouge the metal. The only one that has it is the one on the top here, and that's getting stiff and rotted. But anyways, I'll get back to the display. Get back to the display cleanings. And then I think I'm going to take off the last player 4 so I can sonic clean the parts, the nylon bolts, or whatever you call them, nylon something or other. And then I can wipe this down. And I want to know whose idea it was to use about a gajillion different screws and stuff on this. So like hex heads and Phillips head, flat screws, flat head screws, and why? And question is, why do they use so many different types of shit? It's just so, I think it's a conspiracy that they want you to buy a bunch of tools. All right, I'll go to the washroom with these and get them cleaned up and then wipe this down. All right, they are clean. You gotta wipe them off and let them dry. Oh crap! Let me get that. That's a good idea. I should put it next to the pin. Why didn't I think of that? Damn it. Because I had it by my high speed. That's my reason. And actually, let me get a chair so it's up higher. There we go. That'll give you something to stare at. Well, instead of me, I'm so unsexy. Okay, now to wipe down back box, score, swing out door thing. I don't know. Oh yeah, and you probably can notice that I'm wearing my PBR wears. Damn lights are glaring on the poster. That's what I get for installing LED bulbs in the fan up there. I'm not sure if I know that Google Hangouts has a conference thing, but I don't know why that link isn't working for something, which will allow people to talk to me while I talk to them, kind of thing. The only thing with that is there might be feedback because I'm using webcam, USB webcam, and it has stereo mic thing on it. Yeah, this thing's dirtier than I thought. Yeah. Some things may look familiar to you. I wonder where I got the ideas from. Somewhere far, far away, in a galaxy far, far away. It's 12:40 p.m. on my end. Thing still looks dirty. It looks a little better, but still looks dirty. Okay. All right. Ah, come on. There we go. And just so you know, yes, I did make that background. It's actually a computer background that I put into my phone and used it as my lock screen. But yeah, now I'm going to put in new light bulbs for the back box. I'm going to put in number 47s, even though it does call for 44s. I'm still going to just use 47s for the back box area. I'm going to ask him if he wants to do LEDs, but doesn't sound like he wants to spend a whole lot on this because it is a project pen that he's got. So, oh yeah, and I should show you the neat thing that happens on the power supply too. It's my organizer of lights and sockets. Also, there's some fuses in here too. Really big ass bulb for my siren light. All right, that's done. Now I just gotta wait for the displays to dry and now back to getting the flipper stuff done, cleaned up. Actually, I think I should probably take off the flipper there first. Let's see what size it is, and it's that size. Thank you. I take checks and PayPal, and well, cash if it's local. Ah, come on, baby. Get out of there. Wiggle, wiggle. There we go. And I definitely need a flipper rebuild kit for this because one of the screws is missing on this too. There's only one screw holding this bracket in. And this these leaf switches on this one have seen better days for sure. All nice and blackened. And that one's nice and toasty too. Well, I don't even want to get into the coin door. I think somebody cut the wires to the lockout coin mech. There's a bunch of wires cut on that. But that's like my most favorite thing to do is screw around with coin mechs and coin doors. Not really. Yeah, I should probably should have taken off the brackets before I took off the dur. That's one lovely sleeve. Starting to crack on the end there. And it's hurt. And yeah, the bracket here is starting to mushroom here. I hate these multi-stacks. Okay, come on, get in. Yep, I certainly did say send some monies. This certainly isn't going to pay jack shit. Could always support me and get some of my PBR wares. At least you'll be getting something. And where did I put the camera? Because I'm wanting to take a picture of the stack before I take it off completely, just so I have a reference to know which stack goes where, even though it's pretty obvious anyway. Well, I found the camera bag, but I don't know where the actual camera is. It's not in the bag. Grr, no bag, no camera. I mean, grr. I don't know who's joined. Doesn't say. It just on my end. It just says 2 viewers. If that Google Hangouts link was working, you would know because it shows. And you can also chat, text chat too on. So I could try to send you the link to the Hangouts. All right, see if that'll work. I don't know if it will or not. All right, so who's the other in my stream here? Two shows there's two in here. And since I can't find my actual camera, I'm gonna just take a photo on my phone here. Yep, that's quite dirty. And yes, for right now, I am putting everything back together as it is, not replacing anything yet until I get the list of stuff that needs to be replaced. Of course, I'm going to have highly suggest a flipper rebuild kit on all four of the flippers, and of course the flipper bushings. And so yeah, but right now I'm just going to clean up everything and put it back together. I know that's sacrilegious, but
And I'm also going to highly suggest that he replaces the connector to the power, because that's actually broken, and I have to jam the thing in. It's also got nice scorch marks too. All right, got it completely gutted now. Let me see if I can show what I meant with the power part. Don't think the USB cord is going to go run that far though. So it's this here, and the spot this goes into is quite crispy. And then trying to get the damn thing back in is a pain in the ass too. Great. Well, that one doesn't even want to go back in now. Screw it. Gonna take the boards out and clean them anyways, but I have to mark these damn things because unlike my high speed, these jerks didn't mark the connectors. Well, not on the boards anyway. So yeah, I was going to do something like do a piece of tape on the wires like one on the wire and then one on the connector, so and so forth. Just so I can know where crap goes. What, don't mark the connectors? Or replace that power wire stuff. So that the one on the right, the pin in the right, the one that you plug in is actually broken, literally. And I do have pins. I can re-pin that. But the thing is the board, the left side terminal pin is toasty. So I want to get that replaced. And I have done cap rebuilds on this, which I might actually, that's one of the things that I'm going to put on the list, is a cap rebuild and bridge rectifier, put in a new bridge rectifier like I did on my high-speed power supply. And surprisingly, the stuff on the power supply and the soundboard fuses were all right, but the sorry about that. Don't know who's calling me, but okay. But yeah. But yeah, anyways, I'll get back to cleaning this stuff. Hello, Pete. Welcome to the stream. Right now I'm in the bathroom cleaning flipper parts. Fun stuff. I know, I'm kind of boring, you know. Well, I thought it was awesome, Pete's video. Uh, it's better than my crappy videos I put out. And it's so well done that I could hardly tell that it wasn't GRC that did it, because it's looked very professionally done. Unlike my videos that are just slapped together with duct tape and a few screws here and there that are loose, of course. And feel free to chime in if I'm doing something totally stupid, which usually I'm doing constantly on these pinball machines. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Working on these things is stupid in of itself. And if I could talk, so yeah, cleaned up the plate. I mean, it's not cleaned up completely. There is still marks and crap. If I really wanted to, I could do some sandpaper on it, but since I don't have a sandblast cabinet, maybe I'll get one for my birthday. Right. And then trying to figure out, yeah, that's where it goes. It pains me to put the original crap in, but until I get that list done and list of crap that needs done, and get it to the guy that is going to pay me to get the parts. Just gonna do minimal crap, even though that's against my what I yeah. But unlike my high speed, which I paid or did way too much on, I can't really do that with somebody else's pin. I mean, I could, and then give them a big ass bill that nobody in the right mind would pay, because I'd pretty much replace everything, pretty much, almost. That's pretty much what I do with my high speed. All the coils are new, brand new. Put LED light, everything's LED'd. Did the cap rebuild on my power supply, which I decided to get a Rotten Dog power supply. Of course, cleaned all the boards and cleaned the inside and out of the pin. Got a new bass speaker because I screwed the pooch on that one. Killed the cone on it. Poked holes in it with the trying to get the speaker back in. I hate those damn nail screw things. There we go. Most of the red is gone now. I like my high speed. The rubber was, I couldn't get all the original red rubber crap off, so I used a 600 grit sandpaper to get the little bits that were still on there. That's a good idea. Have to find my where my Goo Gone is. Now that I've already done two of the damn flippers already. I'm sure you veteran pinball repairers are cringing at me doing this because I do admit that I'm not a pro really at this. This is only my second machine now that I've been acquainted with, and this is a different system. I think it's system 7. Yeah, I think it is system 7. Which I don't care for because of that damn interconnect board on the if it was me, I'd just buy a Rotten Dog that gets rid of the interconnect and just stick it down here, but of course that's damned expensive. Well, and I'd probably get a Rotten Dog power supply too, because that's yeah. These old power supplies are bastards, really. And yeah, you were right. This only has the sound effects, and the ramp up sound is what I call it, because it has that and when you hit something, it makes it even more annoying and goes faster. Whoops. Well, I failed then. Damn it. Keep admitting a bunch of crap. Derp. If you guys don't already have one, I suggest getting a sonic cleaner. It's great for like the small parts like screws and stuff. And I just pour in the Awesome Orange into the sonic cleaner and It's like nasty black soup when you get done with it. All this damn dust making me sneeze and all that junk. So I might actually, let me get this damn thing down back on the play field. But yeah, I think I might actually replace this sleeve because it is starting to crack, even though I did say I was gonna just put everything back, but the thing is I'm not completely sure if I have flipper sleeves or not. I know I have a bunch of coil sleeves, but actually it looks like I might have two and 1/4 sleeve. Looks like. The other one this one I didn't replace, so that's why I'm kind of contemplating if I want to replace it or just do it when I get the flipper rebuild, which I'm thinking I'm probably will do that. So everything did work. I did power this up and do play testing before I tore it apart, just to see what was going on. There's some problem with the drop down targets where I'm thinking that there might be a ledge that's broken because it doesn't always stay up. It'll drop down, and sometimes when it's hit, it'll spasm and it'll go up and down, up and down, up and down. So yeah, there's something going on, and it's like, oh great. So I don't know, I'll probably hack something. Oh God, that's a sacrilegious saying. Just hack it on a pinball machine. Oh yeah, this stuff I haven't tried yet. Well, and I've already lost one nut already, taken out the player one. I dropped one of these, the nylon fasteners. So it's like, oh, great. And of course, I looked through my high-speed spare parts and I can't find any to replace it with. So it's like, oh, I don't know where it went. Hopefully it didn't go down the vent. I heard it bounce around, but I haven't found it anywhere. It's lost in the void. Hello, person from Sweden. At least so far, none of these bushings have been broken. I'll probably jinx myself though. But I know that I do have one flipper bushing because I bought when I bought my ship for my high speed. I bought at least two of extras, and okay, and is this the right screw? Okay, and why isn't this doing what the other one did? Let's see here. I'm doing it all wrong. Okay, yeah, that is the hole. So what is going on? Things are never go as planned. Yep, I could. And what would somebody like to listen to? Oh, I know. How about some GRC tech tips? Okay, that's really weird. I don't think any of the screws broke off or anything, so what in the world? Hmm. I'm so confused. Okay, you asked for it then. Let me try and find it. Which shouldn't be too hard because I have it in my, my playlist. Oh, or do the tube tester one. Or that would be boring everybody in the universe. Whoa, did I just say that out loud? Damn it. Oh yeah. Should do the leg one too, because this one, oh man, the legs on it are so bad. None of them are bent, but the casters on them are pretty rusty, so much that you can't really move them. There we go. Tech tips number 5 is the flippers. Oh, nice touch. T2 intro music.
What is that? Okay, folks, welcome to week 5 of Ray's Tech Tips. Today we're going to be talking about, tell them, right?
Flippers, how to rebuild them.
Okay.
What parts are needed? New parts.
Do you have parts?
Yes,
Show us some parts, would you?
new parts.
Unlike me, I have like very little parts. Send me your parts, man.
Okay, we've seen these.
Okay, I guess we're going to be rebuilding valleys. Several drawers of coils. These have to be the valley coils. We're going to need 11 629s, which is what goes in the Terminator 2 we're rebuilding. These are more coils for working devices like slingshots, outholes, and ball kickers and such. These are mostly Valley Williams. Early and late.
I saw some Capcoms in there.
Yep. Very few. These are early Williams and Gottliebs. Here getting into some Data East flipper coils. These are just Gottlieb coils, crossover charts.
My lord, how often do you encounter a coil that you don't stock?
Not too often. I keep adding to it. You have to
Like
have
me
it.
all the time.
Coils get exercised as they get used. And the varnish
Yeah,
winding
like
you
this.
see here shrink and contract, shrink and expand, and then that rubs off the varnish, the shellac. And contrary to belief, these are not bare wires, and they have a coating on them. As these things get used, they expand and contract, and then it rubs its own coil.
Some of the shorts.
Yes, and then the
Well, of
bones,
course it is now.
which are readings across the coils here. This is a dual coil. That's why there's 3
I should
terminals.
just point the
There's a pair
webcam
of
at
large for the power
YouTube.
stroke of the flipper, and then there's a thin one, and then it goes to the middle pole for your hold. So there's 2 different windings in here.
And of course, it won't generally fail all of a sudden. It'll fail slowly, and
Right.
you'll just lose performance.
Yeah, you definitely lose performance. And eventually
Then
it'll
you'll get a dead short or something.
blow a fuse or ruin the flipper control board. Coils are cheap. They're under 20 bucks a piece. Most of them are even under $15 a piece. Average machine takes 2. It's good assurance as these age film, which goes down from new, which is around 4.5, 5 ohms, down to 2 and 3 ohms. And as soon as you get below 2, you're going to have problems.
Okay.
These are flipper parts for repairs that just need a broken part that don't need a rebuild. Suppose you had a fairly new link and you just had the connecting bracket break. I carry individual parts.
Well, more often than not, you get full rebuilds.
Yeah, because nobody really. These are all rebuild kits. You get one of these for each rebuild kit.
Yeah.
I threw a lot out. I don't have any room anymore, but there must be 100.
It's shit, it's shot.
lot of 150 Allen key size, whatever size that is.
I'm not sure. I think it's 5/16. Anyway, there's more flipper parts up here. Individual parts, sleeves, hubs. New hardware, because the hardware is always, yeah. And then there's some roll pins for individual repair, and then we got Valley and Gottlieb use these springs to take up the play between the coil and the end stop on some of their machines. Williams never did that. They machined it and made it close enough they didn't do that. Gottlieb did not. Neither did the early Valleys. If we don't put that in, the coil bangs around back and forth.
Lose power.
Sloppy, and lose power. Any play and any of that linkage at all, any movement, other than what is there to make it pivot or go straight, is going to take power away from the flipper.
Okay, well, we're doing a full rebuild here on the Simmons based on the machine that I saw.
And again, here's rebuild kits from here down for Data East, Valley, Williams. The Gottliebs I'll show you back there. And we're going to be doing our WPC, so these are the individual kits I get. There's stores for each one does a game.
Or a pair.
2 flipper flippers. And this particular one is for these games, Williams and Valley.
It's like a Steve Young pinball resource kit.
Yeah. And this,
5, okay.
yeah, it's a Williams Flip 05 kit. And this is 1980 through 91. We're doing a Terminator 2, so that is a 91 game. This would be the flipper kit for it.
Okay.
And, these are Flip 05s. This is a Marco kit. And this would be for the same thing as Williams is offered by Pinball Resource. This is Flip 01. This fits the old stuff. Mostly EMs here, although it comes into some solid states the last 2 years or so here. 67 through December 79. And you can see the difference. They're using the fiber metal, 90% plastic, and different constructed kit. The end stops are different. The hubs are different. They're longer out the end. There's differences. You can't cross one over to the other. And then for the later games,
I've seen
that.
I've seen parts from 80 different types of kits in these things.
Yeah, we'll see that when we go inside.
Flip 06 modern.
Yeah, so basically, these kits are, 1, 5, and 6 covers all the machines. There is no 3 or 4.
Okay.
This will cover from 92, where that leads off, to 99, last 10 made, basically. Cactus Canyon, Monster Bash, through there.
Okay. What about the new Sterns? Are they doing kits for those as well? Or?
Yeah. New Sterns. Data East Sterns. Seagans are in here. Got extra plates, because sometimes screws break off in these. They tend to, for some reason, Sagan Stern was Loctite in these quite a bit. And when you go to take anything off, even a hub, you break off screws.
Of course, you can fix that, but not very well in the field.
Right. These are the kits offered by Marco. And these will rebuild Data East Segas. And this was when they used the plastic thing as end of stroke trip.
Ooh.
Yeah. This is the solid metal link they had. You can see it's billet steel. instead of stamped bent over steel. Everybody had a different opinion on things, I guess.
And they'll stop.
Yeah, they were all one team. This would be a starting kit. You can see it's stamped, folded over steel. Has a billet center, but they started to do some of this. This will fit your Stearns and later Segas. This is for Data East. So this is what the kit would look like for that. The coils are back there. And then you have individual parts as well here, and the strokes. Their hubs are different than Williams. They have reliefs for the screws here. You got to use that. You cannot use a Williams hub, which is totally circular. It's the same dimension, but you have to have these hole reliefs in the hub.
Or it'll be in there
It
crooked.
won't work. Yeah. Why you can't fit it in there.
Or you can take a pair of dikes and cut it so that it's.
Also, end stops are different. You can see the hole diameter is way different than Bally Williams. Okay, you cannot make this hole bigger easily. This is a grade A forged part. If you go to use a drill on it, you're going to lose your drill because this stuff is hardened steel. That's why it takes the banging. This is not mild steel.
Oh my.
So you're not going to do it. Plus the plate is physically
Constant
bigger.
banging.
It's a 16th or 18 inch bigger.
Now if that
Oh.
breaks, you can just weld it back together.
Damn
right?
it. Forgot the metal plate thing.
I'd like
Damn
to
it.
see.
I see that every day.
Anyway, that's an overview of parts.
Okay. Obviously, we're going to need probably more than likely flipper bats.
These are for early valleys. They're specific. Here you have more kits. Early valley solid states. In this case, it's Flippo one was, well, Steve wasn't sure. Early
Really don't know. Yeah, through flicker.
through 1274. Flicker is an early EM game. Flippo ones are very old kits. You notice the hub diameter is different. It's smaller. And their links are this steel.
Not very big.
No, a lot different. And then you've got Flippo 40 coming into the years mostly people are familiar with. This is electronic solid state. Rolling Stones through truck stop. So it's 80 through 88. They changed a bit. Their hubs got bigger. They're not the same as Williams. The top part's longer, bottom part's longer.
No, those are the roller ones and goofy things.
These are inlines, yeah. And then they have the brackets, the belt cranks, and then the end stops. It's a whole kit. You put in all of this, and you can give you hardware. Put in end strokes, everything.
Nice.
When you rebuild, you use it all. That's a Flippo 04. This is an 03. This is 75 through 80. This was a transitional period from EMs to solid states. Much like this kit, only they have fiber links instead of the inline.
Steve does a nice job of putting those kits together.
Yeah, he does. And also, if there's a mini kit, if you really don't want to do the whole rebuild and you just want to freshen it up, you get end stops and you get armatures, is what these are called. You get hardware and you get return springs. You don't do end stroke switches. You don't do hubs, So he offers a little mini kit. They're a lot cheaper. Most machines are in need of this. If you've already done this and you play your game a lot, then you just freshen it up with this. That's the
Gotta make sure
sense about doing the mini kit over the full.
damn switches are not
And the
scraping
kits save you a
the
lot of time in the field because
bracket here.
you need everything, and what do you want to do? Try to go to the manual or of course your experience tells you what you need, but you want
You don't want to
to
bring
go
all
through 18 cases of stuff,
right, you don't want to bring 30 pounds of drawers of
including screws and hardware and all those.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. I want
This
30
is what
pounds of
most these
hardware
guys carry.
to bring.
This is all game specific hardware to arcade machines, down to nylon stop.
Yeah, stuff that's okay. Yeah,
So this is all unique and special sizes.
short eights.
Yes, this is not just something you go to a hardware store and buy. These are all game specific. You have screws with retaining lock washers on them. You won't find that in a hardware store. And these don't come off. You want to have this because if you're needing a lock washer, you're going to have to.
I stepped on it.
You're going to
I'll
have
step on something else later.
You're going to have it retained. If you try to hold all this while you're putting it together, it's nice to have this retained. It's a little incidental, that makes a difference while you're in here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go see what we're working on. I think we still need bats. You have flipper bats on this truck or bats?
I'd like it to take a bat to this.
Drawer here, I have unmarked. I've got
Unmarked would go on what, a modern Valley?
yeah, unmarked is if you don't really
If you got
care.
a Theater Magic or something, that gets an unmarked.
If you don't care that, you know, like, all right, there's the W. Williams trademark stamped on it. If you don't care about that, the unmarked or what the unmarked were made for is if a guy is on the road with parts and can't afford to have this,
Correct stuff.
this,
That is, yeah.
Capcom,
Sure.
specialty, he could just use unmarked and just have
Move
two
on,
colors
yeah.
and move on. It's practical for a repair person. that-
Well, for route, maybe route comment.
Yeah, that's correct. It doesn't have the money to, and or care about specific. So in this case, we're gonna use
We're working on a William.
Ah, there we go.
and that'll be our Premier
You can put
2.
those shared slips bats on it. That'd be neat.
This is our second drawer.
Gottlieb. Oh, yeah, Gottlieb.
Gottlieb shells for System 80s and System 1s and System 3s. They have the, they break once in a while.
Oh,
Shaft
yeah.
assemblies,
Yay.
Valley welded shafts. These are the shells for Valley.
Crap your pants. Damn it.
Flat across.
So you got the black guys.
Ah,
Yeah.
why?
And then these are early Williams and Stern. These are Stern. I had early Williams
Damn it.
as well.
Fitz, get in
Early
there.
Williams were changeable. They weren't always molded on the shaft, and that's what.
Guess what I
what's the
forgot?
Yeah. They have short ones.
Gee, maybe the plunger? Durr.
Those are aftermarket. That never went on the game, did it?
No, these were made by several companies. Bay Area is one of them.
Yeah.
These are blood red for Graxman. Then I have your special old EM.
Yeah.
And more special old EM. And then I even have,
We got the banana flip.
Yeah.
Nice.
this is what I was talking about for the Williams. It used the shell similar to this, of course curved to this, but it went in like this. And Stern copied this off Williams. They didn't copy Gottlieb's because Gottlieb's are way different. First off, the thing has holes in it, and the shaft length is way different.
Sure.
This parallels are Williams in length and design. Williams was short to change from a changeable flipper and start molding like early Valley. You know, this is the same bat, only this is changeable and this is not. Valley started to do this instead of the extra cost of what it takes to do this kind of stuff. It just takes too much extra money to make
Okay,
this.
I'm really
do
being
that.
a doofus.
Yeah,
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
that's how things have changed.
So trivia on the banana flippers, 2 games, correct? Only 2 games.
I went to Time Warp.
And
Disco
Disco Fever.
Yeah.
As a player, I cringe at the thought of that.
What were they
Yeah.
smoking when they did the banana
They were
flippers?
corny, gimmicky. I don't know.
Disco Fever was the first game to have it in 1978. Time Warp came on.
Should have been the last. Okay, we have everything we need to do this job. All right, we'll see everybody back inside.
I'll be back.
Okay, we're back in the shop. Here's the T2 plate field. It's out of the unit that we're restoring. Or really, it's a salvage job on a barely salvageable pin. You know, some pins you go out, local people call you, right? They say, you know, I want to get rid of this pin. Will you come, you know, take it away or give me $50 for it? And you show up and one of 2 things is either wrong with it. Either it's in a barn or it's got this sticker on it,
The local curse.
the local curse.
I called it.
And right from a glance, you can see that it's just nothing but problems. Long screw here. There's a deck screw there. In fact, Betty, would you take that apron off of there?
All right, gonna do this one now.
Once it has this sticker on here. And that's, get rid of that. I know that's not available, but we took care of that. Oh, and underneath here already we've got, what's this, deck screws. Oh, Lord. Okay, well, here we have some very nice looking, well, at least I say W.
Well, they left those on.
Yeah, it looks like they look original. Probably are.
They had no parts, I guess, Mike.
Okay, well, show us the meat and potato side here and what we're doing.
Looky there. One's the
Okay, if I'm in the field and I'm
straight
trying to
slot,
evaluate
and one's
what I'm
the
looking to buy,
Phillips
or
or
even,
whatever.
of course, when you show up on service call, you evaluate what you're looking at as well.
Nice.
What is it that you look at? You know, flippers is one of the first things that you look at after line cord, because it's an interface. It's the most direct interface between the player and the game.
Yeah, that's right. I look at the wiring, you know, what was done solder wise, and I don't know what was going on there, but they should have replaced the coil. Somebody should have anyway. This type of thing is what you're looking for. You don't want to leave it in there because it's poor work, and it doesn't really even have all the conductors on it. It's nothing that broke off during use either. These were never soldered on. That's what that is. That's what it should look like. The diodes and the solder work should look better than this. I don't know why that was left alone, but
Before we take that apart, don't you also, what else do you look for? Looseness and in what places?
yeah, you can check this. You want to see that there's no play between the armature and the belt crank.
That represents wear and the
Right,
guy lost
and
the
this
power.
is slightly, you know, you can do it as your own reference. This is really
What the
good.
Lord is
Well,
going on there?
there's probably stuff loose because the plate door wasn't replaced and it either broke or more. This play adjustment up and down should be about 20 thousandths. That's about 80. Takes away from performance. This one is set about right. There's actually a gauge that was made years ago you can use. A plastic gauge. But the rule of thumb is you just want about 20 thousandths. You don't want to go more than 30.
So snug and back it off a little bit. Okay. 3/8 wrench, I assume. Does that fit all? What generation of machine would be this setup?
Mostly 91 to 99 would be this type of setup. They changed a little bit. First off, this game uses the bell crank return spring incorporated on the shaft. Later on, they did away with that because it actually interferes with
Short arms.
Yeah, they did away with it, and that's what this tab's for. And they give you a tab, which actually hooks onto the bracket for here. There's a hole here you can use. So you could actually change this over and use this hole to return it.
Are we going to do that?
Yeah, you can. Since this bracket has the holes, you can do that. Some of these early games did not have the holes in the end of stroke bracket, so those are the ones you cannot. This has the holes, and you hook it on the end and go out to the tab.
Yeah, you can see that The actual,
pull the tab
the
back.
tabs are actually even there.
If I don't use this, I take these off. I don't leave them on there. You don't need it. There's a real thick washer here. You don't need to leave the steel on there. And I don't fold it back. You just don't need it. You take it off. You have to take it out. That's some extra work. But what they've done now, aside from that, is they've got away from having to need the Allen wrench to hold this end, which is very hard when the thing's together because you can see you can't get to it. You actually have to put it in here, position your flipper up top, put it in here, and then tighten this up. It's very hard to get away with that. This is a welded washer on the end of the shaft, and then you just turn this. That is self-retaining with a little cutout there.
So that's an aftermarket improvement. Nice. These aftermarket parts are really making it so that we're capable of saving a lot of this stuff. And that by itself doesn't save anything, but the totality of it makes the job doable.
Easier to feel it work. You still need your Allen wrench to take this end off, which is the end stop for the flipper miniature.
I can imagine what we're going to see here.
They usually get pounded and they're dished. Some of them even break the stud off and they're loose. You can see there's a dish shape. That's one. You lose them. Lose the height plus this is dish.
What's that cause?
Well, generally it goes dirt down in there and also causes the flipper to go too far.
Oh yeah.
Because
Sure, man. Push up.
keeps turning that, it actually breaks the rivet on the other end. And it will also mushroom this metal out as it's hitting this. It makes it thicker. And sometimes they don't even come away from the sleeve.
Kind of wedge themselves in there.
Right.
So, as a player, again, walk up to a machine, you're playing, you hit the flippers, and the left flipper, you see it's going up, 1/4 of an inch, 3/8 of an inch beyond the right flipper. That's probably somebody replaced one end stop and not the other.
And
Next, we're getting the coils.
gosh,
Besides from the ugliness of that,
or not.
it's functional. I suppose you can tolerate it. But the health of a coil is determined by the sleeve. They do give you separate sleeves in the tip. If you're just wanting to rebuild without coils, I hardly ever do that because the coils I find are generally not acceptable to leave in the case. They give you extra sleeves in that kit, which you can use if you have a good coil. The sleeve should push out by hand, and you shouldn't be able to have to pry it. What this means when this sleeve tightens up like that, that plastic spool has now been shrunk by the windings, which are right here. All a coil is a bunch of windings. This is a two-field coil. That's why
Sweet. This one's not
power
coming
winding
out.
is inside of this winding. This winding is a hole. This is a flipper hole winding. When these get exercised through use, they contract and expand, and then that shrinks against this. And then if this shrinks enough, the armature will not go in the sleeve very free anymore. It will bind because that is getting smaller. They lose performance and power, and of course the coil health is based on this.
Well, that's really just a sign. I guess the other thing you could do is ohm it out and see where it stands.
So when you see one bind up the sleeve, that means this is it's like a tire. It's near the end of its use.
Sure. Well, the easy answer here is you're going through the trouble of rebuilding your flipper. Don't be a cheap jerk.
Do the end stroke because you can see that it's not in any good shape. People have left this in because it still happened to work. Pretty soon it will actually wear and break this right off. But this pitting, you're losing power through.
So on this unit, the power actually travels through that switch.
Closed switch, they're tungsten. And you can see the new points. Why not put this in? It's 50 cents if you don't buy it.
Yeah.
So if the problem with not doing the job right is cost, it's very minimal cost. Also, as this bangs on this end stop,
It does the same thing as,
flattens this out, and this gets mushroom shaped. Well, when this gets mushroom shaped long enough, it's gonna bind going through the sleeve. So there's a lot of reasons to rebuild and replace parts that are in this condition.
and why is the wall of it be done?
It's simple, it's easy, everything's all in one place, you don't have to run, you pull that kit, you sit here and you just do it.
I'm frankly not interested about the condition of the coil. I'm throwing it out.
Yeah, no, me neither.
I mean, I see that it's been done, but so what?
They even give you the rubber end stops in the kit. So you can put them in, they give you new hubs, they give you new hardware. There's very little hardware you actually use over again. What I usually do when I'm doing a kit, well, what I always do is take the plate off, and I like to wash this. I like to, because you have to take this off to get the hub and the other parts off, because there are nuts on the other end of this to retain the hub. And you don't just pull these screws out, then nuts will fall out. You need that, or else this will come loose. Just about like what happened here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what that hub looks like over there, actually.
All right, okay.
So you see a lot of original hubs in the field too, because the guys are too late. If you got to take off, like you said, the whole plate to get them off.
They wear, look, it's circular.
Oh, yeah,
You've got a steel shaft rotating, plus it gets dirt introduced into it.
which this becomes sandpaper to it.
Yep, so you have a warm, wobbly, like this. We didn't even take this out yet and look at it. There's supposed to be zero plate here. Some of this stuff does not occur during play, by the way. Some of it occurs because it was never replaced over the last 25 years.
That's a shot. Coming out.
Now this coil here has a healthy sleeve.
Yeah, it's
That's
been
what it should be.
I'm not impressed. I want to throw it out.
This is like a clamp, and it's supposed to expand back depending on how hard somebody leaned on it.
Kind of does sometimes.
You loosen, yeah, sometimes. You loosen your 3/8 and then you can rotate it. You get it out. If you can't do that, you loosen this up further, and you can
Take your least favorite screwdriver.
yeah, just add a gap in here, just twist it like this. And if you twist it, you can get it out. Because otherwise you'll be in there and you'll pinch your fingers and it's terrible.
Well, that one hasn't been out in a while.
Yep.
Wow. They're pretty sad.
This
Okay.
was probably broke and had parts missing when it was reconditioned.
All right.
Because, that's on
See you later.
Generally don't lose
GRC.
one unless you leave one out. It's hard to say about it, but this don't break during normal play. But if you allow this to come loose or this is worn, it'll do this later on. I've seen it where they all fall out. But it's a reason, regardless of what happened, it's a reason to redo the kit and replace.
Replace everything. You're going to get your flipping power back.
These are capacitors that are on the early games. They discontinued this after 91, 92, somewhere in there. And they determined that they don't need this cap. What this does is this holds energy. It prevents these points from doing that, pitting like that. It's supposed to prevent early wear of these.
Okay, are we putting those back on?
Yes. Because the game was designed that way. These are the replacements. And they use a shrink sleeve on here to keep the bare wire. And then, of course, the kit even gives you the tie wrap. Put that back on.
Well, this one, that didn't have a tie wrap, so
No,
how do you know where it goes?
it goes here.
Okay.
It's the right value, but it's a little too big.
Okay, so the,
Why you correct, it doesn't matter what it is or where it came from, you want to correct it like this.
now, of course, your field work is different than what we do here in the shop. What I'm saying about throwing out this coil for a shop job, the machine that we're going to sell, I don't want to get a call 3 months later, even a half later when it's out of warranty, and you go out there and you see that we replaced one coil and now the other one's shorted out and blew the fuse and all that other creepy stuff. So
I will replace stuff like this.
I didn't even see that yet.
Well, you didn't look for it. If you keep looking at this, you'll see what people neglected when they did this.
That probably works.
Yeah, it does work, sure. But I don't like it, I wouldn't leave it.
Nope, it's broken now. But
This-
like
this
I was saying, in
This I would wipe off.
the field, you would leave that alone.
I would wipe this off. I usually like to use WD or something where I just wipe it off clean and make it look like I cared about it, and then I'd put the new sleeve. Yes, I would. I wouldn't waste people's money on parts that are really not necessary. I would do that. Then I would replace.
So, step by step, just give us an overview of what we're going to do here in the break. What's your plan of action here?
I'll do one side at a time. Do this side first.
The,
Take off the 8 screws that hold the plate
Recycle
on.
that
Take off
broken.
these 2 screws that hold the end of stroke.
But we
Save
should
the
be
little
able to
bracket
use
on the
it.
back, the nut plate.
I called it in, they're gonna
Screws,
replace it next.
because they were special.
The wheel
length
fell
and
off,
length.
the wheel's
And
broken,
then
but
you
it
would
still
take the
works,
assembly
it just
out.
won't, it may fall
It would
off.
hang with the coil, and you'd wash the plate, replace the hub, replace the rubber end stop, which just pries right out.
I've seen games that that's missing.
Then you would put your new hardware on, and then after you wash it, put your new hardware on, and then you would replace the coil and stop, and hold on to the EOS switch, and then you do your solder. After all that is bolted on, because you can attach all of it, and then it's easier to do everything in place, right? You don't want to solder too hard.
Yeah.
So if you're rebuilding this, you put everything all back together, then you do your soldering activity.
Okay.
That's correctly. It's easiest way.
Sounds like a piece of cake. That takes about, what, 5 minutes?
Yeah. Now, foot rebuilds can take about, if you're experienced with them, you can do a pair in a half hour to 45 minutes. If you're not, it might need 2 hours. And you have to have all the stuff set up with you if you're going to be running around and going back and forth through your service shop or your truck or whatever for parts. Then
Your used porch pile.
yeah, you have to have everything set, ready.
Okay, so we'll break here. We'll come back for a final assembly on, I don't know, maybe the first flip or maybe the second. We got to go deliver that haunted house.
It is suggestible to work with a magnetic nut driver. If the machine's in the game, you're going to be leaning up over it.
You're going to drop a screw somewhere where you can't get to it.
It will fall somewhere and you
Tell them your trick, Ray. When you drop a screw, what do? This is important.
have to find it.
Well, before you find it,
Go somewhere.
what do you do when it's falling?
You look where it's just look right away.
And you don't look in the area, you actually have to watch it.
You gotta watch it fall.
That's the stupidest trick I ever heard, but it works. Your natural instinct when you drop something is to look where you think it's going to end up.
You know, follow it and
Yeah.
you'll find it right away. Working on office equipment for 30 years taught me that because office equipment is more miniature than this stuff. And it's electronic and mechanical. It lends itself to be similar. That's just a technique that you learn. It has nothing to do with Quinoc industry.
But you told me, and it works whenever I manage to apply it.
Yeah. It'll save you some time because you're still in places.
It never goes the way you think it was going to go.
Yeah, you can shake it, blow over there, and it won't come out. It could be caught in a wire bundle, who knows? Generally, it'll go somewhere bad.
You'll find out where it went when you blow the fuse, the corresponding fuse.
Yeah, more transistor.
Sure.
These just unfold, and these are the nuts at 5/16.
Okay.
And you can see why I replaced the shafts. They definitely wear out.
Things whoop.
Yeah, they wear out inside, they wobble. What happens to them is they don't wear in a circular pattern, they wear in an oblong football pattern. Because the load on the flipper is generally mid-stroke when you're hitting a pinball. Well, that's always going to load a certain part of this. And then that's why they're going to wear oblong. And that's where you get your resistance.
And it'll naturally be biased one way or the other just because of the way
Right,
the
so
assembly's
if you
made.
want to put a new one in, you're going to gain years of strength back, getting rid of the dirty oblong hub. That's why they give them to you in the kit.
I don't play in that league anymore. I can't stand those worn out games. Okay, we're going to cut away. We're going to come back on final reassembly of this. I'll be back. Okay, we're back from delivering the haunted house. And what time is it, everybody? Show them where we're at here. We're going to finish one flipper for everybody so they can see what, we can all see what it's supposed to look like. Show us where you're at, Ray.
This is it, done. Soldered on my EOS capacitor. So all I got to do is go to my flipper switch control here and 2 points here. And your hardware is done. Plates washed, so they're ready to go.
Okay, let's drop it in, solder it in. Then call it a day. Anybody else in this business work 20-hour days, 7 days a week? Anybody else in this business work 2-hour days? 3 days a week?
All I'm doing here is cleaning the wood in the area. It makes it a little cleaner.
Of course, we'll do that as we go along and do the rest of the machine.
Merlin,
Just make some plans here and get something. Make it a little cleaner. It doesn't mean anything. It just looks nicer.
So you did the more modern spring return on there.
Yeah, I don't really care much for those other ones, although they're okay. When that's the only one you can use, but when you have a crossover new style plate and it has the holes here, that's great. This was a transitional year for that. Some of this production might have went this way instead of this way. And as you can see, they use it throughout the machine anyway. It's on your up kickers, your slings. They don't do this. They always do the torsion spring, but it's just a matter of choice, you know. But these aren't used as often. This is, so this is a more reliable return. What I mean by reliable is these will break right in the center or down toward the end or both. Then you'll have a piled up spring and it'll bind against itself. And you won't know it because it's hard to look at while it's in there. So these will break. That's why they went to these. Get rid of the problem. Quarter-inch hex, it's nice to have a magnetic. Because if you're working in a machine, this is not going to be at this angle, it's going to be the other way. So you're more prone to drop a screw.
Yeah, I hear a haunted house in the background.
It's ready. Get done and ready for show. The other one's going.
Just a quick update for everybody there. We were doing two at the same time. One got finished and the other one got stalled at 90% done since one got finished. And since we delivered the one today, we put boards in the other one, plugged it in to see where it's at. It's pretty close to done. It's out there running in the track mode. And, yeah. If we stayed till 3 in the morning, we could probably get that thing done.
We're just going to put this on to show you the rest of what you do here, because this playfield from this end is not very.
Yeah, we'll be obviously taking everything off of there.
From the step here, you want to set your flipper angle based on the in-lane guide, and that's where you set it. These guide picks can be a rough guide. They should line up with the end of the rubber, and then that'll give you a straight down here. But you still have to adjust this, or else you're going to have ball hop. And that's annoying to players, because when a ball gets to the end here and hits this, if it's not perfect across, it'll hop as much as a quarter to a half inch, and then you don't know where to hit it, because it's like a free air. Although the ball's on the table, it's like a free air shot. You just whack at it, and you don't have doesn't roll down to where you want, because it's missing some of the strike point, and that's where your angle shots, your back shots are. That's kind of important, and most people don't even do that to them. And it's relatively simple based on this and this to get the ball in.
Yeah, you run a straight edge down the end lane is what I like to do. And just set it up, as
And then
straight as you can.
this point here is controlled by loosening the screws and going up and down to get your angle right here.
Yeah, sometimes you'll have to move those a little bit if you've got wear here on the end lane. You have to shimmy these over a little bit just to get it to play right.
But it's worth doing, because it's mark a difference in play.
Sure. Okay, we're at the end of this thing. Ray, where are you going? Back over here and talk to us. Where are we at? And what are we showing them here today?
This is the one to do yet. This is what the rebuilt one looks like. All you have to do at this point is put your wiring back on to your end of strip switch and your flipper coil. And the first step in this case, since these have been poorly done, is to, and what I mean by that is most of the conductors are missing out of the strands here. I mean, half of them are still in there. That comes from use, and also from when somebody did it originally, they didn't solder all of them back on. They just put on like they did here. They just unsoldered, put it back.
So that's what we're going to do. We're going to unsolder and put it back.
Right, and then you can keep.
And then we're done.
No, you cut them. You got to keep your wire ordered, or you'll blow a fuse right away, because the diodes only go one direction. So some of them have dual wires on. Start with this end. You cut it off back as close as you can to get all the strand conductors. And you're going to want a pair of wire strippers. And for a double wire, you're going to want to go back a little further than a single wire. The reason for it is you want to be able to twist them together, because it's too difficult to hold both wires on there while you're soldering it. So you twist them together. You have your flux and your solder. Keep the wire up, feed the solder on it. And you want to leave it with a little extra on it without dripping. And then you go to this and you pin this. That's what it's called. So you pile up some on that. And then once these are together, you don't need that kind of length. You cut it off. If it's too long, it's sloppy and it hangs out. You want to solder it close. Just about like this here. And that's what you should do.
Soldering is fun.
to get good takes practice with it. So
I gotta tell you, I was intimidated by a soldering iron when I started with you.
it's hot. They're 700 degrees. Your average pencil iron. The longer it stays on, the higher it gets. Now this is a single wire going to the end of stroke. You only want about that much off. You see people do this where they have too much hanging off bare, and it's just sloppy looking. You don't need that because the bare without the vinyl on it serves no purpose except the short. You want to keep your vinyl close to the termination end. It's just it doesn't mean anything performance-wise or anything, but it's just a nice practice. It's sort of
If you're gonna do it, be neat about it.
and you also want to you also don't want to leave the strands like this. You want to twist them because when you go to solder, they're going to go every which way. So you have to twist them. When you heat this up, these strands are going to get more flexible and they're tiny and they're going to flare out and you're not going to be able to pile enough solder on to make them tight again. Well, if you strand them, they won't unwind, and it also looks nicer when you go to put it on, and especially in hard to reach areas. These two are the end of strokes. I already pre-tinned those. This one. The other one. Okay. That's the end of stroke.
That one really is hanging on by a thread.
Yeah. Position this one because it's in the way of the other coil. Usually you don't take more than one apart in that one problem. And then once you have to take one back off to redo whatever you missed or whatever you're not happy with, you want to re-tin it. Re-tinning it puts flux back on it. That makes it easier to go on. Because in close areas like this, you have to have plenty of flux so it sticks because you're dealing with high heat. And it takes a while for this to cool off, by the way. So don't go lifting off your solder iron before you get it cold. And this one here is by itself on the center terminal. You can see right here. There's a dual wire on one end, the center, and then this is the other end of the clipper. You don't want to mix these up because they go certain places on the control board. And blow a fuse. When you go to use the flipper. Okay, you got all the wires on except for one.
not a good idea to use the plug-on connectors on these.
Yeah, see, they're kind of built for them, but
Toward the later production of Williams, they did start using those, but they regretted it because they get loose and they don't hold on to the terminal. Soldering is really the only way. This mechanism goes through a lot of bangs and vibrations during play, and they get loose and fall off. A lot of times, even the wiring breaks itself.
well, we see that in a lot of locations, like Gottlieb flipper buttons.
Right. If you don't do this way, you're going to shorten the life of what it's going to be by a lot. These are all 18 gauge wires. You can see some of your working coils. They have 18 on one end and 24 or 22 gauge on the other end. These break a lot. Flippers are all consistently one size, and you should keep it that way. You shouldn't use thinner wires on this end here for the end of stroke. You should keep it at a 16 gauge or 18. It depends on the vinyl. Some of your vinyl coating is deceiving. It will make the wiring look thicker inside, but when you go to strip that, it'll tell what it is. There's nothing mystic about it. You just want to keep your wiring consistent. Sometimes you'll see these have been replaced so many times, people will throw the original wiring away because it's too short and they'll put this in. You should keep it the same final diameter to be consistent with it. But this is the correct way to do a flipper rebuild from beginning to end. It's sort of an advanced repair or maintenance issue in the machine because of the mechanical and electronic finesse you need to do it. I make it look easy with the soldering, but these wires get hot. Some people can't hold these until they cool off like this. You're dealing with 100 or 2 degrees here, maybe 300. So some people will choose to hold it with a pair of pliers or something, or tweezers, because you can't. But you can't put the wire on and put the soldering iron; it'll fling away because the wiring is tensioned. So you have to hold it close to the end, so you have to tolerate heat.
well, it looked easy.
After doing so many, it does get easy.
So, well, thanks for taking us through that.
You're welcome.
There goes that jukebox on autoplay again.
Yep.
What are we going to show them next week, Ray? We haven't scripted this. I have no idea. What might be interesting? What do you got for us?
I'm thinking lamp sockets.
Lamp sockets.
It's a simple thing, and controlled lamp sockets are important to gameplay because they tell you where you're at in the progress of your game. And lamp sockets corrode, oxidize, go bad. They get loose. If they get loose enough, we'll show you what that means. They will blow a fuse, and you'll be searching and putting fuses in, trying to find something like this.
You're staring at that Seawitch playfield, aren't you?
Yeah, because I put a lot of them in it already. Seawitch, as all the other old Sterns, have poor quality sockets, and they were bent back so many times through use that they go bad, and we're going to show you what that's about. It's a simple, inexpensive way to fix your problem. All shapes and sizes of lamp sockets are available brand new. Do not use used ones because you're going to be doing the labor twice, and it's a waste of time. So put new in, and we're going to show you lamp sockets.
Okay, very cool. Well, go get them, Ray, and thanks for watching. We'll see you all next week. Tune in Sunday for the new pin vid. I think we're gonna post the roller disco again in high def. We reshot that one, so it's ready.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody. Talk to you soon.
Take care. Thanks for watching.
Hi, we hope you enjoyed this video. If you haven't already subscribed, what are you waiting for? Want to know what's coming next? Go like us on Facebook right now. You can keep up to date with all of us here at the shop and what we've been up to. Thank you for watching. Join the circus.
What are you laughing at? We haven't even started yet. Hi, folks. Welcome to week 9 of Ray's Tech Tips. Ray said last week we were going to talk about legs, which sounds as boring as switches to me, right? I don't know. But people still seem to be enjoying these videos. Hello, Arcade Russ and all Natural Progression out there is trying to fix this. What is that thing? Baywatch. Good luck with your Baywatch there. Let us know how that turns out. Ray, bring us up to speed here.
Yeah, legs. This is just to show you an overview of what's made. Most people avoid replacing something simple like this because they're not sure where to get it or if it's even made, so they leave their rusty bent legs on.
That they got because they bought the machine from up the street and it came with 4 different style rusted out legs on it.
Yeah, along with painted stuff. It's so easy just to buy new. If it's in usually a high-end game room or anybody's game room with a finished floor and so forth, you don't want to put rusty leg levelers, which usually get a hole developed here, and they get sharp and tear up carpeting.
That's a new one.
Yeah, this is a stamped one. It's a 3-inch for back legs. The shorter one is a 2-inch for the front legs. And these are called jam nuts, by the way. Jam nut is half of the height of a regular nut, hex nut. And when you put on the leg, they're all the same 3/8, 16 thread. You want to put the jam nut on the bottom always, not on the top.
Where does it go?
On the bottom.
Okay,
not
on the
top. You don't need one on the top. Bottom is where your load is at because the weight is pushing down. You want the nut on the load, and it's just a common sense thing. Put it on the top.
Then why do people, if it's common sense, why do they see them on top?
I don't know. They don't know which way to put it, but they go on the bottom.
Okay.
Fronts are generally down all the way, unless you have a leveling requirement, which is another important feature of a leg. They're adjustable leg levelers to level the side-to-side and the front-to-back pitch of the game. Different kinds of leg levelers. These are your common ones. They're stamped and they're heavy duty.
Okay. Where do you get those, Ray? Because I know that there are ones that look similar, but they're not.
They don't have this stamped thick bottom. They're just plain dish. There's no shape to it. That signifies that the steel is not thick. It's not shaped. This shape here has a purpose. Inside here is a carriage bowl shaped part of this bolt. And that is what enables you to get the pivot action. The cheap ones don't have that. They're just all flat across. And there's no part for the ball pivot, which is the same on the cheap one. So it breaks out the very easily.
Quickly.
With any kind of weight on them. Don't buy those. They're a waste of money. These are not even that much more.
Where are you buying those at, Ray?
I buy them from Pinball Resource.
Okay.
Steve Young. There's different kinds. Here's the same type of 3-inch rear one. Only this is for a hard surface. Hardwood floor. Yeah, hardwood floor. The other kind does not pivot, but this is for carpeting. This has your carpet slide.
Okay.
Surface.
Neat.
Generally, on a pinball, you can get away without the pivoting action. The solid one would just be a little bit of an angle. I mean, these are generally for video games where there's no pitch.
No angle.
Yeah, pinball has a slight angle. That's why you need this pivoting.
So let's say don't put that on your pinball machine.
I wouldn't, because your patch, and it's going to bend it, but your patch is not going to be full.
And really, if you're on carpet, the standard heavy-duty spine.
Slide fine.
What I like for the hardwood floor protection are these little rubber feeties. They fit on there nice.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
And they stay on.
those are available.
These are not slide.
Steve Young sells those sets too. We picked up, well, I don't know, 10 sets of them at the last show, and we saw them and good stuff.
Right. Anyway, that's an overview of legs. Now, there are different lengths, and there are different configurations. This is a 27-inch no-rib leg. What I mean by that is it has no side ribs, which came out in your later games.
Okay.
First, they went with no ribs legs, different lengths. This is 27. As you can see, this is a longer one. This is a 31. They measure from tip to bottom to get that.
Okay.
There's an application chart on Pinball Resource website.
Steve Young again has,
Yeah, it's a nice reference.
it covers a good number of games, standard
Like
stuff.
always, though, consult your owner's manual. It'll tell you what left.
Okay.
Some games are crossovers. Haunted House takes 27 in the front, 31s in the back, like Black Hole. It's kind of a rarity, though, to see two different kinds of legs on a pinball. They're generally square.
Some of the System 80 Gottliebs did it.
Right. 27s win on a lot of the old solid state wedge head games, as well as 31s. Depends on where the cabinet bolts are on the game. But there again, you go on the website, that Pinball Resource, and you go under legs to find out what you have if you don't know what you got. What you got might be wrong. Full rib 28.5s came out with WPC games.
Okay.
Mostly. Before that, though, they had this. This was an 80s thing they did. They did half rib.
Taxi, the System 11 games.
Yeah, System 11s of the 80s had these. Then they went to this on all the new ones.
What was Bally doing at that time?
Bally was,
Were they still the mid to late 80s Bally's?
yeah, well, they used the no rib painted legs on some of them.
They were still using the Bally Grays.
Yeah. And there are versions that are painted, and these are powder coated. It's a nice durable coating. They changed the nut down at the bottom on the games. This is an example of what the earlier games did. They just simply threaded the folded over metal, and you only got about
Not much.
4 threads between the 2 pieces of metal. Very weak. They strip a lot. The newer legs and the reproduction legs, they came out with this nut cert. They actually have a big hole and they crimp this on. It's like a nut plate in a way. So this has a lot more threads.
Makes the assembly stronger.
But yeah, I mean, look how many more threads it has. Anyway, that would cover legs. You've got some different colors available besides the Bally Grays. The newer machines came out with powder-coated colors. You can get any color you want, actually.
Yeah.
Some of your games, like the Roadshow over here, had
Blue.
colorized legs.
Yeah.
Very seldom, though. Most games came with chrome legs. They did start doing black textured legs for your Sterns and your Capcoms and your Data East toward the end, in all different lengths. This is a 28.5 full rib textured.
Now, what's Stern doing now? New Stern. They're back to the chromes again, or
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah.
Or custom LED legs have powder coated.
Sure.
Yeah, the paint. The drawback is you get scratches on a texture.
Yeah, they're not.
These
They're
are not
delicate.
powder coated. These are textured paint. Unlike your powder coated colors, which are a lot more durable.
And they're still delicate.
They will chip too.
And of course, you want to put the right legs on your game so that you don't have your one set of levelers way high and the others way low to try to get the game to play correctly.
And then the play pitch is a matter of taste. 7 to 9 degrees. Any less, play slower. Any more, it's a matter of taste. You want
But then again, so is the choice of the legs. Again, if you have the right length, that's great. But for instance, the Bally Grays, the Centaur we did, it looked better with chrome. There was no difference between the Williams of that age, chrome, and the Bally Grays, other than they weren't
chrome
painted.
is universally appealing to me.
But then the Rolling Stones, I think we put the Bally Grays on there, and they look stock and they look nice.
Yeah, because of the colors.
So it's a matter of taste, but all of it's better than rusty old. You've got 2 Gottlieb legs and a Williams leg and a Data East leg on your game because you bought it off the street.
You got with it. It's, from a retail standpoint, whether you're fixing or reconditioning games or replacing legs on your own game as a homeowner, they're inexpensive. It's a good tune-up.
Yeah, standard leg runs what, about $14-15?
Yeah.
Plus shipping. Pinball Resource is a good resource for them. I guess also Pinball Life if you're out there on the West Coast.
That being said, $70-80 for legs, leg bolts, and new levelers is relatively a cheap cost to tune up a game. rather than stripping it, and last beating it, painting it.
You spend 14, 15 bucks worth of work trying to sandblast something and have it come out looks like that half rip looks like somebody gave it an effort and it's rusting already because
these are remade. We don't have any new sets.
we need to order those, right?
Yeah, we use
We're
them
out.
all. Pinball Life is where I was getting them. There are other people doing it now, but for a long time, nobody reproduced this leg. They did these.
They were using the fulls.
Now they have these available. But yeah, we use them on repairs.
All right, what else you got there?
Well, I don't know. We got leg plates. These are different kinds of
What's a
leg
leg
plates.
plate? Aren't you supposed to put the bolt through and then a nut on the other
Yeah,
side?
on the other side of the leg, you have your two bolts. They're standard length. This is a zinc plated bolt. They're 5/8 head.
Now, you don't get that at your regular hardware
No.
store. That's a pinball bolt.
Right. It's not a flat hex head. It's a round because when it's on the leg and it's on the machine, if you use a hex head bolt that's not flat, it's sharp.
Oh, yeah.
This is more of a finished look anyway.
There are different lengths to those, too, aren't there?
Yeah, they have longer ones when you use these. These are cabinet protectors. They're the felt ones. You get a set of 4. They also make plastic versions of them. This is Stern's new idea. You bolt it on the cabinet with 2 little pinhead screws, and then this stays on the cabinet. It's very discreet.
It sets your leg off just a little bit.
Lifts the leg off the cabinet, and it's just enough to keep it sturdy. If you have too much distance between the game and the leg, it'll wobble a lot.
Yeah,
No matter how tight you
it'll abuse your leg bolt and
Right.
it'll abuse all of that.
Yeah, these are only grade 5s at best, if that. So they do strip easy if you don't handle them right.
Okay, give them the leg bolt tip, which is do not buy the.
Yeah, don't buy the black bolts. Black bolts came in a lot of games, and when they irradiate these, which is a process of what you color metal. This is irradiated gold. This is zinc irradiated. This is black.
Would you explain the process of irradiation to us?
Well, irradiation is a plating. It's not quite chrome, but it's not bare steel. Manufacturers of hardware, they do this to prevent it from rusting before it's bought. Everything is irradiated. All your hardware is irradiated. It's not plain carbon steel that rusts overnight. So irradiation is a dipping process. It's electroplating, and it puts a thin coating of whatever color much the soil.
That's why whenever I walk over to the Blaze cabinet with any of this stuff, it looks great for about 10 minutes and then it don't.
We blasted off the irradiation, which is very thin. And this would come off on the glass beater very quickly. And so it is. And you go back down to the carbon.
But for some reason, the black ones are
I don't know why. Even to this day, I don't buy them anymore.
get one use out of them. You
Yeah,
put them in
they
and
are
they
not
strip.
hardened. They do not harden them before they irradiate them like they do these. These you got to work hard to strip. This you don't have to work hard at all. The gold is somewhere in between the two. I think these are almost as hard as this because I've used these and they're fine. But the black, I don't know.
Well, maybe if somebody out there knows what's going on with the black bolts, I don't know. If
It's an anomaly. It happens.
Yeah, I don't know if any of these, people that are working at Bay Area or Pinball Life or
And I'll tell you,
or even Steve, maybe they know what's going on there and come up with an update to it.
if you strip this, trying to get it back out, you strip this.
You mess up your leg plate.
And at best, if you're lucky, you can get it out, number one. Sometimes it'll hourglass and you won't get it out. You'll have to work. If it strips your plate, these you don't have a prayer. If you strip one of these out with a bad one of these trying to get it in and out, then you got to put a new plate
You're ready
on.
to do your leg plate.
This you may be able to run a die through a tap, actually a tap, and you'll get away with maybe cleaning this up. But just be aware of the leg plate thing. This is a good thing to do if you have a great cabinet, especially with stencils. On any stencil, you want to use some kind of cabinet protector.
Oh, yeah, stencils and the decals, because the decals are always in trouble right from the door
So
at the legs.
This will take the scuffing action because on a machine you probably got this much from here on up contact, or at least from here on up, and it will actually, because of playing and moving the machine, it will actually
Damage the wood, damage the artwork.
shifts the artwork like crazy, sometimes a quarter of an inch or more. So you want to use something like.
Now, there's also the pin cabs. We'll show a photo of this.
Yeah.
I've got those on the strange science out there. I kind of laughed at the pin cabs. It was a neat idea, and I guess they were the first to talk about doing this. And Ray, it reminds me, and I'm going to date myself here. Back when I was in high school, there was this fad. People would put these bras on their car.
Oh yeah.
You know, you remember bras on the car? You don't see bras on cars anymore. But what they ended up signifying is the front end of my car is wrecked, and I'm going to hide it with this bra, because they didn't really, you know, they're supposed to protect from rock chips and stuff like that. But what they actually did is the wind would make them scuff the paint, and the sun would cause the car to fade at different speeds. So you had two problems going on there, and none of them were actually helping your car. So I found that the pin caps do the same thing. They're great you know, if you've got some damage at the area with your decals or artwork that you want to kind of discreetly cover up. The pin cabs are great. If you're working with I just put new decals or just painted my machine, then not so much, because what it actually does is it just moves the wear spot. It moves the wear spot to further up the cabinet.
They start to move the paint out further than the leg would have. So now you're really in trouble, because now you can't go out any further, because generally the pin cabs come in all colors, but generally they go out at least 3/8 of an inch from the leg.
Yeah.
And you can get away with covering up damage caused by a leg.
So they're great for that, but as far as for brand new artwork,
wouldn't do it.
I don't recommend it. In fact, I'm not really sure why I did it on the strange science out there, although that's a little bit different because it's got T-molding there. It's a little bit of an odd configuration. In fact, I'm not really done with that. We're going to powder coat those left white at some point, right?
Either these or these. I like the these don't have any adhesive either. Don't get the ones.
Oh my, the foam, that was a loss.
No, they're terrible.
That destroys everything.
Yes, they're not a good idea. In theory, they are, but they're not.
Yeah, because they glue themselves to your artwork and they make a sloppy mess out of everything.
And leg plates are early in later editions. These were used in electromechanicals all the way up through even the mid-80s to so forth. Depends on the cabinet maker, I think, because this is a different version of it. It has a tab on the top for a ground, I think, would be it. These extra holes here are for ground screw, and then they nail them, and that keeps them. Yeah, that keeps them in the cabinet.
Now, if I have this old style one, which gives you about a thread and a half,
Right.
and I'm replacing it, am I required to replace it with that, or can I upgrade to something thicker?
Depends on the machine. Some places that these went in won't
Accommodate that?
It won't. This will not fit. This generally came out in the 90s stuff, and it bolts to both corners to make it stronger in the middle as well as here. And of course, they added threads in another plate.
The thickness of the plate is much thicker. They give you a handful of threads instead of two.
Yeah.
But the one in the middle there, would I be able to put that on, say, a Bally or old Bally?
Yeah, the bolt pattern is the same. The threads are the same. There's no difference. I've seen these on Gottliebs more than anything else. These I've seen on Williams and any kind of old solid or EM machine, rather.
I'm afraid of this because, you know, if you've got Wolfie setting up a machine or you know, He-Man.
I like using.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I like using a leg wrench. This is made by Gear Wrench. It's 9/16 and 5/8. This will do any legs or back box bolts. You don't need to carry a lot of tools. If you use a nut driver or electric drill with a nut or a socket on it, you risk stripping either this or this, because unless you have the torque set right, and even then the pounding action tends to beat the threads up. And not a real good idea. And when you get near tight, when you get near tight with one of those things, if you have the torque set right, it's not the same as when you go down by hand to get it set better. So if you really want a shortcut winding them one by hand, that's fine. use your electric drill thing or your drill driver to get the thread started, then go with this.
Okay, well, that is what I do. I'll zing them down, because, you know, I don't want
Because you are
to
going to
waste
strip,
time.
you're going to strip them out.
I zing them down, and I'm on the setting number. You know, I'm on a light setting, and when it hits bottom, then I snug them up by hand, because I really want to feel them be right.
Right. And you're not dealing with a very highly graded hardness bolt.
No, and
This might not even be 5. I don't really know.
and the design is still bad, because that bolt should have a washer. Well, it should have almost like a flange in it to go into the leg. It's still to this day a bad design. But so be it.
I guess that's all there is to be said about legs, leg levelers, bolts. If you're going to be doing your leveling adjustment, you want to get an inclinometer.
What?
Inclinometer. It's a carpenter's device to show you pitch and angle.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Carry weight.
What?
Yeah. It'll set your pitch 7, 9, 10 degrees, whatever you want, 5 degrees. Side to side, you just want a bubble level.
People are going to call you crazy all of a sudden.
You want a bubble level to set the top and the bottom of the playfield side to side. And when you use a level on the playfield to do this, actually that's more important than the pitch, actually. When you do your leveling side to side, it makes the gameplay right. If
Sure.
it's off, it's not going to be any fun. It'll always go to one side and you won't be able to make shots. You want to put the level, I usually go with a 10-inch level, because you can't put a very big one on. You don't want to use the playfield glass, or you don't want to use the back box or anything else, because that's not the playfield.
When it's not also, the machine wasn't built square.
No, it's not, no. So you want to put the bubble level on the playfield. And don't use a real short one either, because they're too hard to read. You want to get as big a one as you can, down near the flippers, and then up toward the top of the playfield as far as you can. Practical.
Ray, I do it by hand.
Yeah. You can play it.
I play it, and if it's going, I play so much stinking pinball. I play a lot of pinball, and I can tell if the game's leaning left or leaning right.
For the people that like tools and like to play, that's something.
You know, I saw I don't know if it was the last Allentown show we went to. I think it was the one before. Steve Mowry from the league was there, and he had his iPhone, and he had this.
Oh, the level.
He had this app on his phone.
Level, yeah.
He was sitting it on the glass, and I guess it was the funniest thing. When there are little pinballs in the middle of the screen or whatever, you're good on all sides. And here the thing's judging by a patch that's 2 inches by 3 inches.
No,
But it was funny, and oh man. Okay, so we covered the footies, we covered the protectors, the leg plates, the levelers, the jam nuts, and the different slew of legs that we talked about, who they were available from. We talked about Steve Young's wonderful application chart. And of course, really, your manual tells you what legs belong on the game. Okay, well, that's good to know. Arcade Russ says whenever you work on a pinball machine, check the manual.
It even tells you what pitch to set it at.
So we agree with all that. Ray, this video is going to be too short because that was not much to talk about.
Well, it was
We'll throw in some pictures of legs. I don't know. You know what's coming next week. Mike at DK Custom Pinball requested that we talk about fuses. He says that every game that he encounters that's not new out of the box has the wrong fuses in it. So I'm not leaving this up to you, Ray. I'm picking it. Next week we're going to talk about fuses, the different types of fuses.
What are they? Why do you need
What is a fuse? What does a fuse do? What is the danger of overfusing? What's the procedure to change a fuse? And we'll throw in the other end of it, which would be the fuse holders, right. And the failures you see there on older games, and what the proper procedure is there to replace that or make sure that your game's going to be reliable. Fuses, and maybe we'll get a multimeter and I don't know, say something about a multimeter for natural progression out there who's got a multimeter and he doesn't know how to use it. Don't blame him. I got a multimeter for Christmas a couple years ago, and I laughed because I can test a fuse with it, and I can test a fuse with a multimeter, right? That's
Okay.
I'm good at that. I can jump across a fuse. You know how you test for a bad fuse on your game? You grab a razor blade and you go across the thing, and if it works, then that's a blown fuse. If it zaps and smoke comes out of another component, then I'll call you.
Okay.
And you got C-stock boards on the truck, right?
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, that's all I've got. You got anything to add this week?
No, I think that will now wrap it up. I hope we help somebody with the history about who makes these legs and where to get them. There are a lot of product suppliers. Marco Specialties is another one. Bow Life, the Bay Area, they're available everywhere. Across the country, you choose somebody near you to save freight because a set of legs does weigh something to ship. So that's the way I would buy.
I've seen used rusty legs on eBay.
There's no sense to go through the effort to deal with something like that.
It's another inexpensive and
Cosmetic tune-up.
tune up to your game, and it tune up to your floor and carpet too, because who wants to scratch up their hardwood floor and
These are generally rusty.
get nice stuff.
The metal ones over the years, they get rusty and they will rust whatever they're setting on.
Okay, Ray. Looks like there wasn't much to say about legs. Got anything else?
No, I don't believe.
Anybody you want to say hi to?
No, I'm good.
You don't like anybody to speak.
No.
Where's Jimmy?
Yeah.
Hi, Jimmy. Jimmy's not around for this.
I'll see you later.
Okay. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next week for Fuses. We'll see you on Sunday. Come visit us. The totem's going to be done. The totem video. I'll kick in my butt. That's it. Appreciate you watching. Appreciate your subscription. See you soon. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Stay tuned.
Hi, we hope you've enjoyed this video. If you haven't already subscribed, what are you waiting for? Want to know what's coming next? Go like us on Facebook right now. You can keep up to date with all of us here at the shop and what we've been up to. Thank you for watching. Join the circus.
Hello, folks. Welcome to what Ray says is number 12 of the Tech Tips. Today we're going to be talking about batteries, battery holders, lithiums and the old style batteries, and I guess we're going to do part one of we don't know how many series on introduction to multimeters, and maybe we can all learn something about those. Ray, talk to us.
Yeah, batteries. They're used in coin-op devices, a few places, video games, jukes, and pinballs to hold data. Mostly were used to hold bookkeeping data for the operator, to know how many plays, how many coins, keep track of earnings. That was their main function. In home use, they have another function to keep custom settings that people might like, like the easy and hard settings of playing the game, which amounts to a bunch of timing. How quick a feature will stay on. You can make the game easier or harder. It also holds free play. If you don't have batteries in it, every time you start the pinball machine, you've got to reinitialize the CMOS, the backup memory, to get it back into a game use function because it will come up into a service mode. So really, the battery's importance at home is to make the game start easier, and it maintains your high scores. It has a lot of little functions, but it will not down the game.
Yeah, and like if you put your game on at the threshold instead of winning a free game, which is kind of irrelevant in home,
Right.
most people will set that up for extra ball unless.
You don't have defaults. Each device has defaults, but they won't suit a homeowner. They're suited for coin-op defaults.
Sure.
So it's just an ease of use of the device without, opening a coin door and reinitializing the memory and programming it again, or putting credits on it, whatever So the battery serves not a vital function, but it's a convenient function is what it offers.
Well, the vital function of it is if it's in there and it's been in there for 20 years, you better do something about it, or you're going to have a problem. And we're going to get into that in a little bit. But take this in your preferred order.
Yeah, I guess we'll deal with the different types of battery holders you'll see in pinball machines. These type with the fiberboard back were used in your earlier pinball machines, and mostly Williams battery, mid-80s stuff through the 90s, and then they
See which over there?
see which would use a nightcap because it was early Stern Valley. I'm talking middle of the road machines like 85 through 88, 90. They changed to this battery holder. I guess these got too costly to manufacture because of the metalwork involved. Plus, these are really hard to change batteries in. They really clamp the battery. So I guess the operators complained about this type because you can really hurt yourself trying to get batteries in and out of this. You've got to actually, when it's soldered in a board, you have less flexibility here. And you're really fighting the metal because this part's soldered to the board. So they went to the easier change because these are very easy to put a battery in and get out. These are in the 90s pinballs, the later, mid-90s to later 90s. These were used from somewhere around 85 to 89, 92 maybe. Then they changed to this. And then Stern started using these along with Data East, where they don't have so many solder points to the board. They have two. The problem with these is the heavy weight of the batteries and the vibrations of the pinball, these often break loose from the board. That's why there is a tie wrap going through here. Actually, don't go through these holes. It goes around the whole battery pack when you change batteries in a Data East or Sega game. And some Sterns. They recently, now that we use this, they use button cells, which are mostly like this. This is a bigger one. This is a 2430 3-volt lithium battery. This has the same voltage as what these are going to do as far as memory goes.
So those are your three.
Yeah, you really only need 3 volts to hold memory. This will supply 5 volts, 4.86. If you multiply the 1.5 volts times 3.
Right.
This gives you 3, but really 3 volts is all you need to do to hold the memory.
That's all it requires.
That's right. There's just a question of milliamperage. You're going to get a lot more milliamperage with a 3 AA's. You'll get a lot more longevity out of the battery. This will not supply that for that kind of length of time.
Because it's under a heavier load.
Yeah.
And we'll
Most
get,
of your devices that this go in are low load devices. They've changed the memory chip and the memory requirements so that this will actually work as well as that.
well, the modern electronics aren't. They don't require. They're more efficient.
Yeah.
I guess there would be one more battery holder to that pile, and that would be a remote.
Yeah, there is all kinds of devices. This is a remote. This is what you'll see in some. You solder this to the battery leads of the board, and then you put your AA's and then
We're going to stick it. See that in a minute.
This is another guy's approach. He actually homemade this. These are for sale on websites. This is where you put this in the battery holder, and then you use one of these to go remote. In other words, leave your battery holder there, and then you go to the remote battery holder. What it's doing is it's saving you from soldering. Yeah. But your battery holder has to be in good shape to use that.
So why wouldn't you just put batteries in it? That's the dumbest thing I ever saw.
Yeah. Well, they sell them.
Hey, everybody, don't buy that. Why do you have that?
They're $20.
Well, send it back.
I bought this for a customer and I never got to the service call and I ended up with an extra.
That's ridiculous.
But this is a remote stuff.
Well, the remote is nice, and what we're going to show you is this Valley Playboy board. It's a good application there rather than replace the solder to the board battery.
That's what they go in AA that go in most of your devices in pinball. The older devices, you know, and they're date coded. You know, this is your like Duracell alkaline, and this is what they're coming out with now. Energizer. There's Duracell.
They're both lithium?
No, this is an alkaline. This is
Okay.
lithium. And when you buy these, you'll notice the weight is like you could have two of these for what one weighs. They're very light.
So we're going to go back to that motorcycle battery.
Yeah, they last a long time and you have super energy. The power that comes out of one of these will far exceed it.
Tell everybody about the motorcycle battery that we installed in that my bike that's now running now that it's fall instead of summer.
Yeah, we do all that.
What don't we fix? Did you put one of those batteries in your tractor?
Yeah.
You did? Well, tell us about it.
150 cold cranky amps out of a battery that's this big and weighs what this meter is. You don't ever want to short something like that. It'd be terrible.
Well, they get it, their discharge rate is much higher.
They put a fuse on top of them actually to save people, because if you blow one of them up, you're in trouble. Because when it leaks the lithium outside of the gel that's in it, it's extremely corrosive. It'll burn through anything, and it catches on fire.
Nice.
Which is why you don't want to solder any of these batteries unless they have a lead. If it's designed to be soldered, it will have leads out of it, and you do not want to short these leads when you carry these around in your parts box.
Ooh,
You
okay.
do not short them. Big bad. Quickly. They get hot and then they blow up. And then the acid comes out, the gel, and it is very corrosive. This is an example of one that needs a holder. You do not solder wires to this. You don't do this to this type of battery. You know, there's all different kinds of configurations. This would be a third AA. This would be 2/3 of a AA in lithiums, and this would be a AA in lithium. This would be an extremely powerful battery for the device. It would last a long time. The milliamperage out of this would far exceed a dozen of these. They're expensive, $20, $30 a piece.
Wow. Okay, so why do you have those? Under what applications are you using those?
Jukeboxes.
Okay, because I see the guys up the street.
You guys.
Instead of replacing the battery holder
Yeah.
on something that's leaked and you know probably the whole board should be replaced.
Right.
But instead of doing a battery holder, they're soldering in these lithium batteries, or at least they say they're lithium. I assume they are.
They're using this, and they will just make like an S out of it, and they will solder it onto the board.
In place of where the battery holder was.
Right.
Is that a good thing to do, or is that a bad thing to do? I'm assuming it's a bad thing to do since they're doing it.
Well, it's an inexpensive way to get around from replacing a battery holder. These are $9, okay? And you have to have the labor to do it. And then you've got to put batteries in it. So batteries are probably $1 a piece or something. So instead of spending that, you can get this for less.
But the problem being is, what's the power in that battery compared to A, the originals, and B, putting 3 AA batteries back into the battery holder?
Yeah, this has a very low milliamperage. It'll have less use, less time use. The thing to remember about a coin-operated device, whether it's a pinball or whatever it is, the battery load is not used unless the game is off. When it's off is when you're leaning on the battery. The more time it's off, the more you use the battery. It's opposite of another device, any other device.
And it does not charge when it's on.
No. The early pinball machines like this board came out of a Valley Playboy. And this is actually the original battery from 1978. They used GE and what they call nickel cadmium NiCads. And this is a third A pack here. It's a AA with 3 cells in it. But as you can see, what it does is it eats the board.
Yeah, that's board's destroyed.
Yes, it is. I mean, it eats the board and it crawls underneath stuff. And this is the plating it's eating off, but it's reaching all over the board. In fact, you could even have corrosion away from the battery.
On other boards.
Yeah, and people think that, well, first off, nickel-cadmium batteries used to be the battery of choice for power devices. Lithium's far replaced them. NiCads are rechargeable. This has a charging circuit in it. So when you put one of these lithium batteries in this, you have to put a blocker diode. Just like Godly boards, you have to put a blocker diode because they had this type of battery in it. This is a NiCad, and it was made by Varta. They're still available. It's just a different style of that.
Because your lithiums, they don't want to try to be charged. You're not
charge it, they blow up.
Okay.
The only ones that are made to be recharged are ones that are designed for. There are lithium batteries designed to be recharged, not these.
Well, sure, like the bikes, the battery we put in our bike. But yeah,
that's totally different. There are lithiums that are made to be recharged. These, however, are not.
So anyway, they're soldering in these little batteries, and if your game's not on very often, which of course home use games really spend 98% of their time off.
On the battery, you're going to be dealing with batteries every year or two.
So a year and a half goes by, you turn on the game and it says time and date not set, or depending on what year the machine is. And you can't just reach in there and pop in new batteries because they soldered that thing in there, and they're not going to come out and help you with that at all.
Inconvenience, that's all.
Yeah.
I like to keep the standard user-friendly, and the more the homeowner can do, the better it is, because he doesn't have to have anybody come in his house. He can do. Pinball owners tend to like to do their own maintenance, stuff like this. You know, it would be sort of like calling somebody to come out and put air in your tank in your car.
Yeah.
Why would you could buy a little air? I mean, why would you want to do that?
Now, of course, the homeowner can solder a new battery in. If
that's kind of an advanced feature to solder a battery. You keep the heat away from this, or it will blow up.
Well, you have to remove. You're going to remove the board entirely, and to do it, you can't. Can you do it with it in the machine? Maybe.
No, because you'd never be able to trim this, and even if you figured out what you wanted, the soldering pads are not on this side of the board.
You know, on the back.
You're not going to do anything that's going to mean anything here. You got to go here. There's two sides to a circuit board. There's a component side, solder side. When you're soldering anything on the board, you have to address the solder side. That's why it's called the solder side.
Why is it called the solder side, Brent?
Well, you pull solder from this side to this side. You don't solder here and get it to come out here. It will if you lean on it hard enough, but it's not the correct way to do it. But anyway, NiCads are not the electronic choice battery anymore. They disappeared years ago out of devices like cell phones and portable phones and any electronic device for home use. You know, and they started using nickel cadmium in the beginning, then they started with lithium, and then there was a battery called a metal hydride. The coin-op industry never used that because it's very expensive. They are not even used anymore because lithium has far exceeded what metal hydride could even be used for as far as power and the economy of it all. But anyway, that's what you're going to find if you're in your device for batteries. Now, there are other little offshoots. This happens to fit a jukebox. And this is a timekeeper battery made by ST.
No, that looks. Is that the stick and NSM batteries?
Yes.
That's what I found on the screen.
And they're very compact. And they are a chargeable lithium cell. But it mounts on top of an IC thing there. That's a specialty battery. In pinballs, there was also offered these. This is a specialty battery. It is a zero power RAM battery made by Mostec. And these happen to be new. I have a bunch of them. This you would replace here with your RAM, and you could even use two. But generally one is going to do it. And this will replace your battery, and this is a permanent battery, although it has limitations, it will die. That's a specialty application. Some advanced people like to use that instead of having any battery. They put one of these on. This only fits these early board cells.
No?
Yeah, where you used a certain RAM.
So that's, just knowing the application of that is kind of advanced.
Yeah. You know, when you have different configurations of button cells, this is a tab button cell. It has the spot weld tabs already on it. You don't want to try to do that with this. This is made to fit in its respective holder. You slide the battery in, and this is on your board already. And I carry all this. Video games tend to use that, but pinball is starting to use it. Stern is starting to use this on their new pinball machines like Metallica and AC/DC. Their new platform of board is using this.
Button cells.
Yes. And they have a holder like this. They don't solder a battery.
Are they using lithium from the factory now at this point?
Yes.
Because they don't leak. They don't leak.
There's also vertical lithium to stand up off the board.
Okay, I don't know if we've given any tips. Here's a tip. You want to save you want to change your batteries, but you want to save your settings. You don't want to go and reset the date.
You got to be comfortable
all
with
your
the machine.
settings.
You got to have the machine on for this. If you change batteries with the machine off, you're going to lose settings as soon as you pull the second battery out. If your batteries are low, as soon as you pull the first of the three out, you're going to lose them. So you should do it with it on, and you just have to develop a comfort level for getting in the back box.
Yeah, this is funny. You know, you see every once in a while you'll run across an ad on eBay or wherever, and they try to show you the number of games on the audit.
Other style of battery.
You know, the audit will say total games played, 14, right? and the game's 30 years old or whatever. Not everybody knows that. Well, up until now, I think that on the WAS, they've made it so that you can't clear that.
Yeah, well, that's computer-driven game. You have an option for that, computer-driven games, because the data is stored in an unvolatile area and it's permanent.
But all the older games, Williams included, all those. If you change the batteries, your play count's gone.
Yeah.
Or you can always just go into settings and clear the audits and your play count's gone. So don't ever fall for that goofy thing.
And you change one battery at a time, and you simply, if you have this holder, you're in better shape. There is a direction marked plus minus. And I just simply snap in. I like to point the dates out so that as you look at them, you can tell.
So you did it.
Yeah, I like that. So now at the end of this terminal and this terminal is your 5 volts. And if you have a meter, you set your meter. This symbol is your voltage V, and that little symbol here is the DC current symbol. This is your sine wave is your AC current symbol.
Okay.
And this happens to be a Fluke 115, which is a kind of an advanced meter, but it's not a $1,000 meter. They're very reasonable, and you can get down to a little meter if you want. It has a convenience transistor tester, which is neat. I don't know that. But this will be your other type of meter where you'll find in stores like Radio Shack.
Yeah, I think that's a Harbor Freight job.
Yeah, and
Probably
it's
20 bucks,
basic.
15 bucks.
These tend to be harder to use. First off, this is auto ranging. You don't need to be going like, well, which one do I want? Well, people don't know what the hell that means. This is 20 milliamps. That's 2,000 milliamps. That's 20, or not millivolts. And then this is 20 volts, 200 volts, 1,000. So it's not auto ranging. So and then what comes out of it is a little different. This is going to give you more because it's automatic. This has an analog sweep down here. This does not.
But for your general owner who just wants to get a taste of doing some diagnostics and testing some things, it's not a bad place to start.
And simple things like be aware of where the pointer is, by the way, because it has this end. So don't be here thinking you're set at this and you're down at amperage.
Well, if that's the case, then you probably don't want to be using the multimeter.
Right, you must, simple things like that, you've got to pay attention. You don't want to be in a hurry because you can hurt yourself with a meter. A meter like this will not be protected. If you do set it wrong and get on there, this is gone. This has current protection. You can't hardly hurt it. So you got to watch what you're going to do with the meter.
You trying to complete a circuit there somewhere? Somebody I know recently tried to complete a circuit, positive to positive. It didn't work out.
No reference, was there?
Apparently not.
No, I guess when this is out of the game, I'd have to tie these together like the ground.
The circuit board ties them up, so you got 300.
Anyway, we'll demo what this is. You've got it set to DC. You'll go across one now. This is 1.8 volts. Lithiums will generate a little more current than an alkaline. So 1.8 times 3 is what you're going to get when you go across all these in a board. You're going to get that multiplied to the
And this said negative, which means you were on backwards.
correct. Yeah, and that's positive up here in this, and then you got here. You got your analog bar down here, and you can see how it works. That's a lot faster of a reference. You can see it dark before this thing. This will go up to your reading. That's 3 volt line, that's 6 volts. So you can see it'll go to 2 volts right away. This didn't even move yet off 1. It'll eventually get there, but you can see this analog is good for checking quickly and getting off if you're not sure of the current.
Okay, well, speaking of batteries, we're going to have to cut here because you see that flashing with 0 minutes?
Oh, your batteries.
I don't even know what that is. That may be my amount of film, but I've got a backup camera, so we're going to cut away here, grab a drink of water or something. We'll be right back.
I got that.
Okay, we're back. I was not out of battery. I was out of film. I was jammed. What game did I play the other day? Junkyard. Yeah, that was still on the camera.
You ran out of digits.
Okay, where are we at? We've showed the battery holders. We've talked about the lithium batteries and the different batteries that were available. What are you showing here?
It's an alkaline battery.
Okay, it's at 1.6.
Yeah, these have 2/10 of a volt more, the lithiums. Doesn't really matter, but batteries, like alkaline batteries and NiCads, they leak alkaline, not acid.
And it will damage things that it's not even touched.
Right. The same thing will happen, but it's actually, people call it acid. It's not acid. I was corrected by a person.
It's alkaline.
Alkaline damage. It's alkaline corrosion. If you know anything about the pH spectrum, this is how I was explained. Not that it matters. But to be correct, alkaline batteries and NiCads leak alkaline corrosive, which is not acid. It's the other end of the pH spectrum. Although 2 ends can be corrosive, acid is corrosive, so is alkaline. You wouldn't want to put your hand in either of them.
Yeah. They're both equal.
pH at 0 is neutral.
Right.
Okay. If you have a fish tank, you probably know. Fish diet, either way. But acid will do this from a battery, such as a wet cell, or alkaline will do this, and then it happens to be alkaline damage. And also, there are misnomers about battery leakage. People think that this is going to save their device from any damage ever, because if it leaks, it'll destroy this. And you just simply unclip this and put a, not true. Batteries like alkaline and NiCads, when they leak, they emit 2 things, liquid, but more importantly, gas. They leak vapor does this, not liquid. This thing doesn't have enough liquid to eat this board like it's doing. The vapor is what got to this. This thing will leak vapor, and the vapor in the pinball machine will stay in the back box because it's not really vented.
Sure.
Yeah. It has air vents, but there's no air to force through it. It just sits there. This will hover everywhere in the machine. You can have a remote battery across the room And the vapors are gonna get on something if you don't have a big enough area. In a pinball back box, it's a small area. If you mount it anywhere, it's still gonna get on your board or your connectors. I've seen battery acid damage to a board that was over here and the battery was here.
Yeah, you got a set of 4 boards and they're all destroyed.
Vapor is, and there's documentation on the internet about this type of thing. Most people think they're safe when they do this. You're really not. The trick is to use a battery that doesn't do that, period.
Lithium.
No NiCads and no alkaline.
So at this point, quick shout out. If you haven't checked your batteries in your machines recently, 1 machine, 50 machines, whatever you've got.
Most folks that aren't collectors and such, they don't even know there's batteries in the device.
If you don't remember when you changed your batteries, you might want to go look. That's the most important tip to take out of this is go check your
If
batteries.
it gets to this stage, you're into a new board. There is no sensible way anybody on the planet is going to do repair to this and make it work beyond any kind of reliability. It just won't happen. I don't care who you are. This type of damage is catastrophic, and it's not economical to repair it. And I don't care if it's a WPC board or the Surly Valley or a Gottlieb, it doesn't matter what it is. When you see damage like this, or even less than this, it's too late.
So if you're at home right now and you have a Valley Playboy, and you open it up and you've got a soldered-in battery, but you don't see, if you see this kind of damage, well then it's too late. The game may, well, it may work.
If it works, use it until it dies, because it will.
Yeah.
And then you'll have to replace it.
But what are you going to do there if you don't have the damage? Homeowners, we're only servicing a 100-mile radius. We're not everywhere, and there are people that have pinballs in areas where there really is limited amount of service. What do you do there? Can you solder in a remote battery? What would you recommend in that case?
In this case, I'd recommend using this, and I would put a blocker diode because that battery and this board in your early solid-state valleys were made to be charged, as well as Gottlieb. You have to put a blocker diode. There's documentation on the internet on where to put the diode, and you take out the resistor. Usually is what's in the circuit, because the resistor will control the voltage that's generated from this to keep it what this circuit is needed. It won't allow too much to go back into here, because this has a charging circuit in it that will charge this. So I would put a blocker diode and solder this type of thing and use lithiums.
Okay.
These lithiums you can buy anywhere.
Yeah.
Happy Harry's.
Hardware store. You can buy them at Village Hardware.
Happy Harry's, Village Hardware, Lowe's, anywhere. Everybody sells these now. This is offered in any package. 9-volt, CDs, AA's, AAA's.
The battery holder itself, all the majors, Marco,
Yeah, this battery.
Pinball Life, wherever Steve at Pinball
This is
Resource.
the standard Japanese battery holder that's used.
You
In
can
other
probably
places.
walk into Radio Shack and get that even.
Right.
Is there still such a thing as Radio Shack?
Yeah. They're selling mostly cell phones. I buy AA's because I have collectors that change their own batteries, or they don't want lithiums. The cost is triple almost. Lithium batteries.
Yeah, and alkaline's okay as long as you you replace it every.
If you're wondering, and I know people have probably asked them, well, which brand of leaf? They all leak. I don't care which ones you get. Alkalines leak when they go dead. Lithium batteries don't leak. They just go dead. You can have a button cell that's been dead for years and it won't leak. They'll leak if you short it. Same thing with these. They won't leak, they'll just be dead. When these go dead, they leak right away. Almost always. And it doesn't matter what brand. If you change them every 2 years, at most, year or 2 years, you don't really have any worries because they won't leak. I think that is about it about batteries.
Well, you started us on the multimeter. I think we're going to split this multimeter thing into several different weeks. if you ask me, it's too much to swallow in one sitting anyway. But if
Well,
you,
most folks aren't comfortable doing it anyway. They don't want to use it. They resist it. They don't own one. I know people that own 100 pinball, 50. They don't do anything with that. No. That is an advanced tool. Most people resist using it or learning it. They just don't want to get in.
but at the same time, if you break it apart,
Just little things.
and
Like,
today we learned how to test what DC voltage.
right, this is your AC, and then if you go in and test AC, which is alternating current, you can go in either way.
Here we've got 120 here.
This tells you that you have a shock hazard in case you're.
Stupid.
Yeah, when this meter gets a high voltage reading, it'll give you that little shock thing. But it doesn't matter polarity here because it's wall current. But that's what you're going to see on AC. There again, now if you put this meter, the little arrow, on AC, which is
ACP.
yeah, it has 200 and a 750 range. They probably purposely did that because if you had a lower AC range, like on some meters,
blow it up.
yes, you would right away. And this is another meter Mike has. This is
That was made by Gender Bender.
a nice little hobby meter. Your DC side, here's your AC side. They go 500 and 200, and they make it even a different symbol. These type of meters, I would imagine you don't get any chance for overranging. If you have it set for AC or DC and you go to AC, this meter will just read nothing. It's not looking
It'll say, what is that?
right. So I don't know what
There's other ones might catch on
they
fire.
might do something. I don't know. But there's a lot of reasons. This has a light to it. There's a lot of settings I don't even get into. I don't use what I want. You can program it to beep when it gets to a certain voltage if you're not able to see the meter and you're probing around.
Okay, here's some low hanging fruit. Continuity test.
Okay.
You want to find out if your wire is good on both ends.
Right.
Here's a wire.
There's a symbol right here, and that means resistance.
Ohms.
This meter has two. This is an audible resistance. If you don't want it to display anything, you just want to hear it beep. What this does is, as soon as you get it, it'll give you that, but it'll beep right away.
Okay.
Instant. This,
Just gives you reading, doesn't beep at all. It'll say you have 0 resistance or nearly.
and then that's what you're going to get when you test something. You know, like if you go from here to a wire.
And that's helpful in like switch testing and lamp testing in the machine when you've got a down.
So here you've got milliamperage, or milliohms, which means it's reading me.
It's reading. Well, sure, there's resistance in everything.
Yes.
Wires have resistance, and
A direct wire is going to be this reading. It will be almost 0, 0. The more direct short you have or wire connection, the more.
it's reading 2 ohms resistance in the connection between where it's reading.
This is my resistance between fingers and arms. That's 2 milli.
You're not a very good. You're actually quite a pretty good conductor there.
Anyway, that's
That meter's pretty sensitive.
Yeah.
Are those other ones that sensitive? Probably not.
No, probably not. But that's how you would read ohms. And then you can get into the other features. This has diode test in white here. And the diode test is
Hold on, stop, wait. What's a diode again? I don't know. I think we said what a
it's an
diode is,
electronic gate, allows current to go one way.
but not the other. One way only.
And there are different ones. So for your advanced person, a Zener diode is a gate, but only allows a certain amount to go through the gate voltage, and it will not go anymore.
So it's a one-way and a clamp of
Yes.
some sorts.
And regular diodes are mostly used for switching. That's what these little things are. And
So the diode symbol is an arrow to a block of some sort.
the band is here. The band represents the black end of the diode, the signal band.
Okay.
And you'll get a junction reading of 0 one way, which means it's open, which means it won't pass current. The other way, you're going to get a you'll get the health of the diode. You'll be reading the actual making of the diode, the content. And it will give you a junction according to its size. This is the one-way here. And the black on the end, you're going to get a beep, and you'll get a 600. Diodes, depending on their size, are going to give you different readings. Power diodes are going to give you a 0.4 reading. Switcher diodes will be 600, 650. The important part is not the value. The important part is that one way it's open, and the other way you get a reading. If you get the same reading both ways, you're either reading the circuit because it's in circuit, or you got bad diode. Most diodes, when they fail, are going to give you a short. So they'll give you this both ways.
But you mentioned something there that's you kind of ran right past it, but it's important, is that you can't be 100% certain that you're testing the diode when it's on the board, because it can be going 18 different directions to your meter. You think you're going across the diode, but you're not necessarily. You could be anywhere.
See, I like to cover in these videos a little bit of this every time until people have enough knowledge that they can use one. I went to a vocational technical night school for 3 years just to tune up on electronics years ago. Not much has changed in electronics except the size of stuff. Everything's getting smaller. But it took a week in the one course to learn a meter. A week of every day. Of 8 hours, 40 hours.
Wow.
And I didn't learn all of it. That was just to learn a meter for the class. I didn't pick this up by trying things. You probably waste the
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to go get taught. But I'd like to teach people what I learned and what is useful.
Yeah, what's important to learn.
This thing does stuff I'm not interested in. You can measure hertz, HZ. This will actually measure the cycles coming out of that. If you put it,
It better say 60.
yeah, the yellow mode is what you hit to get the yellow symbol. This thing does several things here. It'll measure hertz on a voltage scale or amperage scale. This down here is amperage. We're not going to get into that tonight. This is a capacitor check symbol. That's a capacitor. That's an electrolytic symbol for capacitance. Most capacitors will fail. This actually reads up to 10,000 microfarads of capacitor health. And you can check capacitors with this meter, which is really good.
Okay, well, let's do that. I see a capacitor. I see it. How do you aim this thing? I'm still learning how to use the camera. We need to run a course on how to use this camera. Because there's a capacitor right there.
Yeah, that's a ceramic.
And it probably says what it's supposed to be on, right?
Yeah, you have to chart to find out what 0.003 is. I don't know.
Oh, we don't know what that means?
So I'm not going to get a reading on it because it's in circuit. I'm going to get a reading on it. No.
So this goes back to what we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
You can't test it in the machine.
Some caps you can. And some placements on caps and circuits you can't. I'm going to get a reading on it.
Check this out. We ain't circuit no more. I'm putting that board on eBay too.
There you go.
39 something.
39 microfarads, or not microfarads. What would that be? It's a little n. I guess it's I gotta think. Picofarads. The n symbol up there by the F is pico. Microfarads bigger. 1,000 microfarads is 1 pico. 1,000 picofarads is 1 microfarad.
Are you writing that down out there?
No, it doesn't matter. What you're checking is the rating of the thing, and you'll get a reading, and that's 39. If you go on, there's a chart you can print out or go on any website for electronic suppliers, and it'll tell you what that is supposed to be. The symbol is 0.05. That, not the value of it, but that tells you the reading
On the chart.
Yeah, on the chart, and it's not going to exactly match.
Now, you can test that either way. That's not a one-way street. That's either way.
Correct. Yeah, this capacitor check is either way. And it won't check ESR on a capacitor, it'll just check the actual rating of it, which generally will tell you the health of it. Capacitors are an advanced component to replace. In a pinball machine, the most, and this is why Mike showed you this, in a pinball machine, if you have an early solid state battery, these are on switches all over the place.
Yeah,
In fact, this exact size is.
we talked about those before.
Yeah, if this actually stores a little bit of energy to delay the signal, well, not delay, to elongate the signal to the CPU so it knows that the ball hit the switch. These on stand-up targets on a Bally Playboy or these early solid-state Ballys or Sterns, these are all over the place. Don't cut them off. These do short. When these short, you will have a lot of problems.
Yeah, your switch matrix will be goofy all
Oh,
crazy.
it's happening. Things fire and trip and scores because the whole column or row is being tripped by the shorted cap. That's why, and this is the same size they use in Bally's 0.05. I carry these in a truck now because of that. But yeah, these are important to know how to check. You can check it when switching Bally. If you probably unplug the MPU board, you might go back to read if you know, but you can check these individually. So that's why he pulled this off the board, because that is kind of an important thing to find. Because you'll think it's an MPU, you'll replace it. No, you've got to check these. In fact, now that they're aging, the people that used to fix these years ago that were good have to learn a whole new set of problems now, because this type of stuff is going bad. This didn't go bad years ago when these operator guys.
Yeah, well, that's the most. I think that's the single most interesting thing about servicing this type of equipment is that there is no manual for how to fix a 30-year-old circuit board.
Constant learning.
Because whoever wrote the manual, when they wrote it, it's obsolete. The failures you're seeing today are not the failures they were seeing 10 years ago.
Yeah, so a tech of years ago has to relearn, and that's the way it is with everything. You've got to have an open mind to relearn.
Of course, the architecture of it hasn't changed, but the failures, you're seeing new failures, and you learn from experience. But your experience yesterday doesn't necessarily apply tomorrow, other than your ability to adapt to new problems.
You always keep your mind open to learn new stuff. I never close my mind. I always learn new stuff from anybody that I find anything else interesting in store. Remember it. The trick is to remember it. You must have a good memory for all of it.
Well, then we should probably get some sleep every once in a while, and maybe we'd be better.
Maybe.
Okay, well, we started on the multimeter. We'll pick up on it again next week, and maybe we'll test some TIPs or.
Yeah, I'd like to show people how to use current, which is an advanced feature, and I know most techs that don't even do it.
You know what? Hold that thought. We're going to have to tack the end on this thing because now I am out of battery and film. Well, we're going to take a drink break, and we'll come back and wrap this thing up. We need water. Okay, we're just putting an ending on this thing, Ray. Everybody knows what we talked about. You should be accustomed to this by now. You should be absolutely 100% prepared for the next couple of questions.
Yeah, can't answer.
Who do you want to say hi to this week?
I'm going to shout out to JT, Jim at JT.
Jim at JT.
Yeah, out the West Way.
Is he watching this?
Yeah, he watches.
I haven't seen any comments from him on any of the videos.
He's out west. He's a silent.
He phones in his comments, doesn't he? He didn't bid on the posts though. Yeah, well. Okay. Yeah, who doesn't like our posts?
Some targets.
You knew what the next question was already. You're getting pretty good at this. We're going to talk about drop targets. Why are we going to do that?
Got a request from Gary. Yeah.
From Gary?
Yeah.
Was that his name?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you
You
sure?
don't want to say his last name?
No.
Okay.
His name was Gary.
Gary with the last name of starts with S.
Okay.
I
You're.
don't want to be unofficial, but yeah, he sent me an email requesting drop targets, and like very good talk.
Oh yeah, you wanted to see some early Bally drop targets. Boy, some of them old drop targets, the Gottliebs,
Early solid.
the Valleys, they're a pain in the butt.
They're different lengths, there are several different colors.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that, and we'll follow up, and we'll do another section of the multimeter. Maybe we'll test some TIPs and whatever else it is that you do with that thing in the field. I'm actually interested in that too, because you know, I'll do a continuity test, and that's about it. You know, earlier today I tried to make a circuit out.
Value of it is you can repair some of your boards that have out lamps by putting in a little 2N 50. I forget the last numbers. They go in Valley pinballs, and then Gotti uses different ones. They're little transistors that control lamps. You can do your own repair that way. Well, that's the value.
Okay, well, I've got some bad news for you, Ray. When you go out in the field to fix a pinball machine for a homeowner, it's the low-hanging fruit concept. Most, like you said, most of your customers, they do like to fiddle around and do their own. That's half the fun of having a pinball machine, unless you're in business doing it. Half the fun is making little repairs to it yourself.
Right.
And when they call you, it's when they've encountered a repair that's over their head.
You know, where they created more trying to fix something simple, and then you now complicated. Now it's way beyond.
So we're doing both here, Ray. We're empowering the viewership, including a number of your customers, Common Kurt, to do some of these repairs themselves and leave you even the harder stuff. So I hope you like a challenge. Boy, you see one every day when you go out on the road, don't you? So that's all for this week, folks. Tune in Sunday. You know, I haven't really decided what pin. We've shot pretty much everything here on the floor. I don't know what's going to be incoming between now and this weekend. But Jimmy had incoming. Last night I helped him unload. What did he get? Some uncommon pin. What was that pin? Oh, he got a Medieval Madness. So I think he'll probably enjoy doing the intro on his own machine there. He's been wanting one of those forever. So maybe I'll go visit Jim and maybe he'll fire up the grill. You know what he does really good on the grill is those. No, it's those. No, well, hot dogs are pretty easy. He does these pork loins. Those things are good, man. He gets these peppercorn pork loins. So I'll get a peppercorn pork loin out of the deal. I almost said porn. And
well, pork loin, that's big. That's a meal.
Yeah, we eat that, and of course his specialty hot peppers that he's throwing in there. We're mowing through those.
Well, then do that thing.
And yeah, I think we're gonna do his medieval. It's not really featuring a GRC pin. We had nothing to do with it other than put A and B together.
Unfortunately, my plan is we didn't have that. The old IRA Party Monsters.
Oh, well, we'll get on that. We need that for the Halloween party.
Yes.
So, okay.
It's coming along.
Thanks for watching, everybody. We appreciate you watching. We also absolutely appreciate your comments and likes and subscriptions and all that other stuff. It puts a smile on my face whenever I see somebody, give us a compliment on these videos or even ask a question. The requests are great. All that stuff. Keep them coming, everybody. We appreciate you. Thanks for watching. We'll see you Sunday and next week.
Yes, take care.
Hi, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you haven't already subscribed, what are you waiting for? Want to know what's coming next? Go like us on Facebook right now. You can keep up to date with all of us here at the shop and what we've been up to. Thank you for watching.
All right, it's tech tip number 13, and I couldn't be more excited about this week's topic, drops. Comparisons between us and TNT and the silly, amusing, however time-consuming back and forth that's ensued. Yes, they started this feud by attempting to discount our efforts and referring to us as back wall of the local hardware store, essentially categorizing us as fly-by-night hobbyists. Then came shots at our pricing. Then came shots at our workmanship, which was really ironic since they've long established a secure and valid reputation for being among the lowest quality pin flippers in the industry,
coupled with their empty, meaningless gimmick warning jargon. So the constant exchange of blows has forced Team GRC to actually watch their useless, blowhard-hosted videos, as curiosity has us all wondering, what will they say about us next? Frankly, Ray, I'm tired of doing that. Their videos offer nothing of value, and at this point, I couldn't care less what rhetoric they have to share about us or anything else. Ultimately, there is little to compare. TNT's background is that of an operator, and the mentality that comes from that is make it work well enough to grab a quarter. They've been around for a long time and have redistributed a large number of substandard machines locally. We're thankful for this and hope they continue to do so, as our background and backbone is 90% residential service. They sell them, we go fix them. As for retail comparisons, they're big and therefore must do volume to exist. A quick count of their videos shows that they've completed and or uploaded 33 finished machines in the past month. While we're showcasing a pin every week, we're often pulling from other sources for a machine to feature, such as Jimmy's Basement. They do 33 machines a month, we do 33 machines a year. Do they have 12 times as much manpower, labor hours as we do? I don't think so. They do 1/12 of the detail work on the machines. That's their answer. Another thing that's for sure, one guy is in front of the camera every waking hour, which requires another behind the camera too. My final word on that outfit, best of luck to them. Every machine they sell locally is an $80 an hour service call for us. Woohoo! End of argument. This battle can continue without me. With that being said, Ray, what are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about drops. Drop targets. Was that interesting? Did you feel me on that? Yeah. You want to throw it and kiss my ass? Anyway, no, that's not your style. Yeah, no doubt. Okay, well, what do you have here? You got, what do you have? About 50,000 drop targets?
Yeah, well, you know, they break, and each style is different, each machine's different. I try to carry the ones that are unique to certain machines I see a lot. You know, these are Gottliebs mostly. These all fit certain Gottliebs that I do a lot of work on, like Spider-Man and Haunted House are mixed in here, and then you've got...
Oh, time out, Haunted House.
Yeah.
Did you know that Haunted House and Spider-Man drop targets are not the same?
No, they're not.
We won't go into what happened there.
With counters different.
Yeah.
Joe Composer, you know, and this one has sets of targets. Which one's it?
Counter force.
That's it.
Okay, yeah.
And there are a couple other. Here's the star targets. By the way, this is the one that I could have got for the stern lopsided star.
Yeah. Okay, well, I got an answer for that.
Anyway, you might notice that when we covered stern sea witch, this was the drop target. And you can see Gottlieb is a little different in the way they construct their...
But still same idea, spray attaches in the middle.
Yeah, but they don't use this annoying linkage at the bottom to reset the target. They just have a paddle on the bottom, which is there on this anyway. Just hits the target. It's a simpler design. Gottlieb drop targets in their solid states and their EMs are similar. And they're a much easier... The spring's harder to hook on, that's for sure. But they're a much easier replacement to do.
I see the ends break off of the Gottliebs a lot. Do you see that on the guide?
No, because it slams up.
That's your catch, yeah.
But it takes a long time to break that. As the plastic gets brittle, they'll usually break off the top first right here with all
Dead east.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So really that's all this is displaying different kinds. You know, here is a valley as opposed to a stern. This is an 8-ball deluxe, I think, or 8-ball champ.
They're extremely similar.
Yeah, the only difference is what they did here.
Where the ledge is.
Yeah, and where the ledge is most important because the ledge is way down here.
Yeah.
Valley's ledge is here. You can see they molded it the same, but they added this. And that's one of the reasons why stern drop targets aren't as resettable, or they don't respond as well as Valleys, because this is a more simple design. The foot here is a lot smaller than the foot here. That's why, but other than that, they're mostly.
They use the same links and keepers through the bottom.
Right. This is a downstop link or a downstop, and your stern doesn't have that. And that keeps the target at the same height. That's adjustable.
Oh, and that'll be adjustable with a couple of screws
So
on the
it's
bottom.
very different, but you cannot really put this in a stern, and of course the top's different too. So you really can't do
But drop targets are available for most games, really even game specific, through Pinball Resource does all of the Gottliebs, I would assume, and just don't ask them for a Spider-Man or a Haunted House. Don't tell them that Haunted House is different than Spider-Man. Just tell them you want that and a full set of them, and you'll get a matching set of something.
kind of used to this,
That's like a Capcom.
and then Capcom.
Okay, well, yeah.
So these are meant for ball rollovers. That's why they're so wide.
Okay, well, that's an important point. If your target has a thick top on it, it's in a hole that the ball will travel over.
That's correct.
Whereas the thin top ones are a bank with a stop behind it of some sort.
Right. So, and then there's I think it's Data East. Target.
Could again be Capcom. They're very similar.
And then, of course, you change over into electronic machines, and you have two different kinds. Most of these are what is in current day electronic machines.
Again, the wide head for rollover.
Right, and then the spring hooks here, it's easier. And then there's a flag here for an opto, and this is the board that these work with. And what it'll do is it'll slide down in front of the opto and come up, and that's how it registers.
That's how it reports.
Yes. Now there's a compression spring here in the stud. Much like this housing, only they use the studs here for this, and then you'll have your compression spring and a keeper to hold this on.
Okay.
A little different mechanics, not much.
Oh wait, I think we had that. Well, here's Jimmy's Elvira that opto board is off of.
And this is the actual mechanics here to hold it in. What it does is it biases the target back
Forward,
and forth,
yeah.
yes, at the top, and then the bottom keeper is just there to hold things together. You really don't need that. Keeper doesn't do anything except guide the target.
Okay, and in the down position, it blocks the opto.
That's the second machine.
Pretty simple. I guess you see failures there with the opto itself, and you replace the opto.
Yeah, they make the boards, the whole circuit board, if you have a burn up or hacked up connector area or somebody traces off. Or if it gets deeper into the component level, you can replace the board. There's little rubber grommets on here. They have to go back on because that keeps the board spaced right,
Has Rod and Doug fixed that issue yet? We had, what was that? It was Taxi. It was Taxi, and we went to put a new MPU, System 11 MPU.
System 11A.
And Ron Dog could not, it wasn't recognizing the opto. I guess the voltage, the signal that comes out of it is different than the regular leaf switch. So.
Yeah, this signal wasn't generating enough of a drop in, I guess, voltage or whatever signal they're using to go back to the MPU, and it wasn't recognizing the difference. A switch will, but you'd have to do a lot of fabricating to get that to happen. So it came down to this resistor bank on the MPU board. It just wasn't. Williams Valley used SRCs, which is a capacitor resistor bank. They don't on the Rod Dog. They use a different design, and they couldn't make it work.
So at this point, as far as we know, there is no new boards available for System 11.
Yeah, 11A.
Or does that qualify for any game that has opto drop targets?
Yeah.
Even the new stuff.
Now the 11C board works for some reason.
Okay, so it's the 11A, it's the Taxi, whatever else is in that bunch. Pinbot, yeah. So if you got a bad-looking System 11A board, deal with it.
Yeah, I imagine you'll figure it out one day, and then the new manufacturing needs to incorporate something that's going to work.
But no, nothing derogatory towards them. We love their stuff.
Yeah,
they'll get it figured out sooner or later. We appreciate the availability of any of it.
Yep. You can replace these optos if they go bad. They're available, and they're just 4 solder points. if you have one dirty, you clean it first. I usually like to soak and water these boards and air dry them, and then it gives everything.
That's another newbie thing. You can't really damage that, most circuit boards, including that one, by washing them. You can put them in a dishwasher or.
I wouldn't do dishwasher, there's too much heat. The dishwasher is hot. It's good to clean parts though, but my wife might not like that. I know people that do, but I don't know about circuit boards. That's all.
But generally speaking, you can put that in your sink and you can walk it, and you can wash it with a thin paintbrush type of
Spray
brush,
soap of any kind, yeah.
and just wash it and leave it in the drip dry, and when it's dried out, you're good to go.
Yeah, air it off if you're in a hurry. That's what I do. I've never heard one doing that. I even wash my touch boards, any of them. Electronics are not going to be damaged by it. If you have intricate parts attached to it, like if you're leaving chips in sockets, that's not a good idea. You want to take your chips out of the sockets because water may not come out there.
Oh.
You got to use some common sense with cleaning and stuff like that. Some of the board dirt is conductive, so that's why it's nice to clean it. Even though this is sprayed with a coating, which is why these little traces are blue, it has a dielectric coating on to keep surface dirt from conducting. Because you're running with very small milliamp current voltage, so you don't want any resistance. So that's why you want to keep dirt off the thing. Well, if you get enough of dirt like these things are,
You'll get
that's
a
electricity. Yeah, you get
goofy thing will happen.
And of course, this is a Williams drop target. This happens to be
Wait,
Gorgar.
I was going to get that one. That was an easy one.
Okay. What is it?
So that's a Gorgon, which is that's a system 4. But really, what we're about to say is 1 through 4.
3 through 7. System 4 and 6 was Gorgar. Some Gorgars had 4, then they went to system 6. They skipped 5 because it really was only for one game, and then they went right to 7 to get the 7 digits.
Pen and paper.
Yep. Anyway, this is the circuit board that Williams came up with. This bolts onto here. They sooner or later got away from this because of the intricacy of it, and it's very hard. You don't want to make these have too much contact, or they just are too slow.
Well, they shot the design to the moon
Yeah.
for a reason. They were trying to. They had a board system that didn't want to see more than one switch closed at a time. It didn't want to see 2 switches closed at the same time. It didn't know how to compute that. So they designed this monstrosity of a drop target switch so that it would pass through the center section, which would report the switch, and then the bottom of it would be an inline and in series with the other ones, and would complete a full closed switch when all of them were down.
Right.
And of course, up was just
So they got away from this. This was used in early games like Flash and Gorgar, Firepower, and such.
You know when I learned that?
They got away from
About all that? I bet you know when I learned that. Take a guess.
No, I don't remember.
Sean Rupert's drop target, what was that thing? Firepower. The drop target firepower mod, and I encourage everybody to go and take a look at that video. We're doing I guess it was a CPR playfield in that thing, and he wanted the drop target mod, and the CPR playfield was prepped for it. And so I had this 18 pages of instructions, and I'm going through our piles and piles of used old Williams drop target assemblies, because you can't get the brackets and stuff new. You got to recycle on that point. And I thought, well, I'm going to use what makes the most sense to me, which was the switches at the bottom, because I know that these things are a nightmare. And I got about halfway done, and then I figured out, it ain't going to work, because the CPU is going to reject what I'm doing. So I backed off, and I had to put it together. What do you do with these in the field when you see them in their room?
Well, they don't usually wear out, but yes, some will actually wear through like this, but very, very seldom. I usually clean these with a fiberglass brush and shine them up on the 600 if you want. But The fiberglass brush is easy, and then of course you got to make sure that you don't fatigue the wires and they fall off, because they will come off.
Yeah, it's probably even best to even start from scratch with a lot of that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, like these crossover wires.
Oh, and these holes are always stripped out.
Yeah.
What a nightmare.
This was their later version of Black Knight. This does not use these.
But the assembly is the same.
Right, the assembly's the same. They added this to actually bias the target forward, this spring lead. So you don't want to have too much tension on that, but you don't have none. And
the switch was set on the bottom.
yeah,
all the way
it
to the
trips
bottom.
a full-size micro switch. And that was a much more reliable. And that was when you said they changed operating MPUs. That's what that was. They went from that to the switch that can stay on, and the CPU knew it and didn't care.
Black Knight.
Yeah,
Might have even been the changeover machine at that point.
could be. And after that, shortly after Black Knight did the stuff, started using Optos. But they did use a mixture of Optos and the micro switch type with that.
Really, I don't see any problem with micro switch or even
You can take this out and just disconnect 12 volts and use your circuit for the.
yeah. Well, I've seen these with leafs on the bottom too. I guess when they first,
Yeah.
I've seen them with leafs on the
That's
bottom.
right. That was an earlier version. Then they went to an enclosed micro switch. Yeah, the leaf. You're right. The leaf was. I think this is a switch.
Oh wait, don't tell me. I know what game that's to. We had that game. Maybe we didn't have that game. What is that?
Big, isn't it?
Shadow?
Yes.
Is that for the wall? Yeah, the wall on the shadow. Well, we never had a shadow through the shop.
I stopped that because people.
I've only seen one in Rock and Roll.
This is a key to the game.
How did I get that right when I didn't? I've never even played that game.
But they break here and then the thing don't work.
Any other
Wear out.
Any other specialty drops in this pile?
No, just sets, Colin Valley, Bullseyes.
We mentioned Steve Young, who the pinball resource for you're going to call him for the Gottliebs. I think he does most of the Bally's as well. A secondary source for that would be Jeff at Classic Arcades. He's got a ton of hot stamp targets. I guess he's a licensed distributor for the Bally Williams, and he got a nice selection like the Rolling Stones targets that we got on that. Did you get the track or the what is that thing, or the Sea-Witch? Where'd you get those from? You got those from Steve?
Yeah.
Okay. Jeff at Classic, what's up, man? I think these were there. I did my shout out. Yeah, I don't know who you got.
I forget.
Yeah, okay. Well, what else can you tell me about this? You got Boxo Junk, which is
Oh yeah, handy little parts for Stearns because you're never going to get this stuff anywhere. This is what Stern used as a return spring on their targets. And
so I guess this is another key to some entry-level people that are maybe looking for a hobby game to get. Old Stearns like the Sea-Witch over there, Dracula, Trident, all that stuff. They're a little tough, just based on parts availability. There's very little parts support for those things.
nowadays,
At least from what I can see, you can get a flipper rebuild kit for anything except for that.
right? There's very few parts made. Resource makes a few things like the flipper link, and
But you still can't get it all. You can't get the belt cranking.
no.
That stuff and the brackets and all that. You're in trouble. So unless you're really into fabricating from scratch.
We've done a few, and each one of them has been a tough go.
Yeah, and each one's stolen from the one behind it. And I think Sea-Witch is the last one. So if you're having trouble working on that one, Ray, that's why. Because we've stolen from it 50 times. Oh wait, there's an orbiter. Maybe we'll never do the orbiter. I'm going to steal the spinning jet bumpers, like the spinning you call them pop bumpers. Stealing them off of that. They're going on the roller disco. Well, we shot a portion of this video earlier this week with the rebuilding of the Sea-Witch drop target. So we'll cut to that here. And unless you have anything else you want to explain about your vast collection of drop targets. Will you use all these? See any other failures in the field with drop targets?
No, they break off.
Coil wire, well,
Yeah, and it's impossible to carry all the stickers. I mean, there's some of those hot stamp things, but you know, when you're doing a game that has a sticker on it, the customer really can put the sticker on.
well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't carry artwork that way because it's just too volatile in a mobile truck. It gets hot and you know, that kind of thing. So I really don't get into that.
You know, it's difficult to stock a large number of game-specific parts.
Yeah, there's probably thousands of games.
You stock platform-specific stuff, and you try to have all of that that fails.
Right. So if you have a blank, then you can add your own artwork later because it's clean and it'll stick right to it. As far as drops now, it's just a mechanical device. You've got to do a few to get experience. They're very small. It's best to pull any of them off the playfield and work on them. Don't try to work on it hanging into the pinball machine. You're going to tear wiring or bend stuff, short stuff out.
Yeah.
Best to take it off because the rest of the thing is dirty. You clean it and then do your work on it with, you know, what, unless you're doing something really simple.
Oh, it's another case. If dirt's your enemy with a drop target, those things are sensitive. If they're dirty, they're not going to work right.
No, they won't fall down. They won't come up. They won't.
And don't be afraid that if you've got a coil holding you from pulling the thing out, don't be afraid to cut those wires. Just leave your little nut there as a reference, because it's going to be best for you to resolder that anyway.
Because it's generally.
You're in there for service. It's probably extremely fatigued. So
Yep.
don't be afraid to cut it out and work on it on the bench.
Most of the time, the wires are fatigued. You get this. This wire is a stranded wire.
They'll off without much effort.
It was hanging on by like 2 strands. It's best to cut this back just a very little bit, get all new strands twisted and solder it on. Same thing with coil wires. You know, this stuff is shaking around in pinball machines. You know, it's doing this when you're playing just very lightly, but it's going to break itself off. I wouldn't suggest going through and doing all of it because there are several hundred solder points in the machine.
Sure.
But when you're in there disturbing something, you're going to cause it to fall off.
Well, when you're doing a playfield swap,
Right.
you still don't do it, but even what you did over there on the Sea Witch, you take a visual inventory and you start at either the top or whichever way you have the playfield situated.
That one over there, I did at least 50.
And you work your way down and you visually inspect it. You probably touching each wire and moving it to see if it's going to fall off or
You can
not.
see, you can see the conductors are almost all gone.
And don't be lazy when you're servicing your machine. You know, it's a funny thing we say: if you don't want to find something wrong with these things, don't look.
Yeah.
But you know, if you're servicing your drop targets, while you're there, take a look in the immediate area, and if you see anything that's about to fail, get it.
When you bolt your drop targets back up to the playfield, use the right screw lengths.
Oh yeah.
You will go right up
Well, that applies to every assembly.
Yes, but especially drop targets, because if they've been on and off and the wooden holes are rounded, then somebody else says, well, I'll just put a bigger screw. They weren't minding the length of it. It'll make a little bump on the top of the playfield.
Yeah, how often have we seen screws through tops of playfields?
So that's just a common sense thing.
I've decided I'm not going to mention people who put in deck screws.
Oh, yeah.
I'm done with that. Oh, no, you said it. I didn't say you weren't going to say it. I just said I wasn't going to. I'm done with them.
The only ones I've seen.
I'm done with them things. It's a carnival up there.
You want to repair the hole instead of put a bigger diameter screw in it.
Okay.
The hole in the wood you can repair easily. I like to use a round toothpick. These things are nice to use. And you can just go into the hole with a round toothpick. I like to use wood glue.
Yeah, dab a little bit of adhesive on it.
This way, when you subtract it in the future, your toothpick doesn't fall out. And the wood glue will not stick to the steel screw.
Okay.
You can put this in, break it off. If it's a real big hole, you can
Put in two.
Put in 2 or 3, break them off, or you can use side cutters and cut it flush. And then you'll have a good wooden repair with wood. And then the glue will dry, and then you'll have a
nice hole.
and then you put your factory number 6 or 4 screw, which I think they're usually 6.
Mostly
Wood
6.
screws by ½ inch, I guess.
Well, I've been doing this for a while, and you haven't stopped me, so it must not be the world's worst idea. But I stock number 7s.
Yeah, that's neat.
Whenever I'm doing a job like a playfield swap, I don't even have time to think about whether or not the hole's stripped or not. I'm not cleaning up old hardware, and I'm not tumbling old hardware.
They used to use 7s in certain places, especially drop targets, because that's a high stress area.
I've got 7s in hex, and I use them in assembly just because, not because I'm in a hurry, but because I don't want to waste time, and I don't want to toothpick 50 holes, because whatever I'm doing here, that Elvira playfield, even though somebody, Robert Winter and team did a superb job of restoring the playfield. They were concentrating on the top side, and whatever they were working on before had miles on it. And I don't want to fool with holes. I stock 7s, and
Well, for you, that's a good idea, but for somebody, it's just doing their repair on a few holes.
well, yeah.
But that is a good idea, and some of these guys started using oversized hardware on this stuff because there's a lot of stress on that target bank. It's heavy, so they do use those bars.
Yeah, because if I go to put that back in the machine, and then what's it, eight screws hold it in? 4. So one on each corner, 4.
Yeah, and sometimes they use these 2, so 6.
Well,
We never
whichever,
use these.
they're all shot, because that thing's been hit so many times, and if it's been on and off a couple times, those holes are shot. I'm tired. What day is it? I guess it must be Thursday, because I got to post this thing tonight. You got anything else about drop targets?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm gonna patch over. We'll see which job on this, and
I think this covers what's available and gives a little overview of what to do.
And that was for Gary S. was his name. See, now I remembered it this time, I think. So we appreciate it. He asked for Bally. We showed him Stern. Gary, if you have any real specific questions or anything, we're easy to get a hold of. Shoot us an email. Give us a call. We'll be happy to talk to you. And I guess that's all we have for drop targets. Ray, we're going to have to cut this so that I can paste the ending after the Stern thing.
Good.
So I'm just going to turn this off, and I've got a blinking thing. We got 1 minute left.
Well, goodbye, everybody. I hope this helps with some of your questions about drops.
I didn't cut it.
Oh.
Pretend we're cutting.
Cutting.
Okay, Ray, we don't need an introduction on this because this is going in the middle of the drop target tech video.
Yeah.
But we're shooting this section a little bit early because we're working on the Sea-Witch here, and Ray got to the point where he's working on I guess he's got 2 of the 3 sets of drop targets done, and so we're going to stuff in the 3rd section here so you can see how some old Stern drop targets are rebuilt, and we're going to do them in under 5 minutes. So show us what we're up to here, Ray.
All right, well,
I need you to talk really fast because we got to do this in under 5 minutes.
yeah, if you're worried about a time constraint on anything, whether it's a tech video or working on a machine or anything, don't start.
Well, it's a mentality.
Don't start on it because time shouldn't be your enemy, and you shouldn't address anything in a hurry because nothing good gets done in a hurry.
No. Well, it's a mentality. You know, they've been doing that for years. They go to the arcade auctions and the operator auctions, and they buy the cheapest stuff they can find, and they refurbish them to the point of where they think they can sell them, and they do that in under 5 minutes. So that's what they're used to. We're not about that. We stay on them. We're attention to detail, and we look at the time.
See the work done.
Yeah, that was not.
You don't need a before. That's
5 minutes. Yeah. Okay, well, and we'll come back to that later. Have fun with those guys.
all right.
Does this thing have a very target?
No,
Well, if it did, I could rebuild it in under 5 minutes.
these drop target assemblies were made by Stern. They don't resemble Bally's or Gottlieb or Williams. It was kind of their own thing. If anything, they resemble a Bally closer than Williams.
Well, that's common. It's Stern did the early Sterns were a lot of Bally copy stuff.
Yeah. I guess the first thing is you've got heavy metal assemblies to deal with. You can't do the work in the machine by hanging the part off. It will destroy other things. Because the underside of plate fields are delicate. You've got wiring, you've got terminals that are very close proximity. You don't want to short anything. So if you go trying to lean this on something to work on it without taking it out of the machine, it's not a good idea. That's true with dot leads or any drop targets. So it should be done out of the machine. Sometimes it's a matter of unsoldering wires and unscrewing mounted components. Sometimes it's just a matter of taking a few screws out. Stern did their things different than Bell and Gottlieb. Their switch plates are bolted on with 3 screws or 2, depending on how big it is. This one has 2. And they used a lot of flatheads in this there. Bally and Williams, you actually have to take the screws off the target switches themselves. Yeah. Or unsoldered wires. I find it easier just to take the screws off and let the switch banks hang. But Stern did this, which is kind of handy.
That's not bad.
No, and then you can set this aside. And,
You know, obviously clean and adjust that before you put it back in.
Yeah, yeah, and what you should use is, I like to use 600 sandpaper. It's automotive. I'll tell you, wet dry. And 600, if you pinch the points together, 600 will clean the point really well. And another thing about sandpaper, as opposed to a file, is it's kind of spongy. I mean, it has some kind of shape to it. You can see it cleans the whole point, as opposed to what they used to look like, which is that.
Hold still.
But it'll get more surface off than a flat file because it's
It contours itself to this
it does.
shape.
Yeah, it's very easy. And you just drag it one way, pinch them, and then you get a nice result out of it. It's easy. It doesn't tear off any more material than it should. And you can use this over and over. I mean, you can flip it around. I usually triple fold it. Yeah, I'll take it.
You said it's 600? Yeah, 600.
Don't go any coarser. Tears too much surface off. I think necessary.
So we'll adjust them when we reassemble it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Next, you're going to want to get the mount mounted assembly off. In this case, they use Phillips screws, which is interesting. Change it over. There's probably 4 that usually hold these on. These are heavy metal assemblies. If you have any stripped wood screws, you want to fix that.
What if you have deck screws? Well, then you also have a sticker on your apron.
Yeah, sticker, yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Before I take the last part loose here, I like to take the coil off. I like that.
Big honking coil.
Yeah, it is. It's overkill, I think. That's what I made. And you're getting back to flat screws on this.
Okay, I need you to stop at this point and put it back together because our 5 minutes are up.
5 minutes are up. You gotta loosen the top here, just because it doesn't come out. Bottom plate's too near the angle down there, cortisone. You can't get the end stop out unless you take the top, because that allows you to swing it out here. And the end stop on this is pretty large. I mean, that's a huge end
Oh
stop.
my Lord, look at the size of that thing.
Yeah, that's the big thing. And you can take your coil off, your sleeve. I used to use aluminum.
Yeah, I see an aluminum sleeve in there.
Yeah, plastic is a better way to go. And then you can take your last screw out here.
So we're electronically disconnected at this point.
Yeah. And that's the way to work. And you can clean your plate field here. If you're so inclined, like clean this This was all.
Well, yeah, we're cleaning up in here.
Yeah, they get dirty. This is your assembly. And these are your return springs, your links and keepers. So it's a rather elaborate assembly. I guess next we'll go to the workbench. I'll show you how to take this apart. You don't need to take it all apart. Then you can easily take it apart. Change it. There's a missing fastener here. You didn't even need to take it out. Somebody fell out, I guess. I'll have to put that back.
Okay.
All right.
We'll cut here and go to the bench.
Okay, back. This is on the bench. Nice place to work on it. There are many kinds of drop target artworks, so you want to make sure you put the right ones on your machine. If you really don't care, I guess you put blank weights. And the stern S goes on these, the blue S.
Okay, yeah, here's the new repros. I believe
It
these
actually looks like a zigzag.
came from Jeff at Classic Arcades. He hot stamps a bunch of these repro targets, which is nice.
Okay. Well, next part of the segment of this video, we're going to show you what different kinds there are and what different types of machines and banks that target assemblies are done in. This would be just a stern, early stern, since I was doing one of the color. They put a keeper on here, which is not needed really because it's set screwed.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't going anywhere. It was probably for assembly. To get these out, now I'm doing more than you really do because I am going to blast feed this and wash it.
Well, this is a restoration piece. It's not a. We're not doing it in 5 minutes.
I don't want it to be dirty, and you've got friction here, you know, at the pivot point, friction down here, because everything's all dirty. So this is why I'm going to pay a little more attention to resto pieces. If you're in the field working on these, you can clean this with WD-40 and air, or just WD-40 and wipe it off. Some people just put them in and don't do anything. With all this dirt, you know, behind the latch plate,
Yeah, it all works against you.
yeah, it does. And some valleys are really particular about when you take a working drop target that's not broke, it just happens to be ugly, put a new one in, your new one might bind up because you disturbed the dirt and now it's going to cause you a problem and you didn't have it before, or you were doing replacing a working target. It's something people should be aware of when you get into this. It's sort of like doing anything else that has a complicated procedure to it. If you do just part 1 of a 10-step or part 3, then you left out all the beginning and the end, it's not going to be a good result. And you've got to do it all. So you really shouldn't. Well, not everybody has access to a glass beater. What I would suggest is soap and water, and then air dry it. And then you could get rid of the dirt if you don't have access to machines. But there's all kinds of ways to make it work.
But then again, this is representative of the difference between field work and
Right.
and really not that you pay attention to what you're doing in the field, but the customer calls and says, I have a broken drop target. Well, there's only they want you to be done in under 5 minutes. They don't want this kind of detailed work.
There's shortcuts to everything.
But if you care about your machine, and that's what these tech videos are really about, is for people that care about what they're doing and they're not in a rush to do it. They want to do it right. So this is the correct way to do it.
Right.
So yeah.
Anyway, if you're not going to take it apart, you don't need to address the shafts and the assemblies. You will need a screwdriver and a spring hook. You don't want to misshape these springs as you're taking them on and off. And if you do it by hand, you're going to bend them. And if you disturb the clearance between the loop and here and make this weaker, they're not going to work right. So a spring hook like this, this is a miniature tool. It has a it's a captive spring hook. There are different types of spring hooks available. This you can actually cling onto the spring and it won't let go until you let go. And this is what you should use for this. If you use pliers, then you're gonna kill the spring. This, I can get these on off very easy. Most people, and most people are gonna struggle with this because they don't have this. You should have this.
Put it on the Christmas list.
And then to put them back on, you can either use that, or if you don't have access to find this or don't want to buy a specialty tool, these are handy for a lot of stuff. They're bandage pliers. These won't misshape the spring either, and they actually clamp onto it, hold it, and you can put it back on with these as well. You just have to get in the loop, and then you can use these. You just have to have a little more finesse with it. This is one.
I'm a little surprised to see that this thing appears to have the correct original springs
Yeah,
they're all there.
Yeah,
And they're not all botched and beat up.
right.
9 times out of 10, you're going to encounter that. You're going to see 3 different springs on there, and they're all.
Yeah, you don't want the wrong. You don't want too much of the wrong tension on here because it won't reset, or it'll fall back down, or it won't come down right. Yeah, there's springs are kind of critical that way. Do we have any spring stock here?
I have a whole bucket of it there, but it's all.
Do you have any of these?
Probably not.
Tension springs?
No.
There's a couple different kinds of springs. These are compression springs. A compression spring
You don't want
is
to go in there.
a compression spring is one that, in order to make it work, it compresses.
What are you doing over there?
Let me get it straight.
Pull that mess out.
We are going to expand this into our.
Yeah, we're working on it. We got a big old thing there.
What I wanted to show you here, now this is our tension spring.
I see it.
The compression spring would be like this. This is a flipper kind of spring compression. Of course, is this way. Tension pulls. It's the exact opposite.
Right? Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to show people how to loop the spring. Let me get my so
Hurry up. We're almost out of time.
most people don't know how. If you have a misshapen spring in one of these,
Which you most of the time will.
yeah, they don't know how to deal with it. Here's a good example. This is what I see a lot.
Come on.
Yeah, this is boogered on both ends. This is no good. Now this happens to be a stern lockdown bar retrain spring.
Okay.
So if you have a bad end to a spring, you take a pair of side cutters and you cut off the bad end. Now you have that.
Wear your safety goggles or be careful because that thing can fly around and hit you in the eye.
Yeah, you gotta get your finger over it. The correct way to reloop a spring is to put an end on it, leave the open end here, put slight tension on it with side cutters, and take your finger, or if you're not comfortable with that, you can use needle nose. Now what I did here is I made a correct loop. It's in the center. And that's how you do a spring. Most people don't know. It's all this and
What is that?
adding and calculating machines.
What is that?
That's what I did for 30 years, office equipment. But most people don't know how to dress a spring. That's what it's called. Okay? And that's how you do it. And then you can make your loop open here, more or less, cut it off, get what you want. You don't want to make it too far, it'll fall off.
Yeah.
That's how you dress a spring. That's how you turn something useless into this. Now, if you want to have a closed loop like what this was at one time, you would cut the bat off. And if you want a double loop like what that was,
Oh, excuse me.
you just take your side cutters and move it over. Now you got a repaired spring. That's what that used to look like. This gets bolted to the cabinet, and then this goes to the lockdown bar. So you can dress a spring any which way you want,
Okay.
if you know how to do it. If you don't, it'll look like everything bad and you destroy the spring. Like the people that do this, they stretch it, and now it's no good.
Okay.
What's that? This drop target. Well, anyway, we got 3 good springs on here, so that's a good thing.
It has to do with this lightweight stuff here.
Yeah.
Now here you're dealing with, this is important. See the spring loop is on the side with the spring on the end of it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's important because you don't want it in the center like this. It's going to pull differently. You're going to want your loop, that's why they did it on the side, on this. Because of the way it's pulling on the target, if you put it in the center, yeah, it might bind. Yeah, you're going to leave it won't work. That's why they did this. So there are several ways to dress the spring. That's how you do it. You need a pair of side cutters. And if you're not comfortable holding the thing with your fingers to bend it, because tough springs are harder, these are very easy. You don't really need pliers to hold the coils. You can actually do it with your hands.
When was the last time you saw a spring as brutal as the one on my windshield wipers on the Corvette?
Yeah, well, that's really strong.
No, that was ridiculous. Okay, well, this is a big dirty mess.
Yeah, back to this, you unhook your springs, and now your target is held on by just this link and this,
Probably more E-clips.
yeah, an E-clip and a lug. And the lug goes all the way through here, and the shoe is actually directional and goes this way. On Bally's, you can actually take the bottom of the target assembly off, and you can drop the target through with, you don't need to take the link off. For these early sterns, you actually have to pull the shaft.
Hey, we'll have a Bally on the bench before the end of this video.
You don't really want to go taking too much of the framework here. There's adjustments involved, and it's more complicated than just pulling the shaft out. And a lot of times that's what you got to clean anyway. So in this case, I'm going to say that it's better to pull this shaft out, leave the end on over here, just loosen these 2 screws here. Just keep it off. Your washer.
There's another thing that's nice about working on the bench instead of in the machine, is when that stuff falls out like that, you can maintain it instead of hunt for it.
Yeah, you can take a picture of it. You can actually see wear marks where stuff goes. It's not a big deal. And then the lug goes, through here, and then it goes through the other part. Goes on like this.
Okay.
So with that said, then you pull this out. This is why you want to clean.
Dirty mess.
Yeah, you can see that this is hardware. It's been played like actually grooves the shaft. So if you clean this with glass bead, it'll smooth everything back out. This is got ridges in it.
Which is okay, because that's where the spring's going to live anyway.
Now you are free to get your target away from here. With the exception you have to take this.
Another E-clip.
Yes. And don't stretch E-clips too much to get them off. If you spread them, well, yeah, and then once you got to redress them, then you got to recrimp them back together. They're hard to deal with. They're so named an E-ring because they have an E shape to them. If you look at it.
No, the way, from where I'm looking at it, it looks like a U. Here,
No, it's an E.
here, I turn it this way again, now it's an E.
They're E-rings. They're actually steel and they're very thin.
Okay.
Now this will come out of here. Notice it's facing this way, not that way. It's notched here. That has to go back in the way it came because this notch does something. Namely, when the target's in here, now this target is ready to come out and live straight out. And this is in the target, and it's going up and down. You might see the arch that goes into that cutout.
Yeah.
If you put it on the other way,
It won't work.
it'll actually create,
It won't work.
no, it won't work very well. It'll create that. Yeah, it won't work. So you could put this back together and have this little thing upside down. Everything else looks fine. And without that cutout, it's not gonna work. Valley didn't do that. They didn't make these as intricate. Their design is a little better.
Yeah, we'll have that on the bench there. So there's a dirty, nasty junk.
Yeah, usually they break off right here, you know. They get brittle as they get old. Plastic stuff. They very rarely break down here, although they will, because look how thin the material is here. So they will break here once in a while. Wish they're through them, because the ball keeps flexing it right here, it breaks.
Okay, so the next two targets coming out are the same procedure, and we'll cut back to the next step momentarily. Okay, Ray, we're fully stripped. That cutaway, it really only took, well, it certainly took under 5 minutes. It actually took about 90 seconds. So here we are fully stripped. We're not going to take that apart any further at this point because there's no need to. And we're taking this pile of parts over to the glass beater, which will take under 5 minutes.
Yeah, medial blasting is good. You can either use glass beads, one shells, or if you really have something rusty, you can use aluminum oxide, which is very abrasive. We have ours loaded with glass beads.
But in this case, for general homeowner, if you take this to your utility sink, some awesome orange or awesome yellow or whatever,
roughness
a brush, you can clean this up by hand, and it may take you more than 5 minutes because the glass beater is going to clean this up quickly. And we'll cut back to a pile of clean parts here in just a moment. Okay, we're back. Who's talking here?
It's to keep from chasing parts.
This is Mike's Tech's videos.
Mike's Tech.
Here we have, where did we get, what is this blast cabinet? We've got this, another advertisement for Harbor Freight. They should send me money. You know, the one guy came out and got himself a bench buffer after what were we calling it that day? We were doing shooters. He went out and got one of these Harbor Freight bench buffers, and he's now enjoying polishing all of his stuff. So at any rate, this is a Harbor Freight job. It wasn't very expensive. Maybe what, 150, 200 bucks. You have to put a little shop vac with it. That's probably a $50 shop vac at most. You do need a compressor with some CFM to handle this. So at any rate, take us through what you're doing here. You have a little bucket there, which is nice to keep your small parts in so that they don't go down in the media, and then you're in there with a magnet on the stick trying to dig them back out.
There's a couple ways to do it. You know, if you're delicate with it, you won't use the air to blow these around. Some people put a piece of screen, you know, a coarse screen on here.
Oh, that's a smart idea.
Yeah, and then you can just go at it and come around.
I need that. Put that on my Christmas list. I need that.
Yeah, well, my blaster at home is a lot bigger than this, but that's what I do when I do small stuff at home. I change the media in my stuff at home. I have aluminum oxide, one shell, glass beads.
Well, for people that don't know us here, we do operate two shops. The retail store here is behind the back wall, the hardware store, and we do a lot of refurbished work here, and the projects land here, and we have some duplicate equipment, like we have a blast cabinet here and a blast cabinet there.
Yep.
But like you said, it's different media. You do the heavy blasting there, and this is for the quick work. Your blast cabinet's also not a Harbor Freight job. It's bigger equipment, and you got bigger compressors there.
Yeah, it's a hobby, but I have a lot of tools and machines at home.
And of course, your
Fabricating metal and stuff.
your main bench setup for circuit board repairs there.
Yeah.
You can't duplicate all of that, but
No.
but I can't spend 7 days a week in your basement either. Nor do we want the trampling of tire kickers and everybody else coming to see machines. You know, we don't want to run a retail location out of your house either. And thankfully, it's 2 minutes away that way, and I'm 2 minutes away the other way, so we can be more efficient that way. Anyway, blast this stuff.
It's always been my motto, if one's good, more's better. So I like multiple of everything.
They're nice.
Yeah.
We like long tech videos because people want to hear what you got to say. You know, I'm glad his was under 5 minutes because if I had to listen to him for more than 10 seconds, I'd gnaw my arm off.
You told me.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, okay.
well, I'm gonna clean this.
Hey, don't turn that on. You can do it without that.
Yeah.
And I turned the compressor off. You got enough air there. I want to hear what you got to say. You were telling me about a movie last night that I'd never seen. What was
Oh, my, faster.
it?
It was all right.
Faster than that.
No, it was just called Faster. Dwayne Johnson in it.
The Rock.
And Billy Bob Thornton.
Okay.
Wasn't he married to what's her face for a while?
I don't know. I don't know. I saw
Hollywood too much.
We've got time for that.
What is what's her name?
Not Jessica Alba.
I don't know that.
The crazy girl.
Okay, the trivia, who was Billy Bob Thornton married to?
It was that crazy lady from, no offense, crazy lady. She did them Laura Croft movies.
Oh, yeah, the Tomb Raider movie.
Yeah, the Tomb Raider movie. Yeah,
What was her name?
that lady. Oh, yeah. Really? Somebody will know. Jimmy will get it.
Jimmy.
I'll be seeing Jimmy later today. I gotta go back over there and take another attempt at that Medieval Madness video. I want to talk about how that went last night.
Her name comes
Yeah,
through.
it's pretty deep. So Faster, what was the premise?
He was a bank robber. He was the driver for a bank robbery with a bunch of people, and his brother was one, and somebody ratted on him, and he got thrown to jail. His brother got killed,
Oh,
and
no.
then he was out of jail to have revenge. That's what the whole thing.
I'm assuming that Billy Bob Thornton was the bad guy.
Yes, he was. He was the rat. He was the guy that was the informant and ratted on the other guys. He was a cop that gone bad. And he planned the robbery, and he made it look like it was not him, and the other guys were just bank robbery.
Spoiler alert.
Hey, movie.
So the Rock beat up on everybody, I'm sure. Yeah, that's always fun.
And he drove a Chevelle, 72 Chevelle. And they never really pay attention to car movies because you see the car has a Hurst shifter in it,
You're right.
vertical gate Hurst shifter, right?
Automatic?
No,
that's okay.
the
Hurst,
Hurst,
okay.
yeah, the short vertical gate shifter where it has the little pull up for reverse.
Okay.
Old tech.
But yet he never shifts the car?
No, the soundtrack is automatic.
Well, you know, that we mentioned Smokey and the Bandit the other day. In the original, the soundtrack is a stick shift, but the car is an automatic. Yeah.
Where they pay attention?
Because they didn't care, and they were trying to shoot it in under 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, when you're in a hurry, things
Things don't turn out so good.
Oh, you miss things and you leave things out. You just can't address everything in 5 minutes or a set amount of time. What I like to do is I do something until it's done. I'm not worried about time. If you're worried about time, don't start on this. It's time consuming. Repair everything from ordering the parts to knowing what you need. Everything's time consuming with this hobby. So if you're in a hurry, don't even have it as a hobby.
Well, the two of us certainly never punch a clock. We get up, we come to work, and we work till we fall over. And then you go home and watch a stupid movie, and I get to hear about it.
Yeah,
Although recently I've been doing a little bit of the same. They've got this Epix drive-in movie channel where it's just all bad movies. The kind of place where you'd see that movie Rubber. Yeah. In fact, I think that's where I saw that hobo shotgun, which I didn't think was as bad as you build it as. It was okay. It was bad, but it wasn't like the worst movie I ever saw.
I wish I could have seen less than 5 minutes of this.
You're bad out of air because I turned the air off so it wouldn't be interrupting us here. Okay, well, we'll cut back to the finish of this. You're about done. Be right back, folks. Touchdown, Eagles. Oh. Okay, we're back, done with the blast cabinet. You got all your parts are clean. We got the new targets here. Oh, that looks a whole lot nicer.
Yeah, note, when you're doing anything with the spring, indirectly glass beaded. You see these got cleaner, they're not rusty. But don't hit the spring hard with glass beads or any media. Yeah, it'll stretch it and then it's worthless. So you want to like pull back on it. But you can see what media blasting does for stuff. It just cleans the surface and cleans all the little areas, you know. Makes things smooth again and you get rid of mechanical disadvantage, because when you have a binder on anything that has several parts, it's harder for the mechanism to work. If you have enough binds across 3 or 4 points, it won't work.
Yeah.
So you can see how nice that it gets everything. It won't harm plastics. There again, you just back off on it. You know, there's no really
you don't go at it aggressively, but you just. Okay, so you come out of the glass cabinet and you've got glass beads and this stuff, which it will in itself cause binds.
Yeah, you have to air out with just plain air. You have to air everything off.
Blow it out.
Yeah, get the dust off everything. Yeah.
Okay, now that we've defeated the fine efforts of Mr. Galvin, you know Mr. Galvin.
Well, I don't go hard enough on this to take that off. This is exactly what it appeared when it was made brand new. It's still on there.
Okay.
If you look close, you'll see a color difference. The galvanized is still on here. This is actually what the metal looks like.
Okay.
And then of course it's printed like this. So yeah, the galvanized is still on here.
So you're happy with those parts as is? You're not going to soak
No.
in WD or anything like that? Okay.
Now I would WD things. You put it on a rag. You don't want to make anything wet because dirt will attract on here and you're back to bind. You can put a coating on it, the shaft if you want, on the plate. And on your pivot.
All that stuff, just a real thin coating.
And your pivot bushing, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, but I wouldn't go soaking in WD. You spray it off, but then you're going to get dirt. I don't think
Make a
it's
mess.
really not necessary. If you're going to put this thing in an environment where this is going to rust, it shouldn't be there anyway.
Yeah.
These things are electronic and mechanical and intricate in build. They don't belong in a garage with no dehumidifier. They don't belong outside in a shed. They don't belong. They belong in.
You find them there though, don't you?
Yeah. They don't belong in an uncontrolled environment. They won't work very long. A working one will fail.
Okay. So the reassembly of this is going to be really the exact opposite of what you just did.
Yeah. Yeah. You'll put your. This plate is the other end of the switch assembly. They didn't tap the metal, but don't forget to put it in, because if you don't, once you put targets in, you ain't gonna be able to get that back in. No. So now is the right time to put your target in with that plate, and that plate flop around. It won't go anywhere. This is a stern-only type thing. Bally did not do that. Just leave that. Sit down for a while. And push your springs out.
It's funny that you mentioned that. It used to be, when I first started doing shop jobs and all that other stuff, I was real careful to lay the parts out in the order that I took them apart, and I would take 1,000 photos of everything. And then I found that I was losing so much time in just doing that. And of course, I'd never take the right photo. The photo would almost show me what I needed to see when I went to put it back together.
They do.
But now that I've done 100 of these things, you find that they're all kind of put together the same way.
Yeah.
So now I just go ripping. I just take everything apart, sort it out, and put it back together. But part two of that is what you were just saying there is I'll find it, not more often than not, but a good portion of the time I'll put something together in the wrong order and have to take it apart again. Or I put that in upside down and then take it. But that's part of the learning process. Is you only put it back together wrong once, and then kind of hopefully remember that for the next time.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to remember. So sometimes you don't. If you do it wrong, take it back. You do it. It's no big deal. It's not like this stuff is made to come apart once and it's going to fall apart. Today's electronics are generally that way. Remote controls, VCRs, DVDs, well, not VCRs,
What is it?
DVDs.
What's a VCR?
Any electronic consumer component like a TV or anything, they're hardly made to take apart. They've got plastic little cleats and whatever catches that you want to call that hold things together. They're made to go together, not come apart. This stuff you can take apart.
Yeah, it's generally serviceable. But not all the old stuff is serviceable. You try to restore a jukebox. Let me tell you, those things are put together to be one and done too, because they didn't want them to rattle. And
Yeah,
stuff is stapled and nailed. And
yeah. That's because that's a highly cosmetic device. These are not. Pinballs have less cosmetic
Details,
issues, detail to deal with. Jukes are like a car. There's more cosmetic details to deal with. That goes with that type of thing.
Okay. Well, here I was yapping, and you got all the springs reattached.
Yeah.
You got all those in. Don't know if they have a technical name. Those pieces right there.
Connecting links, whatever you want.
Okay.
Just position your parts, and then your next concern is actually going to be to get this in. You got to lift this up to get it underneath that, but yet I got the Eagles on there.
Yeah, right. We're in Eagles country here. We got a new coach. I don't know what to do. So far, so good, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's a better area in the Philadelphia area when Philadelphia sports are doing good.
Yeah, people are generally happier.
I know the route operators love it when the sports do good.
The bars are busier, and
Yep. I don't know if my buddy Kurt watches, but
which are
Kurt Arbitman.
don't know him. Ace Venning.
Yeah, ACE then.
Yeah, we like Kurt.
Yep. But he told me that. He said, boy, things are good when Philadelphia sports are doing that. Anyway, this is what you do to get this through. Once you get your targets and this shaft back in, then you're pretty much situated to put your links back on there. This goes here. Now next you're going to put your logs in the back, and they go in this way. I don't think they matter which way they go.
No, probably doesn't.
But if you remember, they went in that way. That's another reason why you should have this tool. As you can see, placing this stuff is extremely easy with this tool.
That's a surgical tool is where that really came from.
They're called bandage pliers. They are stainless steel, and they have teeth.
And there's different shapes of them and everything.
Yeah, this is a small pair. They're also suture holders. You know, you clamp something with them, and then they stay on it.
Nice. Could probably get that at Harbor Freight more likely.
You
Maybe.
get something like it.
Yeah.
These were from hospital. They got, they're only allowed to use them so many times in an operating procedure. You sterilize them so many times and then throw them out. Years ago, I got about 200 of these.
Nice.
Hospital. Anyway,
Let me guess, you were servicing copiers or their typewriters.
Hanukkah 1803 copier.
What is that? Anyway, I don't want to know. Okay, so we're almost done putting this back together.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's one point. This stuff has an interest. Old office equipment does not.
Well, that's why you're doing this thing, because your original career just kind of went away. Yeah. Does anybody
wants to restore old office equipment, but this stuff, they go,
Well, you know, if they did, we could do that.
and we can, yeah, I do that. This will go here, and as you remember, the washer went in here, and then, this went here, and there. That's for Bill.
Okay, now you're
And
gonna,
style E-ring, and these three went in there, this is the smaller one. Couple ways to put an E-ring on. If you've got enough finger for it, you can do that.
yeah, I usually grab a screwdriver or push it on with a screwdriver.
Yeah, or you could use these
Yeah.
to hold it. A screwdriver is nice, you have to have good dexterity to do that, so it shows you'll slip off, or the nail go with the, these are spring steel, so if you don't get it directly on, it will
Fly across.
you'll never find it. In here, it's a little difficult, more difficult. In the day of repairing equipment, they had E-ring installers. Yes, keeper installers. I had those at home. They were office equipment only devices. They have actually, the E-ring tool looked like a spring hook, only it was flat, and it had a captive end on it, and you shove it on.
Neat.
And it had a pull end to pull it off.
I need that. Put that on my Christmas card list, or my wish list.
I like to generally use,
There, can you see around me?
I like to use little ones.
Okay.
You can use smaller ones. These are actually very large. You can get them for your eating, pull it, and you can put it on.
Nice.
That's what I like to do. You can also do it with a screwdriver, but it's very hard. If you have room for this, sometimes you don't.
Again, advantage of working on the bench. That would look harder if you were trying to do it in the machine.
Well, you know what? Manual dexterity is a gift some people just don't have. I have a lot of years in dealing with
Well, I
small
just
stuff.
come doing it.
Okay.
Well,
This will go right here.
We're gonna cut away here, Ray. If you see that.
We're over 5 minutes.
Now, we're way over, I got 1 minute of film left and this thing was blank. So, and you know what, we still gotta do the Valleys and the Williams and all this. This video is gonna be 4 hours long. And you know what the funniest part about it is that, shout out to Todd, Frank, Kurt, and Steve. They're all gonna watch it in its entirety, so we thank them for tuning in.
Well, if they get something out of it, I'm glad to help. You know, like I said, you always learn from anybody. Don't shut my mind off to anybody. What I'm doing here is I'm indexing the shaft. These were straight across from each other. And this end has to be connected to that. You want a little bit of side.
I'm doing all of this in 5 minutes.
Get near tight on it. And then this is what these sections targets.
What's that say? 0 minutes, we'll be right back. Okay, Ray, I grabbed camera number 2.
Inside the drop target lights are really dirty in there.
Assembly's done, ready to go back in. I do also want to talk about or want you to talk about the switches as far as adjustments concerned and how they, the theory of operation on them. I know with those, with the Williams, the brush switches are designed so that it passes, so that there's no 2 switches closed on the machine at the same time. I don't know if this is the same or not off the top of my head, but you can explain to us how that works. I assume the switch probably does not stay closed. Does it contact on the way through? And then there's another switch for all 3 being down, or how do they do that?
They stay closed.
Okay, so it's able to compute that. The Williams at this same era were not.
Right. They had some kind of live matrix where it didn't want to see that. It wanted to see a pulse.
Yeah.
And it remained open. These don't work that way. You can see this. If a target goes down, you're open, it's closed, and it stays closed.
Okay.
Yeah. Valley designed and Stern designed theirs that way. It's, I don't know, it's just different technique.
Okay, this is simpler. Natural Progression, who by the way is thoroughly on our team now, because the other guys, you know, you probably didn't even know, you don't even know this yet. Watch the reaction on your face. You ready?
The other guys are stalking our videos, which is evidenced by their recent tech video and all that other stuff. At any rate, they saw some of the nice comments that Natural Progression was leaving on our videos, and they blocked him from commenting on their videos because of it. You believe that? He got blocked. He was upset. He sent me a message last night. It's kind of funny. Got some dead time in here. What are we? I'm lost, right?
I got to finish cleaning up this part. Wait, coils off a little bit. I got to resolder.
Oh, I know what I was thinking. Natural Progression. What he was telling us before I got sidetracked there and then lost my thought. He was having an issue with a drop target, or several of them. Just reporting like crazy when he was playing this game. I don't know. I think it was a daddy issue or whatever. And it turned out to be a situation where the targets are down, similar to what we were seeing here with the switch being closed in the down position. But the switches were either fully adjusted or dirty, and it was getting an intermittent report of the switch being down just from the ball bouncing around on the playfield.
That's interesting.
So on these drop target switches, I had it on the slide and out there recently too. It's important that they be adjusted properly and be clean so that when they're down, you get a good solid close, and when they're open, you get the opposite there, which is a good clean open circuit. Got that right? I did. You knew that already.
Wipe off the check lever ribbons.
Shout out to Rare Cool Items. You're on the chopping block for those other guys. You say some nice things on our videos. We appreciate that. They're gonna block it.
Video, huh?
Yeah.
Merlin, making so much noise.
I got to resolder this. You can see
Oh,
somebody.
that looks like garbage.
I don't know what they were doing there. They left.
Damn it, come on.
I probably resoldered.
One screw left and I can't see
That
it.
is bad work done over the years. These are the rebuilds.
Let's look at video players with it.
Yep. Yes, this says 4. The display field underneath was terrible all over it.
Okay, well, putting that back in is exactly the opposite of taking it out, I assume.
Yeah, it is. You're probably going to leave the switch assembly to the last because it goes this way in the machine.
Well, it was the first thing you took out. So you're
It
doing
faces the outside, which is easy.
So
In some cases, like here, it faces the inside against stuff. It's
Right.
harder. You might want to do it first while you hold this. But in this case, you could do this, leave this hang.
we're clear.
Yeah, just put your coil back on and your end stop, and then bolt this to the playfield, then do that.
Okay, we'll do it.
It's a lot of mechanical.
You done yet?
No, I have to do another last
Lots of shit.
But it's
take
just
off.
mechanically common sense. Some of the stuff is not mystic. If you do a number of these, you'll be comfortable with it. If you're just starting out with a machine, you want to get into some easy stuff first. You don't really want to
Well, even,
do something.
even this isn't so bad as long as you take your time with it and just, you
Well, there again, like
can
I said,
enjoy doing it as long as you're not hurry.
you have to have mechanical manual dexterity to do some of this stuff. If you don't, you're going to stab your stuff with a screwdriver. You're going to ruin stuff. There's a little bit of technique involved. It's a mechanical thing.
But even beyond technique is patience.
Yeah.
If you're in a hurry, you will mess
But
things
the
up.
purpose of these tech videos are to show people what's involved with it, so they understand the time involved doing this stuff. It's not a 5-minute thing.
Oh, come on.
It takes time. Each thing takes time. You have hours involved. A lot of the purpose of these tech videos
But
for
I'm
the advanced
magically
people are to show them maybe new things.
Doing
that
everything in 5
they-
minutes, right?
that They didn't think of. I mean, I've been doing it for a couple of years. And then on the newbie part.
Only,
call it.
Spent 8 hours yesterday on
To
this.
show them how many hours and what's involved in this stuff, so they know when somebody comes out and does work for them, or they buy a machine, this is what the price of that.
Oh, yeah.
is.
Yeah, everything on our floor.
It's what it's commanding.
Yeah, the price is what you're paying for is the parts and labor. A lot of like the Sea Witch and of course the real representatives out there are like Hot Tip and that old Stern Dracula. Those machines when they came in here were worth $0. They were worth nothing. And the price of the machine is the parts and labor involved in
What?
in doing all this.
Okay, is that what it's supposed to be? It's just a plate. There's like three
Yeah, so whether
three
all
with
or
the stops, and then there's two with just this. That what the hell is that?
This is just the first segment of the drop target thing, and it'll be added to as we.
Yeah, we're gonna put the Bally's in there. We'll show the Williams, those brush out chumpies, and maybe something modern. I'm gonna cut away here. We'll come back to this being installed and just show you a quick picture of that, and follow up with the Bally's and the Williams and the Daddies and whatever else we got laying around here. I'll be right back with you. Okay, we're at the very end of this, Ray. Whatever you just did, do it again, because this is a don't try this at home. What was that? You're a nut.
Years of working on copier fusers.
All right. Well, since you don't burn yourself already, show everybody what you just did.
Well, there was too much solder on here, so I just wiped it off.
Ow. That hurts.
No, it doesn't. Well, it doesn't hurt me, but anybody else.
Yeah. No thanks.
There was too much old solder on here. What I was doing was cleaning off.
With his thumb.
This type of work.
That's a mess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cut out. So what you do is you take side cutters and you just
Cut the crap off.
Yeah, and you don't need that big of a lead. This is really all you need as far as
This is all enough.
wiring. I don't know why people don't dress wire right. You know, you got plenty of length here. And you're gonna want to tin the wire.
We are solder again.
Part of it. It's a good bit of this work is solder. Okay.
That's just a case of it. When you're working on a section of these machines, you trust what's there.
Right. Once you have your drop target.
Okay.
And they're gonna work better when the machine is not this way, because
Well, yeah, because they pull down.
Right.
What the oddity? Okay.
Okay.
It looks like a button or something.
So there we
It's
have
like
all.
weird,
That's a lot of drop targets you did on this one, right?
Yeah.
weirdly shaped
I mean, is there 8 though?
stop.
I don't know, 8, 4, 4, and 3, however many that is. I was up till 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay, folks, that's all on the stern. We'll be back, well, either prior or after with the Williams and the Bally's and all the rest of that stuff.
No doubt.
All right, we're just tacking an ending on this thing, Ray.
Right.
We showed your bucket of drop targets. What are you doing? We did the Sea Witch drop targets. Is that game going to be done one of these days?
Yeah, I'm working.
You know, it's not like you have every friggin' thing possibly placed on it. So we're just tacking an ending on this thing. Who are you shouting out to this week, Ray?
Silver Bowl Museum, the people down in Asbury Park.
Oh, why is that?
They're watching our videos and they make comments about them. And
Yes, sir.
they're informative.
Somebody said, well, you know, I haven't actually seen any comments from them, but I got a comment from somebody referring to them saying that they were watching our videos. I don't know. But you ever been there?
No, I haven't.
I have also never been there, but from what I understand, New Jersey's not that far away. Maybe we take a road trip down there. Well, I wonder if they would invite us
Okay,
down
and
to
this
the-
one's regular flat.
walking down there.
What the hell is going on with these stops?
That would require us to take a day off, though. I don't know if we can afford that. We're small business. Okay, you shouted out to somebody. What's the other question? Oh, what are we doing? What's next week's tech tips? What do you got in mind?
I guess it's going to be episode
14. We've been doing this for 14 weeks now. We're
Yeah,
gonna
it's
be.
going to be connectors.
Okay, why is that?
We got a request for it.
Okay, connectors.
Yeah, connectors and what it means to connect one device to another, headers, connectors, wiring.
Edges, Molex, and all that fun stuff, and the tools
Some of the
involved.
little tools you can afford to have, some of them are expensive, some are economical, and it'll get the hobby spot.
Very common pinball failure, though.
Yeah, there's reasons to have them. It's what makes the devices serviceable. You don't want to start with the wires to the
Uh-oh.
board.
Well, we see that way too often. You see that in the field too,
Yeah,
don't you?
people avoiding to do it correctly because they don't have the resources to do it. They don't know they can get them.
Okay, so connectors, and maybe we'll squeeze in part 2 of the multimeter. We meant to get back to that, but it didn't really fit in very well with drop targets.
I remember a lot of that.
Yeah, we did.
There's really not too much to go over other than average, how to use it.
Okay, so shout out Silver Ball Amusements. Next week, connectors and multimeter part 2. Sunday. Everybody already knows that I failed, and I did, Ray. I failed miserably trying to shoot a video of Jim's Medieval Madness. I was there 3 nights in a row till after midnight, and I could not beat it. I don't know, today's Thursday, and I'm still hurting from standing in front of that pinball machine that long. So everybody who thinks that I'm the best pinball player on the East Coast, I'm probably the 5th best. So I'm not going to go attempt to do that again this week. I don't know really what we're going to shoot. Maybe pick something easy. I'll redo the hot tip, or I don't know. Tune in for it. It's going to be a surprise because I haven't really decided yet. But we're happy to see you on Sunday. We're happy to see Ray. We've got a ton of new subscribers. So hi to everybody there. We encourage you to chime in, let us know who you are, what you got, what you think, all that stuff. We appreciate your participation. Glad to have you aboard. Ray, wave bye-bye to the people.
See you next week. Stay tuned.
Ray, you need that in your basement. Watch, I can make him drain. You're having a really good ball.
Hi, we hope you've enjoyed this video. If you haven't already subscribed, what are you waiting for? Want to know what's coming next? Go like us on Facebook right now. You can keep up to date with all of us here at the shop and what we've been up to. Thank you for watching.
All right, Ray, we're running out of time. Welcome to week 14 of Ray's. 14, Ray. We've been doing this for 14 weeks. You hear that?
14
You've been fixing pins almost that long.
since I was 14.
They didn't even have flippers back then. Oh my. Would you step away from Jimmy's Elvira and help us shoot this week's vid? People want to know about connectors.
Come on, damn it.
14 plus 13.
Don't do this. Oh, you piece of crap.
What's 13?
1,300 something. 1,300 reasons why you should.
Yeah, I'm paid by Bill.
Oh, yeah.
You've been paid your $1,300 bill right now.
Ray, I got a question for you. Are we caught up on our bills?
Yeah.
You haven't written any bad checks recently, have you?
No.
Okay, well, I'm just making sure. There's some people in this business running around writing bad checks. They don't have $1,300 in the bank. Unbelievable. Connectors, you got connectors on the road. Where are you taking me with this thing? Oh, Lord, where's connectors? Where are we going?
All right, here's more.
Oh, God. Those are connectors.
Yeah, these are IDCs, insulation displacement. That's what this industry used most.
They like to burn up.
Yeah, they don't age well if you take them on and off. They're not serviceable except for a limited lifespan. You know, there are other connectors like these, which have a more useful lifespan than this, because if you mishandle this too many times, you can see the wire will just pull out. We'll dissect one. I'll show you what is in here as opposed to this. The wires crimp onto this, so it actually wraps around the wire. I'm going to do one on camera to show you.
Okay.
So there's a much more deliberate connection in here. This just has a V in it that pierces the vinyl of the wire, and that's how it connects, just down alongside of the wire.
So if it falls out, you just take a screwdriver and shove it back in.
Yeah, well, you're going to spread the
That ain't gonna work.
insulation. Yeah, no, you're going to.
Jimmy, where'd he go? He ran away. He did that one. It didn't work.
Yeah, you're going to spread the connector out.
All right, I'm following you. Where are we going?
I'm going to go over here to.
No, I'm following.
And tools.
What is all this stuff?
Well, first off, you know, you can buy this stuff from Mouser Electronics or Allied or DigiKey. You can buy any connector configuration you want, and you get your receiver and then the connector. They're two parts. And Molex still makes this stuff. They were bought out by Walden, I guess.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, it used to be Amp, Molex, and then Amp gave up Molex, and this company bought them. But they're still supported. You can still buy stuff. Different types of connectors are here. They're color coded. Your IDCs, yellow, red, orange. And what that means is what gauge wire, American Wire Gauge, AWG. Now that means what wire gauge it works with, what connector. You don't want to use examples of wire gauge. This would be 22 gauge.
You don't put that in a 12 gauge.
No, don't put that in a bigger connector. No. And then you've got 16 and 18 gauge wire.
The higher the number, the thinner the wire.
Yeah, and you don't look at just vinyl, because you can have a thick vinyl and a thin. You could have thick vinyl with this wire
And have it still be like gauge. Okay.
right. You know, the wire size differences.
Generally speaking, though, to look at them, you can determine big from little. You know.
Yeah.
You ran away on me. Where'd you get them?
Wire difference here.
I don't like those. Where's mine? I like mine.
But these work good. It's whatever you're used to. And this will be the difference between the wire gauges. You can see the thin compared to a thicker gauge. This tells you what connector to use.
Okay.
Generally, pins use either the yellow or the red.
Your gauge is going to be generally what?
Probably 16 gauge.
Your control will be lighter, and your coils will be heavier.
Right. Your orange is, well, not 16, correct me. Orange is 18 gauge. Your GIs are mostly going to be 20 gauge, and your power wiring is 18 gauge, which is what goes in that big connector you saw earlier.
So the wires coming out of the transformer and such.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't think many circuits in a pinball use 16 gauge. It would be a line course. That would be 16 gauge. Most of your things in a pinball are such a short wire distance, you can get away with a lighter gauge. But you're going to be either using yellow or red, mostly red, around the NPU and driver board. And what these look like inside. If I can
What do you got in there?
I don't have to split them apart. This is what one of these looks like inside. This is your contact. Which is, let's see, header pin.
Whoops.
So you got surface contact on the flat ends, not on the sides.
Okay.
With these things. The other end of it is how it goes into the wire. You can see I spread this to show you. When you crimp this, the tool shoves this down. This is very sharp inside this V. It'll actually, it's like a knife. It'll cut 4 places, 2 there and 2 there, and it actually only comes up alongside of the wire.
Okay.
You don't need to pre-strip wire like we did here. Right? You use it right off the vinyl. Now, the problem with some of them is the older the vinyl wiring you're using, if it's an old device, if you use these IDCs, it might not even pierce this because the vinyl is too hard. It can't
Now it's
cut
not
it.
soft anymore.
No, it
Yeah.
won't cut it. So you could do a connection with the proper tool, which is this, and it still won't cut it. This is a Molex tool with changeable heads. This one is the .156 head, which is what this is. Also,
You lost me. I don't know what you're talking about.
it's connector size and spacing. Most pinballs use this, your WPC stuff. Your early Valleys used this, which is a .100 space connector. You can see the difference. Shorter, smaller.
So it's a distance in some fashion.
That's all. And they're color coded the same. This would be the connector, and these are called headers. It would be the same as a red 156 connector, but it's just miniature. Most of your Valley Williams use this in your modern machines. In your older solid states, Valley used this instead. Godly didn't use either most of the time. They used a few of these, maybe very infrequent. They used with the edge.
Oh, excuse me, that was right on the mic.
I'm not sure I can. These are all Valleys.
So a connector can be repinned.
Yeah, I might not have them in here. They might be in the truck. We'll get back to that. Let's stay on this.
Okay.
This is busy enough. These are dust covers that go on this. And what they do is, you don't need them. Some places didn't even use them. You can cut them to length. They only come in this length at the longest. You can cut it, and this actually seals the wires that come out here.
Makes for a neater job.
Well, yeah, and it keeps them from being stressed, because what they usually look like is this.
And they get pulled on.
Yeah.
And they pull on the wires.
Right, and then it comes loose, and then then you have bad connections. So you can use these on top of your wires, and it'll keep the wiring in the connector. You won't find them too much on the newer pins. They didn't bother doing it. Valley used to do it a lot. The second type of connector you can do is this. WPC games almost all use these or these for power connections. They never really used this. The early Williams games used this, and so did some Gottliebs, and that was about it. When you got to WPCs, they did away with this. What goes with this is these connectors right here.
Damn it.
Those are available from all like 7 bags of them. Can I push in? Yeah, for the board edge connector, we'll come back to that. That goes to the board edge connectors. Gottlieb uses. I'll find some of those for example.
That Gottlieb plate goes out in the,
Yeah,
on the opposite,
we'll,
yeah.
we'll cut to that. That is the connector that goes to this. And we'll show you how they
Damn
fail.
screws.
Yeah, I know, because this was their thought. Why not get rid of the extra part, which is the header? Why not get rid of that and just have the connector, which is needed anyway? And instead of having solder points, which come loose on the board, and header pins, which were difficult because they corrode, and such, why not just use the circuit board to do what the video people did, which is edge connectors? Well, it has failure points too.
well, it doesn't all of it.
Yeah, it doesn't all.
Well, while you're there, what are the primary, or the most common failures that you're seeing in connectors? we had a couple requests for doing the connector video, based on the fact that it's a common failure. What is the common failure? Why? And what can the homeowner address with any of this?
Well, most common failure is general illumination, which is on all the time, not control lamps, which blink. The load that they generate is on and off so quick it doesn't matter. What does matter is the probably 100 to 150 GI lamps. Most people think, well, there's only 30 in it, or 40. No, there's 40 in that back box alone, or more. Some back boxes have 30 GI lamps that are on all the time. And the play field is divided into sections. The old play fields were divided into 2 sections, like say in the mid-80s Data East games. They had 3 GI strings. The new WPC Williams games have 5 in all their games. There's usually 2 in the back box and 3 in the playfield area. And between those 5 GI sections, you probably got 120 to 150 lamps.
So we've talked about this before with the LEDs and the difference in the current flow.
Yep.
But where that is taking effect is at the connector that was under designed. It wasn't designed for the amount of load over, especially over the period of time. It would last for the year and a half that the pin was designed to work. But 20 years later, it's over, and are there any burned up connectors around here? We'll
We'll go to that.
I'll take a picture of that. But
I have some examples on this playfield here. Burn up. The only right way to address it is to do at least 2 back box GI and LED. You can do playfield GI and LED. That gets to be a little different as far as difficulty, because you got to take some plastics off some games. You can't pull them at the bottom. But anybody can do back box GI. You could take probably
it's a 5-minute job, 10-minute job tops.
yeah, you could probably
I can do a back box in under 5 minutes, right?
you could probably take at least 10 amps off your back box. Each GI string I measured was close to 4 amps, 4.5 amps of draw at 7 volts AC. But when you multiply that times 5, it's 20 amps. That's why you're burning this stuff up. And then, of course, the industry responded. They came out with their answer. The white connector signifies the plating on the header is different. This will not take the current draw that the black connectors do. Now, they look the same, but they're not. These are longer, but that doesn't matter. The physical difference. It's the plating on here. And it's what these were made out of compared to these. This will draw more current. This will stand more current than these, but these still burn. So black is not just a color difference. It was an industry spec that showed that you could draw more current through this thing, but they still burn. So they quit doing it. You might notice on WPC 95 games, if you look in there, there's black. If you look on WPC 89 games, all the way from 90 to on when they stopped doing WPC 89 games to 95, they had white in them. But they tried to respond to people's complaints about the things burning up, but it didn't work. And then, of course, shortly after that, they went away with conventional pin went to the PIN 2000, which was totally a redesigned pin, and it doesn't burn connectors up. They split the GI up to get more strings, I suppose. Never really did it, yeah, but it doesn't burn connectors up.
So a burned up GI connector is going to be a problem for
Solder work
for a homeowner, because even if he has the tools to do the connector, he better be prepared to do the header as well, because doing half the job is not going to work.
It'll burn your connector back up, because the header now is going to cause heat draw because it isn't making a good connection. And then there's people that use the little these things, but you can't do this with any practicality on the WPC game. And by the way, these don't prevent it from burning up anymore either, because I've seen these already burn up. This is a connector where the industry responded to the problem with this by making a connector that grabs the front of the pin and both sides. So you've got 3 sides covered instead of 2. Better connection. It still went up. It still didn't work. On valleys, that was an answer for some valley people. Instead of using this, where you're actually getting one side. WPCs were using 2 on the IEC, but on the early valleys, they were burning up like crazy. So instead of 1, they were going to 3. But they still burn up. And you see this connector, it'll get so burned up it's breaking half. This connector is used with these pins. And what you would do is you prepare the wire. Let's see here. And this is stripped back too far. You usually prepare it about.
You're walking away again. Commercial break. This is some dead space in here. Let's put some dance music in there.
This is what the distance of stripped wire you should have for this connector.
What's that about? Quarter of an inch?
No. It's not 80 thousandths, maybe.
I'm tired.
You can go less than that if you want.
Well, an inch must have shrunk on me.
All you're doing is you're looking to crimp the connector. You load it into this tool.
That's a standard Harbor Freight type of tool, isn't it?
No. Great Plains Electronics sells this. Mauser sells it. It is a very thick tool. It's 2 stages. You can see the 2 stages of the tool here. There's a release here. Because you're crimping 2 stages of wire. This first stage is where the conductor goes. This holds on to the insulator. The reason for it is, now you can use both of these to crimp the conductor if you like, but it's thought that the wire will live longer if you feed it in and just crimp the vinyl. And this tool automatically releases when you get a crimped wire. This is a correctly crimped wire. You can see your insulator come out the top of this. So now you can pull on this and it won't tear out of the connector because your tight crimped conductor is here and your insulation's here. That is a durable connector, and they're made to slide in here, and it's got a lock, which means you go this way into the lock.
Push it in and it's done.
You're done. That's repinned. If you're doing a machine, there's probably a lot of good things.
Unless you have 2 wires, and then you can really bring your lunch.
This is a lot quicker if you're doing wire.
Okay, what is this again?
This is the IDC. If you're doing wires with an IDC, you can just buzz right along here. Now I just did 3 in the time it took me to prepare 1. That's the difference. The industry went to this for speed, and it's practically as durable as this, only it is not as good. This is a good type of connection.
And you'll lose connection here and look at it and think you're fine, and the wire can be broken. You see a lot of failures there, or?
Yeah, here, because if you're
pulling on and off and on.
Yeah, and then it'll actually break away from here intermittently, and your wire will pull away from here, and it'll be broke, sticking at this end, which don't matter, right? Your conductor will be here just barely, the fingers will just be barely touching the little strands. And then your vinyl is holding on, and people think, well, that's all.
It looks like it's on there.
No, it's not, because the vinyl doesn't conduct electricity or strands. But they will break away because they're very small. I mean, if you've seen how small they were.
Sure, yeah, there ain't much to them.
No, I mean, look at the strand size on these things.
That's what things.
Strands are this.
It doesn't take them too long to give up.
No, if you toss this back and forth, it'll break, and then you get the vinyl holding on. So you almost have to check with a meter on this metal part and go to the other end of the
Yeah, do a contact test.
It can be tricky, but that's how these work, and these are the tools that you're going to need. Side cutters, wire strippers of your choice. This is a Molex tool for just one direction wire. This does not do the through wire. To do the through wires, when you see one of these connectors from the factory that has wires coming out both ends, In other words, it has a wire that continues. That's an open-end connector. You can buy those from the same people that sell you these. The other end of it is open, just like this, and the wire will just go right through. But there's no tool made to do that. They were done in the factory. You cannot buy that tool. This tool won't do it. There's no way. The wire dead ends here, and that's it.
Okay.
There's no way to do it through wire connector.
So when you're doing a full connector with 18 through wires, what's the answer?
The
What do you have
answer
to do?
is to take wires. I like to have a junk wiring harness, or if you have extra wire to do this, all you need is a lead about this long. You take 2 leads, you strip them back, twist them together. Your feed lead is coming in at this end, and now you've got your single into a double, and now you've got your dual wire. Because if you have a through wire, it has to go somewhere else.
Right.
And
So you solder, you want to solder a shrink sleeve, twisting, solder shrink sleeve, not necessarily in that order. Probably put your shrink sleeve on before you do anything. Otherwise, you ever try to put on a shrink sleeve after you're like already done?
no,
Have you ever tried though?
no.
Well, don't.
Most of your shrink sleeve size you're going to need is this size. This size will work. It's I think 3/16. This will work for your 3 wire splice. Because you got 2 and then the 1 is, and that'll feed your through wire. And that's how you do it.
No electrical tape,
Yep,
please. 'Cause
I
when
think
we see
so.
it coming in here, we're going to rip it off and think you're a hack.
Well, it dries up, falls off, and then you got bare connections.
So we will recommend a place where you
You're
can get a
creating
job.
a complicated problem by shorting things out and ruining other stuff that should be ruined with a simple procedure where you can put it permanent on. This stuff I don't recommend for homeowner. They do make alternatives to having this tool. This is the other head, which is a little different. You might notice it's bigger here, and that's smaller because the
For a
the
different
little-
size connector.
yeah, the little 100 space ones go in this. And this automatically feeds as you go across. Right?
That's an expensive tool, isn't it?
Yes. The handle was made by Ant Molex, and Ant owned Molex. The handle is only like $30, but the heads are like 150 or something.
No, that's kind of cheap for a homeowner.
Yeah, you use these for service tools if you're doing repairs. If you're a homeowner, they make a punch down tool similar to the stuff you get when you go to Lowe's or Home Depot for Cat 5 network cable. It's a manual little plastic punch down fork. You can use that, and the fork is made to go this way across the wire, and then the solid part pushes it in, and then the other 2 parts go out.
Not as convenient or easy to use, but yet
You
still,
gotta have it sitting on something,
But
but
still-
still hold it while you're doing it.
but still somewhat proper. It's built to do it.
Right.
Okay.
The harder the wire, the thick wire, you have a hard time with making a push down tool. This is a fire's effect here. This has got a pretty deliberate action. A manual push down tool, you're pushing on. But it is cheap and it's affordable. When I would recommend buying these to do your little
Well,
repairs.
I scratched my head when I heard this request for connectors because I still don't see what we've given the homeowner to do here, other than please put LEDs at least in your back box.
Yeah, prevent the problem.
Because you see connector problems, the Centaur we did. What did you do? Every connector on that thing, they were all shot.
Well, this is to inform people what you can do to repair your stuff, because a lot of people look in there and see it burn up and they think, oh, well, it's over. I'll just throw the thing away. Or I don't want it because it's not repairable. Nobody's going to repair it. They're thinking there's no answer for it. You've got all different types of connector housings available for it, and these are the ones that burn up on the, we're speaking of burning up stuff. This fit on Stern Daddy Williams games. This would be the power supply header that plugs into the
And then burns off the board.
this burns off, that burns off.
But again,
You can buy this stuff.
but it's still not an amateur job. You gotta do both sides. You can't do just the connector. You gotta solder on the board. And even at that point, you gotta evaluate, is the board even worth fooling with?
There are round pins, and these are the pin extraction tools. They're each different sizes. 93 thousandths, 84, and 62. And what they're for is there are pins used in pinballs, some places, like on the power connector, because this doesn't handle current. They won't. Right. So they use this on the transformer areas. It's very deliberate and it's tight and it's a full circle. There's no contact loss. You won't see these burn up, but very rare. They will once in a while when they get spread apart and dirty, and then it won't conduct, so it'll cause heat and burn up the connectors. The connectors that these go in would be these. Mostly just the transformer, the 6-pin connectors for the transformer feeds.
But you generally don't see failures there.
Not a lot, once in a while. And these are the extraction tools to get this out of here.
To reuse the house.
If it's burned up, you replace it. If you just got a problem where you have a broken wire, or somebody had an export machine where they changed transformer jumpers for voltage difference, then you'll have to repin that. That's a rare occasion. Since most of the pins that come back into the country are worth US sold. And then you have these. You don't see this used in pinballs much. These stab block things. So these are the insulated ones. You're very common to see this type of thing. Once in a while. Usually around the fan area, like on the whirlwind or something.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, there's single connectors for sometimes for like the knocker or
yeah, they
bigger connectors.
They generally didn't use these. Yeah, around the speaker you might see them. You won't see insulated ones around the speaker. You probably more or less see they're cheaper.
Sure. Well, Ryan, I'm disappointed here because I still don't feel like we've given them anything to do with. Maybe we've given them some understanding. A lot of the hobbyists out there, Arcade Russ and those guys probably have a good amount of this tooling. I don't know what I'm teaching Arcade Russ, but you can feedback and let us know what we missed. General ABC homeowner is not going to have any of this stuff.
No.
So that's what I got. What else you got on connectors?
I guess I would say you just have to be aware if you're going to do your own repairs, to have the correct knowledge of what wire sizes are and what they do and why things happen.
Sure do.
Some homeowners will get us and then the lights will go out. Wonder why. So I would imagine just understanding what it is and what happened. I mean, I've had people tell me, do I have a problem with voltage in my house? Is that why it burned up? They don't really know. So you mostly want to understand why it happened and call for repair. This portion of the video wasn't really intended for any more than just the homeowner to have them aware of if they have a machine, a device that they lost lights or use of a circuit, let's say.
Please don't solder you pull the wire out and solder it to the pin on the board or any of that stuff.
That's kind of harder to do than doing it right. Most people do stuff like that when they're in a hurry or they don't understand what's available. It's a good idea, mostly just to call for repair. Have it fixed. I mean, it's relatively easy. The board headers, you must pull the board out of the machine. You can't do it with the machine to do these. And you really should have a desoldering station.
Well, you do it in the field.
Yeah, and you use a mile of solder wick. And solder wick is a copper braided material with flux in it, and that actually helps you remove solder when you're out in the field. You got to remove solder to replace these because the hole is filled when you take this out.
Okay.
And you can't get
the new one back in. Yeah.
And you don't want to be on a circuit board with heat any longer than you have to, because it doesn't want 700 degree solder iron on it. It'll separate the fiber material from the little flat copper conducting material. And then when that separates, you ruin the board. We'll show you what that looks like.
Where we going? Oh, we're gonna see a burnt header on Jimmy's Elvira. All right, what do we got here?
Well, in these days, they had a board layout and they discontinued it into the WPC series. This is a System 11C game, you can tell by this section. I got a bulletin board in that section. Washed the boards, cleaned everything, but this platform, they used what they call an interconnect board. This board was right after they went to System 11s. System 9s through 11s used this.
Okay, so this is right before WPC.
Yeah, and they just couldn't fit all this on there. And they couldn't put any more on here, which this is the Playfield Power Board, auxiliary power supply.
Okay.
They couldn't fit it on there, they couldn't fit it on here, so they came out with this. It's more or less a junction. They put some devices on here, like little chips to control switches, I think, or lamps. They put resistors for your voltage step down to your flash lamps. So really, this doesn't have very many devices or semiconductors on it, but it does have a few they couldn't fit on there.
And it sure does fail.
Yeah, these all fail. It doesn't matter. There was about 5 or 6 versions of this, and all the versions were just difference in connectors. So some shapes were different because they had more or less of these, but most of them were this type of board, this shape, this size.
Okay.
These burn up because these burn up, and because they can't draw the current. So this is an example of a header burns up. It's been chucked off and burned up the plastic. And of course, on the other end, it's equally ugly. It started eating, burning up the trays. You had loose solder connections because it was trying to draw power from here and it couldn't. So these heated up, getting 5-watt resistors. These got probably red hot. So you can see they were really working on burning the board out. Here, this is crispy. But this is an example. And of course, your connector that goes here would be equally as burnt.
Wherever it is. Good.
I'll show you one on the playfield. But that's what this board did. It sat here, and it just simply was a go-between between the rest of this stuff, the playfield. That's all.
Interconnect board.
Yeah, the playfield stuff fed to the bottom, usually, and then out the top went to everything here. The WPCs, they did away with it. They put everything on the power driver board.
Where are you going to recon that board?
Yeah, this is going to be a hard job. I don't think
This is not available, right?
No,
Can't get it.
no,
Who's out there making boards? Why don't they make this?
I don't know. I find these used in better shape than this, but some of them are about the same. Some of them are a little better.
It's not a very complicated board. You can
It's really what I meant to say. Yeah, no, it is.
look and save it.
I wouldn't want to make it.
And a quick shout out to anybody out there. If you have a bonsai run, please call Ray. He loves working on interconnect boards and bonsai run.
Yeah, bonsai run, that's a hard machine, because this is not here in the head.
It's down there where you
Yeah,
can't get.
here, because the head is, a playfield. Yeah, no, you can't get it. And they burn up in that. I did
Yeah.
a few of those. They're hard. I guess let's go over here. I'll show you a burn up.
I'm following you. Look out for that pole.
Just want to be the other end of that.
Why am I working in the middle of the floor here? This is a disaster.
You're about ready to stage it. This is what happens when the header burns up. And you continue to use it, and then it goes. And this connector is probably supposed to be another 2 or 3 pins long.
Where does it go? It goes on. It goes GI. There it is again. GI.
This is a GI relay. Back in this day, they wanted to use the relays to switch on. They thought it was a needed track mode, Bally and
Yeah, it had a flicker.
Yeah, to have it pulse back and forth, and they didn't want to use a CPU to do it because they ran out of room on the system, but couldn't do it. The WPC is more powerful, they can. You'll find 3 or 4 of these all over these machines, in the head, back box, on the playfield, and high speed, so
Yeah, I guess
they all
that's a
do
good
this because they
thing.
were drawing the current through, they were switching the current on. Yeah, here, it's a guy.
Sure.
This is what happens when connectors burn up, not only on here, but anywhere. In the back box, on the interconnect board.
Okay, so you've already done the header on that, and you need to do the.
Right, I already did the header, that's new, and now I have to do this, the other end, yeah, you have to do both. And you see one brown. If one is just slightly brown, you could probably get away with doing just a connector, but if it's dark brown, it's already got hot, this is already
Everything's
shot.
shot, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good practice to do one anyway, you do both. For home use, it's a better idea to do both.
All right, well, let's take a 10-second break here. I need a water. Let's go out, we'll show them an edge connector, and you can think if there's anything else you want, because I'm almost out of film again. We must be going long. Are these videos too long? See, the other guy, he does this stuff to keep you, I don't know. I guess that's exciting or interesting or something. We'll be right back, folks.
5 minutes.
Ray, what are you doing?
Get back.
What are you? You're Gumby.
I'm gonna be.
Okay, what do we have here? What is this pin?
Over disco, Bradley, system 1.
System 1, okay. With edge connectors.
Yeah, Gottlieb used edge connectors everywhere. Displays. This is an example of an edge connector. These burn up on it. This is a dual edge, connector. Has edge and 156,
Okay.
like we showed earlier. Edge connectors are key different because they have a slot that runs in here. These are just, the key pin is a little, we'll go back and show you the key pin. It's just a little plug-in plug.
Okay.
All connectors are keyed, which is another important.
Well, not all, but most.
That should be 99%. You won't find too many connectors that are not keyed. If they don't have a key in them, the manufacturer forgot to put it in because they're all keyed, so you can plug it in. Right?
Yeah, so you get right.
And they're also, when you're taking them on and off to do whatever, they're also offset. So if the key's in the center, you have 4 and 4, let's say, you don't want to turn it up wrong because you've got conductors going wrong.
Sure.
The connector pins are offset, and they also put locator. These are like a locator housing part where your big part of the connector won't go this way without really forcing it.
I see that.
Yeah. So in other words, the closed side would go down.
Okay.
As opposed to this, you can't get this in there, even if the pin is not wrong. You know, it'll go in easy this way because that's the closed side goes down. Open, big side goes up.
Okay, so that's not an edge connector.
Right, edge connector, your key is here. That is the key that they use, whether it's big or small. You know, here's 2. You know, and it will go only one way because it's keyed with that either length or position of key. In your bigger cases, they will have more than one key. Here it's got 3, but you can't get it on. It won't go. And that pin you saw goes in here, and this is the same type of connector to put a pin as this end of the exception is the release is not exposed. The release, to get the pin out of this, to release it, you push a little screwdriver, a flat screwdriver in there, bend the tab in, and the wire comes right out. Otherwise, they're locked in. Right? These are different. These, you need the little unlock tool to go down in that little area. Yes, that's right. Then it releases this pin. I'm not going to get it out any other way. The round ones are obvious. The extraction tools we showed you for the round, they just go around the pin and go in and push out.
You see a ton of failures on those connectors.
Yep.
What is it that you see?
They collapse. These have the same failure in common. The pin that goes in a connector has like a spring effect to it, and they will, from being on and off of the pin and exercise so many times, it'll actually crack and it won't clamp the pin tight. Or in this case, the conductors are on this side of the board.
On the back side, right?
It won't clamp the conductors tight. Now, if you look down in there, you'll see they're hanging into the connector. And if you push on them with a little tiny tool, you need a very tiny tool. You can't put a screwdriver near it. But if you could flex those with a little flat blade tool, like an X-Acto knife,
Right,
you can feel the edges bring back really good. That's right.
They're not.
A failure in Gandhi and others that use this pin, this edge connector pin, will actually have a floating effect where it's not pressing tight on the board. It won't conduct enough current to make the thing work. You might not have a board problem. You might have a connector problem.
Well, speaking of board problems, you might have a board problem. What for board do you got in that thing?
This is the nylon replacement board.
For System 1s?
Yeah.
And why is that in there?
The original board is to an age to where the components are, number one, not available. The Rockwell manufactured semiconductors are not available. You could only get used stuff, which has no more life left than stuff you just took out the thing. So the reason to give up the original board is products aren't made for it anymore, the age of it, and unreliability. So you'd want to.
Yeah, you turn your game on, you want the game to work.
Yeah, you have unreliability.
Oh, another neat feature on that System 1 games like Joker Poker, Joker Poker, there's no reason to install a free credit button switch on the front.
Yeah, there's a lot of System 1 games that are right?
Yeah, like Counterforce,
Yep.
or not Counterforce, Countdown. Yeah, a ton of System 1 games.
Yeah.
But the new board has free play on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, Hulk is a System 1. Yes, it does.
So you don't have to drill a hole in the front and put a.
It's front door service switch accessible too. You just go into there. That's another advantage over the old board, the OEM board. The service procedure to actually get into diagnostics and game options and parameters is awkward. You've got to actually have the book to know what number, like 16, what's that mean? 01. It's hard to figure. This is all alphanumeric on the display. It says 3 ball, 5 ball.
Right.
0, 1. Very easy. It's worth this board, and it's worth it just to get the free play. It's worth it because the game options are easy, and you can select your game with this 8-position dip switch bang.
Sure. System 1 nylon. How much is that?
Approximately?
Yeah, approximately.
145.
I thought it was less than that, but whatever it is, it's not extravagant. Throw your old one out. It's working great.
When you're doing one of these, it's important to replace all these pins, whether you think they're good or not, because this is the ground and power supply of the MPU board. These are often a failure point in the Godrej System 1 game.
As is
Anywhere it's used.
as is the power driver board there.
Power supply, yeah.
They call it the power driver board.
Yeah, it's power supply. Yeah, it's right here. Replace the power supply. And Rock Dog makes these. Nylon makes
Heat up
them,
this
so-
Chinese.
New boards.
Yeah. As you can see, this has an original ramp driver board. And they're a serviceable
Okay.
board to use. I'm not advocating throwing all OEM boards out, but when you have the benefit of new technology, and that's why you.
Oh, I know one. There's some tomato raviolini soup over
Once you're still
Let
available.
me bring it on it. Bring it up.
Once you're still available, why don't you guess the
Mini
ravioli
ravioli,
in the hard
pasta.
box?
things in there.
But just from a standpoint of experience, power supply, well, of course, MPU first, but really power supply first, because you don't want the old power supply blowing up your new board. Spend a couple $100 on a pair of new boards that are beat done, and that's why we do it, because we want it beat done. When this machine sells, we don't want to go chase it with egg on our face over something that failed on a board that wasn't really our fault, other than the fact that we left an old board in.
Any Godly pinball machine, System 80 or System 1, you don't want to plug display box on because it will blow up Z1 through Z4 on the computer. You paying attention, Jim?
You were looking for a Joker Poker. I know where you can get them, but you got to put some new boards there.
That's just a word of caution on the game specific thing. But
Okay, system one, I guess that applies to all the Gottliebs. Really, any game, any and all of these games. Best bet, you're gonna be plugging in and unplugging connectors, do it with the game off. You might cause a major problem.
We're on these. Almost every time, if you unplug this with the game on, you're always going to blow up. One of these chips here. Either one of these 3 chips or these 2 actually slide involved in your displays. You can see where the display is going here. This is your display that is here. So this area of the board is your display interface. So you will always go on one of these chips if you unplug it.
I've never done that.
You know, Valley Williams, whether it's new or late, in the 80s, like system 3 through 7 or 9 through 11, you can unplug displays, and they don't really seem to care, and you won't blow anything up. You'll get shocked. There's 100 volts coming out of them. That hurts. DC.
But don't do that on the Gottlieb displays.
These, there's only like 60 or 42, something like that. They're not that bad. So you touch the pins and it's on. It's not as bad as those. But you don't want to unplug these. Just weird. Some people they'll know they got a problem with their digits not working right, so they'll figure, oh, I learned edge connectors are bad. So they'll be at this, and I don't want people involved in it.
Please don't.
Yeah, because these are common failures in these machines, and what kind of the pins there are. If you wanted to repin all these display edge connectors, you bring your lunch, because that's going to be 4 hours.
Don't bring your lunch for anything to repair it. There ain't too much you can do in under 5 minutes.
Times 30
Except that you annoy somebody. I can annoy somebody in under 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You probably don't do somebody eyes. No, he's got, what, you got a shout out? All right, well, who do you want to talk to?
Thank you for sharing our videos on this.
Yes.
Coleslaw?
You're on the ball.
Yeah,
Are we done with this thing?
I think we are.
Well, shut the door on this.
Shut the door.
Shut the door. You can finish it from back there. Let's put the pretty lights. Who do you want to say hi to this week? Ray, this is an easy one, slam dunk. You don't have to think about it.
I want to shout out to Derek B.
Who's he?
Derek B. is a customer of Lord Thomas, and 2 more from us.
I think he's up to 5. How many machines can you name that went to Derek in Utah? Algor. Back to the Future. Yeah, Hot Tip is his first restored game that he's got from us. No, he did not. When he got the Silk Star coming. No, Rock Encore is the one I knew you were gonna, that was your favorite thing. You love it. We're gonna start doing this kind of stuff because that's what, at any rate. So we appreciate Pinball Soul, we appreciate Derek in Utah. We appreciate the rest of everybody, well, at least 99% of everybody else who's tuning in. Ray, what do you got for us next week? I think you should be ready with something.
No, I guess next week we'll cover display.
Okay, that's cool. Maybe we can throw in a recharging these Gottlieb displays,
It's one of the fastest.
or rejuvenating, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I think we'll show people what's available in displays, because I have customers that don't even know what a color DMD is or does.
You know, I had somebody on eBay ask me those two Williams when we just shipped to whatever country that was. The guy asked, "Well, does this fit my machine?" And what was it? I think it was a time warp, another time warp, and of course it did. So yeah, displays is pretty cool.
There's a lot new field of displays. You know, there's the low voltage LCDs. You know.
Oh yeah, color DMDs. Yeah. Well, I guess it won't really be a tech tip, but we can just kind of do an overview of all that stuff. Well, the tech tip can be like rejuvenating the display.
We'll touch some videos again.
Okay, and one thing you've been talking to me about it all day, and I haven't been paying attention because I was saving it for this. What movie am I supposed to either watch or not watch?
electric tornado. Oh my, it was so poor.
How bad was it, Ray?
Oh my, I fell asleep.
You look tired, Ray. It looks like you kept you up kind of late.
Another word on pinball.
Electric tornado. That could be the Stern's next release. JJP, electric tornado.
Another word on pinball. This is something most people might not know, but if you put a pinball in a sunny window, you're going to lose your plastics.
Yeah.
Now, the sun will work these in several hours.
Yes. Or less.
If you put a pinball near a patio with sliding glass door,
What's that got to do with connectors?
it doesn't. But
We'll
I'm
save that for another
I'm
week.
looking at this and I remember
Yeah, I know. Don't point that out.
that's a handy tidbit.
Well, okay. Well, we'll do plastics another time because I will show people how to flatten how to unwarp a warpy plastic. But yes, generally keep your pinball machine if you can
That'd be a good subject
Away.
after the display.
away from sunlight. It'll fade your cabinet. It'll warp your plastics. Which is pretty,
There you go.
which is cosmetic stuff, and it'll be.
I'm going to film you doing plastics.
Oh, Lord.
And I didn't interview you doing plastics.
Okay, that sounds like fun. We'll do that. That's all I got. You got anything else for these people, right?
No,
I'm tired.
Sign off. Yep.
Appreciate you tuning in, everybody. Tune in on, what day is this? This is Thursday, so Friday is Tech Tips. Sunday is pinball. Tune in on Sunday. Something's coming. Either Transformers or X-Men. The World of Transformers. You got to make like 4,000 lit shots or something to beat it. I don't know how that's going to happen. Or the Sea Witch, which is actually done. We just had it apart because we were showing testing the old throwaway board set because we're putting new boards in that, right? So that's tune in Sunday. One of the three of those, or I don't know. Jim, your medieval's not going to make it this week. I can't stand it.
It's a mishmash of stuff.
Okay, I'm on all that. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you soon. Goodbye.
Hi, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you haven't already subscribed, what are you waiting for? Want to know what's coming next? Go like us on Facebook right now. You can keep up to date with all of us here at the shop and what we've been up to. Thank you for watching.
Well, if you're still hungry, you could toast a bagel and there's cream cheese in there.
Yeah.
Or tuna.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's 16 or 18. I don't even know my name today. Hello, folks. Welcome to what Ray tells me is week 16 of the Tech Tips series. Today we're at Ray's home shop, or what's left of us. How long was yesterday, Ray? 2 hours. For who? Yeah. So I'm going to film this video, because it wasn't 14 hours. I added another 5 after I got home because I had work to do. Yeah, I am tired. I'm not even. This chair you have here for, I guess, whatever this station is to my right is very comfortable. So I might just let you talk. If you see my eyes shut, it's because I'm sleeping. So anyway, today we're here at your home
What
shop
Mike does
featuring
best is sleep.
your circuit board repair station, and we're going to take something out to the. Okay, talk about that.
Well, one is being set up over at the store. It was moved there, and I'm reconstructing it. And it'll be a duplicate of this.
Well, that way I can,
Halfway there, I mean, I can do repairs on it, but it's not what this is, and I want this.
so over there I get to do all the circuit board repairs, right? Look at Jimmy doing. Poor Jimmy. You ever seen Jimmy with a soldering iron?
No.
Shout out to Jimmy with a soldering iron. He needs to just relax. Poor guy. He knows what he's doing. He just got, I don't know. He's intimidated by a soldering iron, and he's not the only one. I was, but I'm not really afraid of him at this point. But I don't know. I don't know if you want me soldering in chips or any of that stuff. I don't know.
You just have to have the same with this too, that's all. Then you gotta have the equipment and know what you're doing.
Okay. Well,
These are my connector stock.
which is much of what you have on the truck as well.
Yes, it's major. This is your major stock of stuff. You know, you can look to see what you buy quantity and you stock quantity when you're doing repairs and things.
You restock the truck from here, but of course this is going to be more comprehensive because you're not doing major circuit board repair in the field. Okay. Parts.
Yeah, and you have
I got to stand up. Here we go. Whoa.
capacitors, big and small.
Capacitor. What does a capacitor do, right?
Well, they're electrolytics, and there's some tantalums in here, and some ceramics. Delays of clearance stores occurring. Most of these are
Okay.
for coin-op equipment.
Whatever you just said, most people don't even know what you just said. So
It's a maintenance part for electronics. That's really all they need to know. How it works in a different circuit is complicated, so it really isn't worth explaining.
okay.
If you're going to get into electronics, then you should take a course if you're curious.
Got that.
You really don't need to know how or what things do to repair things. You can go off of a tech tip such as this, or do some reading, and it'll tell you replace this, replace that. Mr. Pinball, what was that called? Pin Monkey. Remember the website?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it was this guy. He took the site down. I don't know if he brought it back. 3M, Marvin 3M Pinball. This guy here.
Okay.
Yeah. This will tell you what to replace and how it works and where in the circuit to do it. And you don't even really need to know anything else about it. You know what I mean?
I understood that he put an immense amount of work into the documentation that he put there, and then I guess somebody needed some tissues or something, got upset with him for trying to help somebody. Imagine that. But okay, well, if you feel like you're using a term that people don't understand, like electrolytic or whatever, if you're looking at me and I'm giving you a dumb look, I don't know, either explain what it is or just call it a capacitor and don't say electrolytic because I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Just a different design capacitor. Then here you
Do they make iridescent
No.
capacitors?
Well, they might for certain people. Here's IC components. This is TIA 6821. These are processing
IC components. What is that?
integrated circuit.
Okay.
These are resistors. These are jackets for monitors. I used to do a lot of that. Those are transistors. These are more ICs, more ICs, more ICs. Specialty sections. You know, these are low shock to the 7400 series. These are PC series. They're faster switching IC. Most of them are gates and switches that go on pinballs and video monitors. There are different sizes. It depends. You look up the part number and you cross over to get it.
Do you actually use any of this stuff?
Yeah. You know,
Okay. Somebody recently accused you of just storing it. You just buy this stuff and just keep it for, I don't know, to look at.
No, I don't know how to use it. I don't know what to do with it. Yeah, these are IC sockets. I go through a couple hundred a year. You know, these are 2410.
Okay. You use those a lot. What's the story there?
Well, whenever you replace a cajon on a board, you're going to want to socket it. This is somebody else's blue socket. I'm going to replace both these. with my black sockets. I don't really know. This board was repaired. I was using it for testing. This is a component for it.
Okay, not a screwdriver.
No.
Why don't you use a screwdriver?
Because it will gouge the board and cut a trace. You need the angle to get underneath and pry.
Okay.
The screwdriver is going to put you this way. You can't pry on it. And you can go through the end with it, but usually if there's a chip in the middle of the board, how are you going to get to it? That's what this is for.
Okay.
That's what this is.
An expensive tool that you should have if you're doing this.
Right. And then these are pliers to straighten pins out if they should need it. These have no teeth.
Okay.
They're electronic duckbills. And then this is what happens when you have solder plating on chip legs. And what you want to do is just take a stainless steel wire brush and clean these off. You can also use a fiberglass cleaner.
Can I put it in the sandblaster?
No. And it cleans the pins off the legs. Most chips nowadays don't even oxidize black like this because the pins are zinc or some sort of plating. These here were silver coated. This is an old chip made by Fairchild. 6820, which is also a 6821 TIA.
Okay.
The peripheral interface adapter. Using most pinballs.
Give a dummy a brief overview of what these chips generally do. Do they do several different things? What's the brain inside of that thing?
They do. These are input output. They take input from the CPU and they put an output signal to the driver chips, which are these little ones. And then the little ones in turn tell the transistor through the pre-driver transistor to turn on the big transistor. That puts the signal out to power the device through the. This is actually what powers the device, like a lamp coil.
So in a bigger view, it's a setup of relays where it's stepped up as it's going along.
Integrated circuitry from the component level. All right, like your processor. Let's see. A good example is a 6808. This is the 40-pin Motorola 6808 processor. This will send a signal to this to tell this, to tell that, to tell this, to tell that what to do. You can't power a device like what this is going to do directly off this. It doesn't have the power.
Right.
And it's not fast. That's not fast enough to do all that. So you have to. It's a cascade. You have to send it from the chain of command is what you could think of it as. And there are different processors. You've got 6800, 6802s. These are memory chips, it just happens to be numbers. If you're familiar with processors, and then of course your Gottliebs use 6832s, both 3s. There are different configurations of processors in pinball. 6809 is your latest processor used in WPCs. And Motorola came out with a 6800 processor as a way to cheaply control devices for low cost. It came out a long time ago, 80s, 70s. The 09 came out later, and as they built up more processing power in the chip, they progressed on in different processors. One of the last powerful ones they made, actually, they used in pinball. This is a Motorola 68000, and this has the computing power of probably 10 of those. This does a lot. It's actually overkill for pinball, but that's how electronics works, and that's why you need parts. There are literally thousands of parts there. You need, you label unique. I like to label unique messages about each one. It saves me from looking at them up. If you do enough repair, you actually know what anyway. But for new stuff, they reference labels other than part numbers I usually put on here.
Okay.
This is a collection of a lot of years of work. I mean, just order this stuff and do this every night. I've been doing this since the 90s.
Well, and it's a change from where you came before because you were doing the same type of thing and different products, but same brains.
Yeah.
And Pinball's equipment was very technical. The copier uses the same type of control center that the pinball does.
Yeah. Just does a different thing. Then these are EEPROMs. And this section is EEPROMs.
Okay, and explain to us what an EEPROM is and does.
Erasable program mobile read-only memory EEPROM. It has a window, and that's your processor chip in it. The glass window is something that you cover over with a label when you're done.
Okay, yeah, talk about that because that's a quick tip right there. If you look in the back of your pinball machine and you can actually see the window, and and even worse yet, if it's like a stern that has a fluorescent ball back there.
Erase. Yeah, if you have an old stern, if you have a newer stern, even those are getting older. If you have a stern, newer generation stern, they mostly all used back box lights, 24-inch fluorescent lamps. Well, fluorescent generates ultraviolet, and ultraviolet is a form of, it's a bandwidth of light that erases these chips.
Literally.
Yeah.
Isn't that?
Some of them aren't erasable. Some of them are just PROMs. Programmable read-only memories. You get one shot to program it, and then you're done. It can't be erased then.
But most of these are erasable and rewritable.
And there's different sizes. This is a 4 meg. I have 8 meg that go in some of the later machines. You know, most of your.
So when you're recycling an EEPROM, how do you do it? How do you erase it?
Well, you have a device. This one does up to 5 at a time. Yeah. Place your chips face up. You have to clean the window and make sure they're nice and clean. You don't want any dirt on it or it'll scatter the UV. BK makes, this is a smaller one. You can do 5 at a time.
Okay.
If you turn it on, you can set it to different types of exposure. 15 minutes is what it is. You can see the, it almost looks like.
And that's what it does. It hits you with UV.
Yeah, it's not backlight. It's not fluorescent.
It's not fluorescent, but
it's fluorescent. It's a different spectrum of light.
But yet they're similar enough that if you expose that window to a fluorescent light, it'll erase it.
Yep. Yeah, or it'll corrupt the memory and it'll make the device unusable.
So if you've got one of those in your back box and the window is, the little sticker has fallen off?
It will, because the UV dries it out and rots plastics and papers. It dries things out.
Easy solution, put a sticker over it.
Yeah, put something over it like.
You won't hurt it. Make a little label.
I like to use the labels like this out of the Brother Label Maker.
But realistically, you can just put a piece of tape over it.
Yeah. You know, anything from a dot. This is what I make up. This is my labels. I put where it goes, the version, and then what it's for. You can abbreviate it, do what you want. You know, there's high-speed U26. I make them up. I do dozens of them. I carry a lot in the truck. Just the handy ones to have for updating people's game versions.
Okay, well that was an easy tip. And boy, you know, any idiot can do that, right? Put a sticker on a window.
Yeah.
That was an easy one.
So this is the programmer that I use. It's a BK 848, and it does 40 pin down to 24 pin or smaller.
Okay, so you either have or know where to acquire the programming that goes into that chip. I understand you have an extensive file of them already.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about your dog.
Oh, that's she's really young.
She's still, you know, I don't know why, but she has not come down to say hello to me today.
Look at that in the background. What is that? Algor.
You know, I bet that is the Algor. It was. That's the Algor that ended up at Zardler's and then came back, and now the new owner's tuning into this video.
That was it. Start right there.
Derek B has that same Algor.
Here's a program. This is what I use. It's a program that goes with that. This is how you burn the chip. You load your file. What I have is, let's see, load. This is Firepower. And you can, I did a combo of Firepower. You just load your chip. You get a checksum down here. You have to select what chip you're using.
Okay, what is a checksum?
Our checksum is, the file is 73F76, and when I'm done, I want to see that. And here you've seen I burnt one here. It loaded the file, loaded successfully. There's your checksum. When I got done programming that device with that file, I got the same. And that means
That's a code evaluation of what you just
Yeah.
did, and if it matches, you're good. If it doesn't match, something went wrong.
right.
And something does go wrong.
Here is a checksum. This is the data that's in the chip. And this is the end when you see zeros and Fs. But this is what data was in that chip. This is a checksum. All this makes up what you see at the end.
Right, all that translated into a short code
Right.
is the checksum.
Right. And sometimes you'll see the author's code in here. Let me give you a better example. Let's see.
Don't know how this is going to look. I haven't tried to videotape a monitor before.
It's a flat, so I don't think you'll see it roll. Let's see here. Let's do this. Load this, and then you can view it. Okay. Sometimes toward the end, they will put a signature of who did the programming. And you'll see it spelled out in English, and they put codes to block it from downloading into the chip. But it's kind of neat to read. Your newer Williams chips do it a lot. It's really neat. I was bored one day. I looked at it. If you go into my
Ray, you just reminded me of The Matrix. You ever watch The Matrix? I think it was the first one where the guy who ended up being kind of the bad guy, one of the bad guys, is sitting there at 3 computer screens, and he's looking at The Matrix, and it's just all this code running. And he tells Neo that that's how that he's able to decipher that, or I don't know. You know which part I'm talking about?
yeah, I do.
If I got some sleep, I could probably explain that better.
Let's see if I can give you an example of this. Yeah, I kind of like those movies. All these figures here are code. If you change one of them, you change what the program does. This is why some people can rewrite this code. Now, they patented this and hid it, and they won't allow too many people to understand how to do it. But I'm sure if you're into code and computers, you could rewrite this. And that's why you've seen some people rewrite code.
Well, you look at the P-Rock that we saw yesterday on the Cactus
That's an
Canyon.
example that guy wrote.
Somebody sat down and wrote a whole
Here
bunch
it
of that
is. It's
stuff.
in the beginning of this file. See it? Copyright 1995, 1990, Williams Electronics Games Incorporated, all rights reserved. System software by Larry DeMar and Ted Estes. These were the notes the guys put in here, and then they start writing their code.
Yeah.
Now there's verbiage in there, and down in through this thousands of bits, you'll find other comments in there.
So some of them are funny, probably.
They are.
Like, jerk off, why are you looking at this?
Yeah, like get out. One of them I saw, get out. These guys are bored. I mean,
Well, sure.
Yeah. But this is a neat, this is your buffer, and each one of these bits make up your checksum, okay?
Okay.
Without getting too far into it, that's
Well, yeah,
how you do
yeah, we're not going to teach anybody how to program today, but when you say
come on,
checksum,
why not?
you know, it's a good percentage of people watching this don't know what that is.
This device program was bought years ago, when what these are called is a dual inline pin, DIP. They're not really made anymore. They're not really used anymore. You're going to see this.
Surface mount,
Yeah, you're going to see this type of thing.
which is smaller than your fingernail.
Yeah, it's still dual inline pin, but it's a flat surface.
And it's one and done. It's made at the factory. It's however they put it on the board, and then it's over.
Yeah, SMT is what they're called.
Well, actually, explain, if you don't mind, explain
SMD, surface mount.
explain the serviceability of that board you're holding right there, because I think that's interesting that you can't replace that component, but yet they make it so that you can. In fact, that one has a replace component on it.
Yeah, some of this pinball remanufactured stuff, some of it will give you an alternative to use the larger component rather than the SMD piece, which is, as I said, a surface mount device. So you can do, now I've replaced one chip. Let this is what they went to, this is what was.
And they give you the holes there so that you
Yeah,
can
through-
solder,
through
so that you
holes.
can solder in a replacement, because you can't replace the piece that they put on the factory.
Old technology like this is called through-hole technology, through-hole. Because everything that this does is through a hole into the other side.
Okay,
This is not.
surface mount.
These surface mount technology doesn't come out, there is nothing at the other end. It's got tracing.
So when you were talking about solder side and not solder side, this doesn't have, solder side is the top side.
Yeah, they combined a little bit of old with the new
Although
here.
it's probably not, it's not even solder, it's some sort of, I don't know how they do it. But you know how they do them because you were at
Well,
Jersey
it's-
Jack Pinball and you saw them do it.
Infrared, usually.
Don't they like bake it on or something?
Infrared, yeah.
Mhm.
There you go. Anyway, that's a crossover between old and new, you know, and this type of thing. And you almost have to do that with pinball stuff.
Well, they have to because,
This is a different device. This is out of an NSM jukebox. This is an ES6 CPU board. This is a good example of surface mount technology. And you have everything on this side and there's nothing here. These solder traces are really not components. These are test points. There's nothing comes through at the same place on the other side.
very difficult to service.
Yeah, this is probably a 4-layer board. Yeah. This type of thing is hard to service. They went to these type of chips when they did use any kind of chips with pins on. Now, there's no way you're going to humanly control solder this in by hand. That was done with a machine. It is also, it can be done with a hot air reworking. After solder stations left repair shops, they came out with hot air, which is a very expensive way to solder on stuff like this. And you have a holder that it works off vacuum to hold the component, and then you actually have to have, not this, you have to have a microscope to actually look to see where this is being placed, because these pins are probably 4,000ths apart.
Oh my.
So when you're putting that on and attention all these at once, you've got to control your position.
But in the case of the pinball board, they deliberately make it serviceable, not because they expect the components to fail on their own, but what happens is other people or things will cause that board to fail. They'll blow things up. That board you have sitting there, I think it was originally in our, we originally put it as a brand new board into the Centaur, and the Centaur had you know, it was such a major overhaul with the new playfield and everything that there were shorts that we didn't see until we plugged the board in, and we effectively blew up their new board, and they made it serviceable for that reason. You can be in there changing a light bulb, and how many of us have blown up a board changing a light bulb? They make it serviceable for that reason.
It's hard to affect repairs in the field on this stuff. I don't advise it because it's too delicate. You should have a replacement board instead of doing like what this guy did.
What this guy, oh my.
Well, he didn't have the right components, so he made that out of that, and he had a hard time doing it. And
Ouch.
yeah, this is the kind of stuff you're going to see people do because they don't have the right components. These are 2 Zener diodes.
I know which shop that came from. Is there a sticker on it?
Yeah.
Well, what I need you to do, Ray, is when you take those off of there, I need you to put them in a bag so that I can sell them on eBay. Because every used part goes on to eBay because that's what we do. Or at least that's what we've been accused of doing. Do you know why I list used bulbs on eBay, Ray? I bet you know why I do it. You have to know why I do it. It's a very simple answer.
I don't really. Yeah, I just know you do it.
I don't do it just for something to do.
Well, why do you do it?
Because people buy them.
Oh, well, yeah. It's economical.
I'm not going to throw out anything that somebody is willing to buy. I'm going to, now here's the big difference, Ray, and that is I don't misrepresent what I'm selling. I will tell you that it's a used bulb that I pulled out when I was installing LEDs, and I will tell you that 2 out of 10 of the bulbs that you buy in this bag of bulbs is not going to work. And if you choose to buy it, hey, that's on you. You know, there's no smoke screen involved there. That's the difference. So there, I said that. And I said it in my sleep.
Okay, I guess,
All right, well, that
get the idea.
as far as the
Ask-
the ability to write your own chips, is that something that the moderate, entry level to moderate hobbyists can do? Can they program their own chips, or is that
It's expensive to do this. You're talking probably $1,000.
okay? So then the answer is no.
Not really.
Okay,
You need a computer to drive this thing. It doesn't run by itself.
but they're generally available. You can go on eBay and get pretty much any already programmed chip that you need, because there's enough Rays floating around. There aren't a lot of them, but it doesn't cost much to ship it. In fact, if you need a programmed chip, you can email us. You've done that before, Ray, haven't you? Mailed out programmed chips. I mean, it's not our business model, so I'm not listing them on eBay or anything. But if you need one, hey, we're here to do that. We have the chip stock, and we can do that.
The problem with emailing, the problem with sending ICs that are programmable through the,
Oh, they X-ray them.
that destroys it. X-ray goes right through any kind of coloring and it destroys the chip content.
So how do you mail that?
Well, it's,
Difficult.
you can reflect an X-ray with aluminum foil and they might unbox it. I don't see a large failure, but I've already ordered chips that were said to be programmed and got them and they didn't.
Oh, Ray, I just mailed a security chip.
Well, that's not a EEPROM, that's a
Okay. So it'll be all right.
EEPROMs are subject to this.
It might still be questionable.
Don't see no problem with proms, but EEPROMs occasionally, and they, the mail doesn't actually everything.
Okay.
It's better than UPS or FedEx, something like that. I don't see a lot of failures. I had to have once or twice. I was told about it, never thought of it.
But you program a lot of chips, so change my mind. Don't ask us to send you a chip unless you want it to maybe arrive blank.
Yeah, you take a chance, and every once in a while it'll happen. You don't know. Anyway, this is a solder station I use.
Okay.
Haco 939. This is a desolder station.
Okay. What is a desolder stick? What's the story there? What's
It's a vacuum controlled device that pulls solder with different tips off of the circuit board. And this is the right way to take the component off.
Okay, in the field you use that braided stuff.
It is, yeah. Now, you can use this in here as well as that. It depends on how tight the component is. You can reflow solder on. I like to use this in my shop. I don't use it in the field. This is 020. You might notice it's very thin.
Mm-hmm.
This is ideal for board soldering. You don't want to use anything real thick because you're taking the heat away from what you're trying to solder. And you don't need that much solder. These components do not need
Mounds and mounds of
huge
stuff.
solder like these people used to use. It's for radiator repair or something. It's like they get it at Radio Shack. It's thick. It's 1/8 inch.
Nice.
Like 020. I use 031 in the field. But 020 is what you should use if you're doing workbench repair. You don't need that much solder on a joint here. They're very small. If you're doing maybe a header or something there, you can get away with something there. But a flipper or coil soldering, you don't want to use that. You'll be there forever. You'll feed a foot of it in there. You want to use thicker solder for like soldering a coil or something, you know?
Okay.
But for board repair, no.
No, it's all miniature stuff.
Right. And then this is my other solder station that I'm going to put here, and then that's going over to the store.
Oh, you're upgrading.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to have that at the store as well because I don't want to use this.
Use the
at
braid in
store.
the store, yeah.
And I want this at the store, and I don't want to put that back and forth. So this stuff's expensive. This is $50 a roll.
Wow.
This, here again, they make this in different thicknesses and widths. I like, this is a 100-foot roll. It's halfway gone. It's 075, and this has got flux already in it.
Solder sucker.
You can actually flex this out to make it work better. That's what you're really supposed to do. They don't do this when they ship it because it would make this too big.
Right.
So you can, this will now pull more solder than that.
Okay.
So sometimes if you have a joint that's large or you have a stubborn joint, you're probably going to want to flex a little of this so you can get a better draw off of it. But this stuff's $50 a roll.
Wow. You know what I need you to do? I need you to save when you're done using it, you save it, and I'll put it in a bag and I'll put it on eBay.
This was from our call yesterday. I'm going to redo this. This is out of a 1974
Twin Pirate.
Twin Pirate gun. Motor speed control board. It's got a problem on this side. This side works.
Well, there ain't much on there, Ray.
No, these caps are from 1974, so I have to replace these electrolytics. I guess go over some of the other little components, and then let me see. You need a schematic to work on, though. You don't just say, well, then what is it? You have to have this. You know, I have these as well. May of 74 is what this was made at. I have these as well over at the store.
Yeah, you have a
For
ton.
Joe's, because I did his back to it.
Yeah, I want to pull out
But
the
I
machine.
have these. That's for gangbusters. All the haunted house.
Yes, you didn't see the video. In fact, I don't recommend you watch it because it'll take up an hour, 2 hours of your life. But how did that shut off? Joe was complimenting you on how on your abilities and everything, but he pointed out a fail. He did point out one time when you failed. Yeah, he said you were working on that Jolly part, and you know, Arcade Rust had the manual. The manual was in Spanish, and you were unable to decipher what it was trying to tell you. I guess the schematics were in Spanish too, or whatever. So you were unable to fix the machine either promptly or first try or whatever from the Spanish schematics. He had to get you English schematics.
Oh yeah, he did. I remember that. Well, you know why? He came over 220 when he bought it from Mike Pasak.
Right.
He wanted to convert it to 120.
So he pointed out that you're not capable of reading Spanish
No, I didn't want to just
schematics.
assume what I was looking at. It was running the machine.
So
You know, that was a neat little piece.
yeah, I wanted to feature it yesterday, but we ran out of time. It was just to find we.
You're going to send Jimmy.
Yeah, I
You'd
am.
like to
Yeah, I
know that.
don't know.
Dude, I've been up there 4 or 5 times, didn't he?
But just another thanks to Joe Newhart. That was really awesome what he let us do yesterday while you were working.
This is also a different kind of electronics. This is a Mega.
Some people don't warranty those, right? When they recon. Oh, I mean when they don't recon.
Yeah, they probably don't.
Have you ever encountered a Megatouch that just happened to work, but then you turn around and walked away and came back and it didn't? No? For real? Have you ever been to an arcade auction?
Oh yeah.
Do you see Megatouches there working?
Well, they work, and then people get them home and they stop working.
What about the one that's over at Joey's?
Oh yeah.
In that story, he bought that at auction. It was sitting there working at the auction.
For a few minutes, hours.
Yeah. How long did it work after he got it?
Not a day.
What was the warning on it?
Nothing.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Nothing. And it took him 500-600 hours worth of work to.
Yeah. Well, it needed the standard everything.
Yeah, it's working today. You go down there.
Yeah. It's just sitting there. But
No, nobody plays it.
yeah.
In a public place, it's a whole new thing.
It is. People do play them, but anyway, this isn't a Megatouch commercial.
Different technology. This is a purple ECS board. They use 2 kinds of boards in Force Ion Evos. This one's in here for recon. Recap it. I don't use this processor. I use the copper heatsink for the processor. I'll wash the board, and then it's just an example of different technology. Replace the battery, of course.
What's for dinner?
Fish fillets.
Can I have one?
I haven't made anything yet.
Well, I'm in no hurry. I'm not going anywhere. We're looking at circuit boards. Did you know that Ray is a YouTube star?
I've watched some of the videos, yes.
People find him very interesting.
Yes, sir. I had to turn it off. I couldn't watch it.
Well, yeah, because it's kind of the subject matter is real. Yeah, well, you know, it's
I turned the sound down and just watched them.
the subject matter is for certain people and then not for others. But
You can fall asleep at it.
but just to watch him talk, it's quite a sleep aid.
No. Well, all right. Oh.
Her voice in the background. Honey,
It's all cracked.
honey dearest, it's all